Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Jason has been staying in a laboratory for the past few days, in addition to the manufacturing of nano battle armor. He also has other technical needs to research. For example, the anti-gravity spacecraft taken from Thor's body. The weird thing is, the Asgard 4, whom he had high hopes for, gave him nothing. The system didn't even give any prompts. It made him extremely depressed. We can only start researching anti-gravity spacecraft. But the difficulty of the research was a bit beyond his expectation. After Jason obtained the system's technology, it is not made directly based on the information. Instead, try to absorb it yourself. Exactly. This technical information comes from Asgard and is completely different from the human system. It was extremely difficult to understand. It made him extremely distressed. This means we have to talk about the differences between the two civilizations. Asgard's civilization system is a typical idealistic civilization. For them, power is just a tool. Like Thor, he was born with the power of thunder. This kind of magical power that can change the celestial phenomena is simply unimaginable on Earth. In Asgard, it's very normal. However, there's a problem. Although Thor can use these divine powers, but he doesn't understand the divine power at all. How is divine power generated? What are its properties? What could divine power do? What is its principle? Don't call these Thor. Even Odin doesn't know. And such a phenomenon. That's a common occurrence in Asgard. Technical data is also full of this phenomenon. This made Jason extremely troubled. It is very difficult to understand the technology. He felt like he had lost a lot of hair in the past few days. If not in good health, they might all die suddenly. But Jason has no intention of giving up. Science is interesting because it explores the unknown. But he doesn't go out. It doesn't mean no one comes to him. One day, Jason was studying something. They were asked to come to us. This person is his cheap man Bruce Wayne. But this time, Bruce Wayne seems a little decadent for no reason. The first words I said to Jason, he spoke. Jason, please help me become the CEO of Wayne Group. Jason was confused. The Wayne family is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. In Wayne Group, most shareholders have a good relationship with the Wayne family. The decision made by the Wayne family group was very supportive. Like the Waynes of the previous generation, Wayne Group spent so much money in vain, run to Gotham City and build infrastructure. This is completely a public welfare investment, and it is very good to recover the capital. Such a plan, in any other company, it would be impossible to implement it. It worked at Wayne Group. One can imagine the ability of the Wayne family to control the Wayne Group, even though Bruce Wayne was little more than 10 years old. Wait until he comes back. He still became the chairman and CEO of Wayne Group. Jason couldn't understand. Why did Bruce Wayne suddenly lose his mind? I actually want to quit this job. Jason didn't bother to guess the mental journey behind Bruce Wayne. Asked directly. Reason? I heard Jason say this. Bruce Wayne started to complain. All in all, it's at today's shareholders meeting. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group has taken some medicine. I have to pull together a bunch of people to oust Bruce Wayne from the CEO position. I wanted to feel at ease as a shareholder and pay dividends. This is the first time since the establishment of Wayne Group. Definitely, this crazy guy didn't succeed, but also caused a lot of trouble for Bruce Wayne. What is the corruption problem within the group? Some people cooperate with gangs and carry out some illegal actions. There is an inexplicable lack of funds within Wayne Group. In general, just a series of troubles. Bruce Wayne may have to deal with these things in the past month. This also gave him the idea of handing over the power to Jason. Hear this. Jason's face darkened. Is it because you don't have time to go out at night? Bruce Wayne smiled sheepishly. Jason was speechless. Bruce Wayne is a very disciplined person. In addition to exercising every night, I also go out to do heroic things. Fight crime and act bravely. Not at all like the playboy Tony Stark. This kind of justice cannot be carried out for a month now. How could he bear it? Aren't these shareholders usually very honest? Why are there so many things lately? It's not like Wayne Group has had problems for a day or two. Why does it seem to have been discussed recently? Jump out together? Heard Jason ask. Bruce Wayne also spoke. Who knows? I didn't find out anything behind the scenes. There is no sign of any connection between this group of shareholders. It seemed like it just burst out. Bruce was very helpless when he said this. The way Jason looked at him, also very helpless. He was very active when it came to using money from Wayne Group. But let him manage such a large group. Hee. Forget it. How did Jubilion die? Managing such a large group is no easier than managing a country. Moreover, where does he have time to manage so many things? Zero. He still has to do research. I'm going to have a try with this guy Thanos. Think about it. Jason spoke. How about forget it and find a professional manager? We just need to be shareholders from the back. I think Fox is very good. His management ability is very strong, and his relationship with us is also good. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said angrily, "You think I didn't think of it?" Fox said he wanted to study technology, but he didn't have time at all. Who asked you to provide so much technology? Now, Fox has no interest in running the company. Jason was a little helpless when he heard this. Is this still my fault? Fox is a technician after all. Advanced technology is now available. Naturally, I have no interest in doing management work. However, now he has a very headache. He was even a little envious of that B****************** D, Tony Stark. Don't worry about anything. Little Pepper took care of everything for him. Before the little peppers grow, there's also the tool man Obadiah. He doesn't have the right talent at his disposal. There are only a few people the Wayne family can trust, but there is no talent that can be trusted. This made him very distressed. Although the Wayne family's businesses are managed by trusts, but Wayne Group is different. As a company on the surface, Wayne Group maintains a high degree of independence. Those shareholders also distrust trust institutions. So things are very troublesome for B. After all, Wayne Group is his own family's industry, and it is now his largest source of cash flow. Jason still couldn't ignore it. Well, let me help you deal with the recent affairs first. I will investigate several shareholders and find out various things. After dealing with these things first, let's talk about professional managers. Jason said helplessly, it's really not possible to recruit directly from the public. Make Bruce Wayne the de facto controller. Find someone to take care of the practical stuff. All Bruce Wayne needs to do is sign. Isn't that what Tony Stark did? In addition to causing trouble for the Stark Group, other matters are not handled by Obadiah's tool. It's just Pepper taking care of it. Tony Stark only signs. Stark Group has not collapsed. Jason thinks. Bruce 223. Wayne could also learn a lesson. Bruce Wayne heard Jason say this. He also said helplessly, that's all we can do now. I'll deal with these things first. Bruce Wayne just came to find someone to vent to. I didn't expect to really push Jason to the front desk. Telling Jason these things made him feel much better. Turned around and left. Corresponding. The expression on Jason's face was not very beautiful. Well researched. Are these people causing trouble for him? What kind of behavior is this? This is preventing him from saving the world. Skynet, investigate this group of people carefully for me. If they make me angry, they will send them to prison. In a place like Gotham City. As long as it is capital. None without blood. Even the Wayne Group is not without lives in its hands. It was impossible for the Waynes to detect the lowest level of behavior. As long as it is capital, it carries original sin. He didn't believe it. Can do this. There's no shit behind these shareholders. Normally, there is no problem when no one is looking for trouble. You can let them grasp the handle once. Even if there's a small problem, all these people will be sent in. Also, investigate whether there is any secret connection between these people. Are there any internal corrupt officials who are instigated by others? Is there any exchange of interest between the factions? Jason said directly with a cold face. Although Jason time traveled to a foreigner, but I still have traditional Japanese thoughts in my heart. I like growing up in a humble way and farming with peace of mind. If you don't let me farm with peace of mind, I will prevent you from seeing next year. He said something viciously. Jason asked Skynet to start a rigorous investigation. In today's society, as long as they have a conversation, there is no way to escape Skynet's eyes. Because of an order from Jason, within Gotham City's network, countless data streams are constantly flowing. Countless data have been collected into Skynet's database. Not long after, a report was placed in front of Jason. Skynet made the problems facing Wayne Group clear. Internal corruption issues. It is a spontaneous act of several group members. This is unavoidable in any large enterprise. People are selfish. Once you have a large number of corporate rights, you must seek benefit for yourself. Jason has nothing to say about this. To send these people directly to jail. The real trouble is the issue raised by shareholders. There's indeed a connection behind this. Skynet investigated. A confidant of the second largest shareholder. I've been very busy lately. In front of a few small shareholders, there are all kinds of good people dancing. I secretly want to cause trouble. Skynet, investigate carefully and see who Mr. Anderson has met recently. Are there any major fund changes within the company? Did you encounter any crisis? Jason had a cold face. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group. The group equity held is not very large. Only 20%. I have always had a very good relationship with the Wayne family. And Jason doesn't think he has the ability to replace Bruce Wayne. This is very interesting. This shareholder is not a fool. Without enough assurance, how could he do such an irrational behavior? Could it be that he suddenly lost his mind? Jason is even more convinced that someone is doing something behind this. Want to be detrimental to Wayne Group. Expanding the scope of supervision. Detect everyone who might be causing trouble. Check every message they have. I still don't believe it. Gotham City is his rear area. He has a lot of good science and technology, but without the support of Wayne Group, he can't produce it at all with these techniques. Like the miserable Dr. Bruce Banner, also a top scientist. Tony Stark is a hot drinker. Dr. Bruce Banner drinks Northwest Wind every day. Tony Stark also mastered Superman's powers, and it doesn't give the military face. Does anyone in the military dare to pursue him? No, that's because Tony Stark has money. So does Jason, without the massive financial resources of Wayne Group to support it from behind. His situation must be much more difficult. Now someone is trying to mess with his base. This is because I want to fight him for my life. Do these people really think he is the same as Bruce Wayne? Don't you like revenge? Jason sat quietly in a laboratory, waiting for Skynet's report. Inside the laboratory, the only silence was the buzzing of various instruments. Master, we found some encrypted databases. Perform brute force? Jason raised an eyebrow. Skynet is currently performing all related operations. In other words, the database Skynet found has a very close relationship with the Wayne Group. Perform a brute force attack. Look what they've hidden. Soon, Skynet mobilized all the computing resources of the server. Start performing brute force cracking. The data was quickly sent directly to Jason. Jason was a little surprised when he saw what he saw in front of him. Court of Owls. Replacement Plan 2.4. Talon. It's also related to HYDRA. Jason was very surprised now. Court of Owls. It is not a formal organization, but an organization similar to a secret association. They're made up of wealthy people from Gotham City. These people have nothing to do if they have too much money. He began to secretly control everything in Gotham City. They rely on wealth, power, and the claws of their men. Controls the entire Gotham City. It is even involved with many outside organizations. The power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Why there isn't much power in Gotham City. The Court of Owls is doing a lot of things in the back. This is the Earth Emperor of Gotham City. Recent events at Wayne Group. They did it all. What Jason cracked was their secret, the database. Used to record many things. Court of Owls. It is an organization with a very long history. Back in the colonial days of bald eagles, they were already in Gotham City. They have a very close relationship with the big and small forces in Gotham City. To maintain their rule, they do everything possible. Wealth and power are just the basics. The secret deterrent is the claws. Talon is an organization composed of 46 super abilities. These people have super fighting ability and are proficient in assassination. There is no difference between everyone's fighting ability and Batman's. It also has regenerative healing factor. Jump off a building cut in half, or even explode. They all survived it. In Gotham City, this power is already very powerful. After all, this is not like New York next door. Shield, the magician holy place of the Ancient One, various superheroes with powerful abilities, large corporations, and the military. I'm afraid any one of them could beat even my mother from the Court of Owls. The reason why owls are so rampant is because the Wayne family is so kind. Even among the Wayne family, they are considered dark-hearted. None of the criminals caught were executed. They were all sent to prison. Such behavior. 26 is just a joke. Let's not talk about it yet. Can various prisons be able to house these super ability people? You imprison other people's men in other people's prisons. Isn't this just playing house? Don't say anything else. Bruce Wayne's best friend Superman. Get him to Gotham City. Less than a month. Let Gotham City be selected as a civilized city. But Bruce Wayne didn't do that. I hope to influence or scare these people. Have to say, Bruce Wayne is so naive. Now it seems, people in the Court of Owls seem to think that Jason is also a traditional Wayne family member. The bullies came to my door without any regard. If a tiger doesn't show off its power, can it really be considered a sick cat? I really thought that because I was a member of the Wayne family, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone. A sneer appeared on Jason's lips. Skynet, how many people in Talon are keeping the highway? There are 27. Skynet's voice sounded. Determine they're unknown and start taking action tonight. Jason said with a sneer. Want to bring down the Court of Owls. First, we must cut off their means of force. A rich man who lost the protection of force. That's the chicken on the chopping board. Let him be slaughtered. This time the whole Gotham must be washed away with blood. Let Gotham be the only voice of the Wayne family. In this way, no one would hold him back. He can then concentrate on dealing with other people. Take a deep breath and speak directly. Skynet, activate all steel armors directly. Designate an arrest plan to ensure nothing goes wrong. Also contact Nick Fury. Ask him if he is interested in getting involved in Gotham City's forces. According to the character of this guy, Nick Fury, I'm afraid he must have been very unhappy in a domestic enclave like Gotham City. Now, he just needs to be offered a chance. Plus, the Wayne family agree. He didn't believe that Nick Fury wasn't moved. With a cold face, Jason began to make arrangements slowly, including letting Skynet contact some people, ease the panic in Gotham City, and control the phishing environment in Gotham City. He could imagine. All he had to do was take action. What kind of rebellious enthusiasm will the rich people in Gotham City have? With their power, controlling the fishing boat couldn't be easier. By the time, Jason may become a sinner in Gotham City's history. Maybe they can promote him as a demon against humanity. Jason naturally had to be prepared in advance. And in a short moment, get the job done. Don't give these people a chance to resist. This is sure to cause a lot of confusion. That's why he wanted to collaborate with Nick Fury. It couldn't be better for Shield to come out and clean the floor. It was exactly as Jason expected. Soon, Nick Fury video called him directly. Nick Fury, on the other end of the video, looks very tired. What do you want to do? What you do is definitely uphold justice and do what you Shield should do. Jason said coldly. Logically speaking, the emergence of an organization like OWL is a failure of S.H.I.E.L.D. Definitely. The Court of Owls is older than S.H.I.E.L.D. But if Shield suppresses it with all its strength, the Court of Owls will definitely not be so powerful. When Jason is thinking about something, Nick Fury looked at Jason with a tired expression on his face. He heard about Jason. I want to check SHIELD's reports. Although SHIELD has no power in Gotham City, that's compared to other cities. Compared to ordinary small organizations, SHIELD is still very powerful. He soon got the news. Heard what happened at the Wayne Group shareholders meeting. He cursed the people of the Court of Owls 10,000 times in his mind. It was an eventful time. These people are still causing trouble. It seemed that he really indulged them too much. These rich people. Did you think this was the colonial period? In desperation, Nick Fury spoke directly. What do you want to do? Do you want to take action against the Court of Owls? You do know. Jason snorted coldly. Nick Fury is indeed not a good person. Clearly no. And let it go. It would be a waste to leave SHIELD to him. I scolded Nick Fury in my heart. Jason suddenly felt that he was so swollen that Nick Fury didn't even care about him anymore. Nick Fury doesn't care about Jason 197's little thoughts. He spoke directly. No, you can't touch the people in the Court of Owls. No, why not? Jason said with a cold snort. The influence of this group of people is so great that you don't even know how many industries they have. Nick Fury spoke. What does this have to do with me? Jason asked rhetorically. Could it be that this group of people is powerful and influential? Can they not be punished if they make a mistake? They can always control Gotham City. Let the entire Gotham City become a hotbed of crime. The Wayne Group does so much charity every year, saves so many people. But to be bullied? Are random grannies and dogs coming to covet the Wayne family's property? Why? Seeing the disdain on Jason's face, Nick Fury spoke again. Jason, you have to take care of the overall situation. The situation has been tense recently. You don't want to make the situation more chaotic. Jason shook his head when he heard this. Big picture? What's a big picture? If you keep the overall situation in mind for too long, you will become a person who can only compromise. And he didn't believe how much chaos could be caused by eliminating a few wealthy people. After the Battle of New York, how many people died in New York? Hasn't prosperity been restored? Nick Fury, I'm just letting you know. Shield, get ready. After saying that, Kunsanowshin hung up the phone. Nick Fury hung up the phone. My nose was crooked with anger. What do you mean by just informing him? It's really too swollen. He really wanted to ignore the B*** D Jason and let him play by himself. I was angry for a long time. Nick Fury calmed down. The situation is irreversible. He knew Jason Wayne was destined to take action against the Court of Owls. SHIELD can only deal with the aftermath. Maybe it would be most beneficial to them, S.H.I.E.L.D. Determined, Nick Fury directly summoned several elite soldiers from S.H.I.E.L.D., including Black Widow, Hawkeye, Phil Coulson, and others. Wait until everyone arrives. Nick Fury just started to issue tasks. Now we have a big problem. We need to get to Gotham City. Gotham? This should not be our SHIELD's sphere of influence. Maria Hill asked, although several other agents have doubts in their hearts. But they're just tool people. Wouldn't speak at all. Hill, the entire Earth is our sphere of influence. Nick Fury glanced at her and said, when I saw Hill, I still wanted to speak. Nick Fury spoke first. The Wayne family wants to go to war with the Court of Owls. There will definitely be a lot of trouble then. We need to solve these problems. Compared to Maria Hill, several agents are much crisper. Director Nick Fury, what do we need to do? Barton asked directly. Natasha Romanoff. Barton, you go and capture the Talons scattered around the world. Sent directly to the prison on an isolated island. Yes, Jean. Black Widow and Hawkeye replied, turned and left. No unnecessary questions at all. Hill, you need to go to Gotham City. If anyone from the Court of Owls contacts you, tell them that we, S.H.I.E.L.D., can provide them with shelter. But they need to pay. Nick Fury said to Maria Hill. Maria Hill nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. Nick Fury once again turns his attention to Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, you need to lead the field and support staff. If there is chaos in Gotham City, try to calm the civilians as much as possible. When you go to Gotham City, someone will provide you with a necessary place to stay. Remember, try to keep civilians safe. Nick Fury stares at Phil Coulson with one eye. Yes, Director Nick Fury. Phil Coulson accepted the task and nodded, leaving Nick Fury's office. Wait until the agents have left. Nick Fury picked up the phone again. Congressman Gavin. Made a dozen phone calls. Nick Fury just put down his phone. Then, I stare at the scenery outside the window in a daze. To be honest, Jason's messiness really messed up his plan. Gotham City is a very large city. There were a lot of wealthy people inside, including several members of Congress. He could imagine it. Jason actually got into a fight with the Court of Owls. What kind of uproar will it cause in the entire Bald Eagle Empire? These are troubles. Think of this. Nick Fury felt his head hurt more and more. Jason didn't know what was bothering Nick Fury. Even if he knew it, he wouldn't care. After meeting Thor, he suddenly realized, As long as an individual is strong enough, any organization will compromise with him. SHIELD is truly powerful. But Nick Fury wouldn't be crazy enough to antagonize a humanoid, self-propelled cannon like him, especially after he has a nuclear deterrent. His intimidation was once again enhanced. Naturally, he would not compromise on some things. For example, Court of Owls thing. If it was before, his first thought was definitely to endure it. But now, he couldn't stand it anymore. He was going to make the Court of Owls pay. He wanted these people to know what are the consequences of messing with the Wayne family. A good person will be bullied by others, and a good horse will be ridden by others. He allowed this to happen. As night falls, the time for him to take action is getting closer and closer. Skynet, has the target's location been confirmed? The target location has been confirmed, and a hunting plan has been formulated. Simulate the other party's ability and analyze the target's behavioral habits. Develop the optimal hunting plan. Jason nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Don't affect civilians. Jason reminded. He was afraid that Skynet only considered it from the perspective of profit. Causing a lot of casualties is not what he wants. Replanning is underway. A 10% increase in injuries is expected. Should we revise the plan? Correction. It's acceptable. Jason nodded. A 10% loss is nothing unacceptable. Anyway, the advantage of steel armor is that it can be recycled. Moreover, if you kill these people, you will definitely be able to collect something good. This loss can be completely ignored. Plan revision completed. Do you want to start taking action? Take action. Jason looked through the window at the night in the distance and spoke softly. Execute information blockade. Perform fishing vessel monitoring. Enforce network regulation. Complex sounds sounded from the speakers. The hunting team is dispatched. In the night, the ground next to Wayne Manor suddenly opened up. Countless black shadows emerged from the ground, soaring into the sky, leaving bright traces. Jason watched all this and remained silent. Each tactical team is composed of 10 pieces of armor, including assassination, information blockade, logistical support, frontal combat, and other models of armor. Every team, they can fight independently for a long time, and they're all mainly assassinations. After investigation by Skynet, none of the members of these claws are good. Everyone has at least a dozen lives on their hands. For these scum, he doesn't care whether he lives or dies. Good thing. He doesn't look like Bruce Wayne either. We have to go to great lengths to capture these people alive. He chooses the least laborious way. Get rid of them all. First, the assassination armor in the tactical team will carry out the assassination. If unsuccessful, engage in head-on combat again. Moreover, Skynet also formulated corresponding assassination plans based on each person's behavioral habits. Make sure your actions are foolproof. After the opponent loses combat effectiveness, the body must also be completely incinerated. Prevent these guys from being resurrected by unknown means. In the Marvel world, after killing someone, the body is cremated. It's really a good habit. Can avoid a lot of trouble. Jason doesn't think so. There will be big trouble in this operation. Whether it is strength, intelligence, or tactical literacy on both sides. They are not on the same level. Talon's defeat was a given. Jason looked at the video screen. The first person has made contact with the target. Although Talon is a super ability person, but on the surface, they're no different from ordinary people. At least from Jason's point of view, he couldn't see any difference. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning. Most people fell asleep. The always lively Gotham City also fell into silence. This time is also the time when people are most relaxed. Even these sharp-clawed killers are no exception. This first sharp claw has already entered his sleep. The shadow armor, which is good at stealth, easily reached his side. The poisonous needle came out from the tip of the finger, and Tion Fuchs botulinum toxin was injected into the body. This toxin precursor is produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum. After entering the digestive tract, it will be activated by human trypsin and become various botulinum toxins. Among them, types A and B can prevent the release of acetylcholine in the human body like tissue toxins. And this substance is the most important thing in the human nervous system. It only takes a few dozen nanograms to kill a person silently. What's more, Jason injected 10 milliliters directly. This dose, it is more than enough to poison dozens of elephants. If you're an ordinary person, that person might die silently in the hands of the shadow armor. But this clawed warrior is different. The poison needles used by the armor are very small. The pain it causes is 970% worse than a mosquito bite. That's how painful it is. The member of this sharp claw also woke up in an instant. From under the pillow, he took out his pistol and attacked the shadow armor. Although the shadow armor is a model specially designed for concealment, but the material used on the surface, Jason has no intention of letting go. They are all made of metal materials similar to ordinary armors. The military Glock pistol used by Talon didn't even show a spark on it. This Talon member also noticed something was wrong with the sound. Who are you and what have you done to me? At the moment, the effects of Botox are starting to show up. Acetylcholine cannot be released. It means movement is blocked. All human activities controlled by nerves will cease, including activities such as breathing and heart beating controlled by the brainstem. At the moment, this member of the Talon had begun to have difficulty breathing and difficulty moving. If it weren't for his body's super recovery ability supporting him, I'm afraid he would have died of various tissue injuries by now. Dicker Rayson, a member of Talon, is suspected of murder and threatening to kidnap innocent civilians, killing many wealthy people and civilians. Gap. I sentence you to death in the name of the Wayne family. After the announcement, Skynet sent in several war boxes from outside. I want to completely kill this guy from the physical level. Wait a minute, the Wayne family. I have no grudges against the Wayne family. I have never touched any of you Wayne family members. Digger Layson shouted loudly. Jason heard these words in secret and shook his head. Talon is indeed the poor tool of everyone. They have no idea. Bruce Wayne is Batman. No grudges or grudges. Without any grudges, would Cunson put so much effort into carrying out this operation? No matter what Digger Rayson said, Skynet directly controlled the dozen armors and prepared to kill him directly. Digger Layson saw several dark shapes emerging from the darkness, shouted at the top of his lungs. Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I'm under the protection I bought for nothing. I'm a member of the Claw. Jason sneered. Those who are killed are members of your Talon. Do you really think you will be like Bruce Wayne and lock up criminals? Food and drink are provided. Don't you even need reform through labor? Beautiful thought. Under Jason's will, Skynet controlled the armor to directly kill Digger Layson on the physical level. Give him a gentle tap on the back of his brainstem. Digger Layson lay limply on the ground. The dead can no longer die. The human body's nerve center is in the brainstem. All basic life activities of the human body are controlled by the brainstem. Breathing, heartbeat, and other life-sustaining activities are controlled by the brainstem. Once the brainstem is destroyed, people will die painlessly. This is how mice and frogs are executed in laboratories. Testing Dig Rayson had no vital signs. The armor immediately began to incinerate the corpses. High-temperature plasma up to several thousand degrees. It is used to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. It is infinitely better than the zombie water in the novel. The human body is exposed to this high-temperature plasma. It will be vaporized directly. Not even ashes will be left behind. Silent and breathless, one of the sharp claws. D***K. Grayson died in his home after fighting Batman countless times. Jason thought about it and thought it was normal. The iron armor is something that can fight even cosmic giants like Thor and Thanos. Isn't it normal to kill a few killers affiliated with a mafia-type organization? Saw this claw taken out. Jason lost interest. Start looking at other actions. Most Talon members. In front of the battle armor, there's no way to fight back. Only a few top killers can resist. But no matter how powerful the mortal body is, it cannot be an opponent of the Man of Steel. The steel armor can withstand a 100mm tank, main gun head-on. Who would keep such a weapon at home when they have nothing to do? Even shoulder-mounted RPG missiles. It is also impossible to pose any threat to the steel armor. Therefore, the The steel armor was unscathed and killed all the members of the Claws. The situation that Skynet expected to cause massive losses did not occur at all. An hour passed. There were more than 20 members of the Claw, and only the last member was left. Lincoln March. Jason looked at this person's name and muttered to himself. The reason why this guy is placed last, it's because Lincoln March's identity is very special. He is a candidate for mayor. He often puts on a show in Gotham City, and on the surface, he is a great political figure and philanthropist. It is very troublesome to kill such people, because people won't believe it. An ordinary philanthropist can secretly be an executioner. But soon, Jason just laughed. Since you have decided to become an enemy of the entire Court of Owls, isn't it only a matter of time? He smiled self-deprecatingly. Jason ordered directly to Skynet. Just do it. Kill this guy and make his actions public. Strictly control relevant information. Block all the information channels of several media outlets. Lincoln March. What about candidates for mayor? Even if he is the chief, he will die today. Since you have chosen to go against the Wayne family, you must be prepared to suffer revenge. Not to mention, this Lincoln March still offended the Wayne family severely. Lincoln March's original name is no longer known. The first time he appeared in Gotham City, he used this name, and he soon became a rising political star in Gotham City. Want to directly run for mayor of Gotham City. And in terms of charity, Lincoln March is also very good at putting on a show. In the eyes of many people, he is probably a very kind person, according to Skynet's investigation. Secretly, he is not a good person. There are at least hundreds of people killed with my own hands. Moreover, he also participated in an operation. That's why Jason hates him so much. His cheap son, Bruce Wayne, has not always been heir to the Wayne family. After his parents were accidentally killed, Bruce Wayne fell into a long period of silence. Even Alfred couldn't reteach Bruce Wayne at that time. In order to pursue spiritual strength, Bruce Wayne went to a distant ninja academy for training. At the same time, a plan begins against the Wayne family. Due to the disappearance of the legitimate heir, just the first few years, Wayne Group can still remain stable under the control of Alfred and a few other old people. As time goes by, everything changes. Within the group, there are gradually different voices. Some people even spread rumors. Alfred killed Bruce Wayne and wanted to control the powerful wealth of the Wayne family. This is definitely a rumor. Human nature has always been like this. Always like to use huge amounts of malice to speculate on others. Don't be tempted to guard tens of billions or hundreds of billions of wealth and be willing to be a steward. Who believes it? Plus, the Court of Owls is behind it. The rumors intensified all of a sudden. There's a reason why the people in the Court of Owls put so much effort into this. They do. Naturally, they're eyeing the huge wealth of the Wayne family. Being in the hands of others is naturally not as comfortable as being in your own hands. Then, they launched a plan to replace Tao Zong. Want to find someone. Pretend to be the heir of the Wayne family. Then rule the Wayne family and gain the powerful wealth of the Wayne family. Lincoln March was the man they were looking for. At that time, Lincoln March was ready to appear as the heir to the Wayne family. But, dramatically, just at this time, Bruce Wayne reappears. Then he took control of Wayne Group with thunderous means. Lincoln March could only take his current name and start running for mayor. Became a star politician in Gotham City. So, Lincoln March and the Wayne family, that's an old feud. In Jason's opinion, none of the guys who covet their family's money are good. All deserve to die. I thought fiercely in my heart. Jason placed the implementation on the screen in front of him. Lincoln March is a very sinister guy. Make your home look like a fortress. Various traps. There were even booby traps set up. This left Jason speechless. Is this a persecutory delusion? There are so many things set up in your own home. Don't be afraid of accidentally blowing yourself up. Although there is no threat to the steel armor. But assassination is completely out of the question and can only be attacked by force. Along the way, the steel armor team walked directly into the trap. What poison gas, booby traps, firearms, etc. Just experienced it over and over again. Fortunately, this is a suburb and there are not many people at all. The sound cannot travel very far. Otherwise, it might cause some confusion. Along the way, the district iron armor has gone through a lot of hardships. Finally arrived at Lincoln March's room. Although these armors are not damaged now, they look a little embarrassed. Colorful on the surface. It looks like it just came out of the dyeing room. Jason was speechless when he saw this. Fortunately, what he sent out was a steel armor. If he were an ordinary person, he would have died 10,000 times by now. Open the door. Jason saw Lincoln March on the screen. It was different from what he had guessed. Lincoln March looked very calm. I was even in a mood to drink a glass of red wine from there. It seems very pretentious. Jason couldn't stand this kind of person the most. Let Skynet directly control the armor. The 12-shot Hive missiles on the shoulders fire directly. This missile looks to be the size of a cigar, although it looks small. But the power is not small at all, although it's not like the Javelin missile in the arm. It can take out a tank in an instant. But blasting a car is pretty easy. The entire room suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Please give me flowers? The roofs were blown off. The armor stood still, unmoving. The sea of fire poses no threat to them at all. Opposite Lincoln March is different. Cough, 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 shit. Lincoln March's yelling voice came out from the sea of fire. Wait until the flames dissipate. Jason just saw Lincoln March. Now, he no longer had the calmness he had just now. His clothes were in tatters. There were also huge amounts of wounds on the face. Looks like Two-Face. There is also blood flowing out of the body constantly. The injuries should have been caused by exploding shrapnel. Carbon-based life is too powerless in the face of modern weapons. Lincoln March is regenerative healing factor, though. The body is not as strong as Superman. 0. It can only be done slowly after being injured. You could see the flesh sprouting out of Lincoln March's face now. Started to slowly repair it. Jason Wayne, do you know what you're doing? You have no idea what enemy you've made. Lincoln March looked at Jason fiercely. His eyes were full of anger. Jason pouted. Sure enough, his identity was revealed. Is Lincoln March instantly recognizable? However, Lincoln March feels too good. Have you not figured out the situation yet? Who are you talking about? Is it your claws? Or the Court of Owls behind you? Jason laughed. The taunting voice could be felt through the armor of Lincoln March. Now that you know it, you still dare to do it? Do you, the Wayne family, want me wiped out? Lincoln March said viciously again. It's just that the tone sounded a bit stern. Destroy our Wayne family? How many years have you been saying this? Did you do it? Besides, there are no more claws in the world. Jason said coldly, although there are still some people with sharp claws outside Gotham City. But soon, he will kill them all. There's nothing wrong with saying that. Impossible. Lincoln March shouted. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Now you'd better follow your claws and disappear into thin air. Jason said something. Let Skynet control the armor to kill Lincoln Mashib. For the words of Lincoln March, Jason didn't take it to heart. There are many people who say harsh things, but there are really not many people who can actually do it. Do you want to say your last words? Jason said something. The arm of the steel armor has been raised. The plasma beam pulse cannon in his hand has begun to charge. Other armors also revealed various weapons. If all these weapons are fired, I'm afraid Godzilla will be killed. What's more, Lincoln March has slightly better self-healing ability. In other respects, he is just an ordinary human being. You want to kill me too easily? Ha ha. Lincoln March let out a laugh. Is your armor still moving? Hearing this, Jason had a sneer on his face. Strong magnetic restraint device? Do you think I'm a fool for using the 687 method over and over again? It's okay to use this kind of thing twice in front of him. Still used over and over again. Do you really think he is mentally retarded? It was impossible for the same method to work in front of him a second time. His armor has long been equipped with an anti-magnetic device. There are even anti-ionization and EPM isolation devices. Want to interfere with the armor? It would be easier to just cut off his communication. Lincoln March saw that the iron armor was still able to move. I immediately realized something was wrong. Turn around and run. In a flash, he jumped out from upstairs. This can make yours run away? I still don't believe it. Jason muttered to himself. Then the armor began to take action under the control of Skynet. A piece of armor suddenly stepped forward. Rocket nests sprouted from the shoulders. Dozens of black thumb-thick things were launched. Disposable high-voltage electrical restraint module. It can emit hundreds of thousands of volts of high voltage in an instant. An elephant can be electrocuted and knocked to the ground in an instant. A dozen hit Lincoln March. Lincoln March emitted a burst of blue electric current. He let out a scream and fell directly to the ground. Lost the ability to resist. Jason smiled disdainfully at this scene. This is the power of technology. Ordinary carbon-based life, as long as the physiological structure is not very special. It can't be stopped at all. What is the use of self-healing ability? There is no chance to use it at all. At most, he may wake up faster than ordinary people. Saw Lincoln March lying on the ground like a dead pig. Jason spoke. Bring this guy back and torture him for information. Jason always felt that the Court of Owls might be hiding something. It's something that Skynet can investigate. Artificial intelligence is not omnipotent. A lot of real-life stuff Skynet can investigate. Organizations like this have existed since colonial times. Maybe their ancestors left something to them. Skynet may not be able to find out. It's better to torture him. This guy Lincoln March seems to know a lot. After turning off the screen, Kunson was ready to take a rest. In a few days, the real war will begin. And when Jason went arrest, the outside world caused an uproar because of his actions. Although Jason's action was in the early morning. But not everyone rests at this time. There are a few extra people who are still doing some activities, such as multiplayer activities, secret meetings, etc. Plus when killing some people. The noise Jason made was not small. No matter how slow the people in the Court of Owls were, they still reacted. Shepard Mirgar was one of them. The Milgar family came to Gotham City during the colonial period. Relying on the primitive slave trade, they quickly accumulated huge amounts of wealth. Civil War period. They have both sides. Various weapons for sale. He even made a fortune. Peak period. It even monopolized the arms support trade to Eagle Country, although it declined later. But the Murga family is still the leading arms dealer in the Bald Eagle Empire, and it is also involved in energy. Shepard Milgar is one of the richest men in Gotham City. He is also the biggest supporter of the Court of Owls, one of the people behind the scenes. I was woken up from bed early this morning. Shepperton looked annoyed. Gavin, you'd better give me an explanation. Facing his old butler, Shepperton's face was a little ugly, but it wasn't too much. He also knew that the loyal old housekeeper would not wake him up without sufficient reasons. Mr. Milgar, something has happened to Lincoln March. According to reports from people below, there was an explosion in his villa. Hearing this, Shepard Milgar frowned slightly. I'm afraid it's not worth waking me up so early. No matter how powerful Lincoln March is, he is just their dog. There are many people like this under the Court of Owls. The old housekeeper nodded. All Talon members in Gotham City have lost contact. Hearing this, the expression on Shepard Milgar's face became serious. Killing the watchdog is nothing. But the meaning becomes obvious after this. There's an old saying that goes well. Beating a dog depends on the owner. Someone with a claw in Gotham City. He no longer takes the Court of Owls seriously. And he doesn't understand. When did Gotham City have such power? Could take out dozens of claws in one night. Meditate. Shepard and Mirgar had no idea anyone had such ability. Who is such a motive? Although the claws are their minions. But in his opinion, it is already very well behaved. Never caused trouble outside Gotham City. In this way, you won't offend any big forces. No one should do this. Puzzled, Shepard and Mirgar asked, have you found out who did it? Not sure. It's still under investigation. I contacted a lot of people, and they didn't have a clue. The old housekeeper said faithfully. Shepard and Mirgar nodded. He wasn't surprised by the answer. 2.6, he would be surprised if someone who could do such a thing could be found out so easily. Go investigate and contact the Gotham City Police Department. If the candidate for mayor is killed, what do these police officers do for a living? Get a surveillance video from them. Also, contact other people and have meetings. In Gotham City, someone has violated the dignity of our Court of Owls. Shepard Milgar was no longer sleepy. Court of Owls. You can tell from his name. They are courts of darkness. Monitor everything in Gotham City. Someone actually dared to touch their watchdog in Gotham City. Simply ignore them. Gotham City. Few people dare to challenge their dignity anymore. Shepard and Milgar sneered, put on clothes, and went out. Jason felt refreshed. I took a short break of 2 or 3 hours. There's a feeling of energy. After strengthening his body, his physical fitness has improved a lot. Even the need for sleep is much reduced. Just take a few hours of rest each day. You will be energetic. After having breakfast, Jason returned to his laboratory again. Did Lincoln March come back? Master, I brought it back and locked it in the lower level of the laboratory. Skynet said it at a glance. Jason nodded. Very well. Then bring him over. Made myself a cup of coffee. The old god Jason is always sitting on a chair, waiting for Skynet to bring Lincoln March over. Soon, Lincoln March had already been brought over. After several hours of recovery, Lincoln March's wounds have fully recovered. The scars on his face also disappeared. There seems to be no trace at all. At the moment, Lincoln March wears electromagnetic shackles on his hands and feet, wearing prison uniform. 26. If not in a laboratory, he looks no different from an ordinary prisoner. Please take a seat. Want coffee? Jason asked very politely. Lincoln March had no intention of accepting Jason's kindness. There was a sneer on his face. Jason Wayne, do you know what you're doing? If you let me go now, I won't be able to do anything beautiful for you. Jason yawned when he heard this. These people, every line seems to be printed from the same mold. It's really very nutritious. It seems that you still haven't understood the statement. Jason snapped his fingers. Lincoln March suddenly let out a scream. The whole person seemed to be convulsing like an epilepsy. It took half a day to recover. Only, at the moment, he seemed to be fished out of the water. The highest electric current that an average person's body can withstand is around 36 A. If the electric current is higher, it may cause cardiac arrest and death. Commonly sold electric shock prods on the market sound like hundreds of thousands of volts or millions of volts, which is very powerful. But in fact, it is not very powerful. The electric current that passes through the human body in an instant is probably less than a few amps. It can only make people comatose. Jason just passed through the electromagnetic shackles on Lincoln March. Electrify the inside of his body. Electric current of tens of passes through the body. Even if the voltage is very small, the pain caused is also very great. Prolonged sperm spasm coupled with the thermal effect caused by electric current. The pain caused would be much more severe than any torture. But for Lincoln March, this doesn't seem to work very well. Lincoln March once again had a smile that deserved a beating. Jason Wayne, is this all you have? You expect this to make me surrender? Jason glanced at him, speaking, don't get me wrong. This is just for you to understand the situation. If I want to get something out of your mouth, I have plenty of ways. I advise you to tell me what I want to know. For example, the Court of Owls, the forces in Gotham, secret bases, and so on. Jason said slowly. Lincoln March merely responded with a sneer. Then don't speak. Jason wasn't angry after seeing it. Said slowly. Mr. March, did you know? The human body is a very complex and fragile instrument. The human nervous system is an easily deceived system. With just a little potion, people will unconsciously say what they want. Scopolamine hydrobromide, amobarbital sodium, thiopental sodium, and other drugs can deceive the human nervous system. I wonder, has Mr. Lincoln March received corresponding resistance training? Jason looked at Lincoln March with interest. Lincoln March felt a little scared when he saw it. Although he looks tough on the outside, he is a little nervous in his heart. Jason's eyes flickered when he saw him, smiling inwardly. The drugs he was talking about were actually the legendary truth serum. By inhibiting the activity of the human cerebral cortex, it puts people in a half-dream and half-awake state. In this state, people simply cannot concentrate and are in a very relaxed state. Many secrets cannot be kept secret in this state. However, for people like Lincoln March, the effect shouldn't be big. His body tolerated it too well. Too much medication can make you stupid. Too little won't work. Jason decided to take a more decisive approach. Clearing his throat, Jason threatened again. For Mr. Lincoln March, maybe these means don't work. Let's have something dry. You claws should be familiar with punishment. I don't know how it compares to mine. Jason clapped his hands. The metal bed slid over. There are restraint devices on it, and various intravenous syringes and catheters next to it. When Lincoln March saw this, he panicked. What do you want to do? Nothing. I just want you to experience a quiet life. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Jason smiled and started to show off. In fact, he was waiting for Skynet to give him information. Let me introduce you. This device can isolate you from all perceptions of the outside world, then maintain life through intravenous nutrient solution in absolute darkness and silence. I wonder how many days Mr. Lincoln March can survive. Hearing this, the expression on Lincoln March's face twisted. Punishment is such a thing. There are essentially several purposes, including torture, intimidation, and simply torturing people for fun. Like many torture methods in history, such as early mourning, this actually has a stronger taste of intimidating others. It is actually not easy to use this kind of punishment to torture the enemy. A punishment that truly tortures the enemy. These are mental punishments that are very costly and will not cause damage to the human body, like waterboarding or something. What Jason is talking about is a very cruel punishment, trapping humans in absolute darkness and silence. There was no sound at all. Ordinary people simply can't stand it. Nothing for a short time. But as time goes by, you will feel that every day is like a year. The heart is constantly suffering. This was the principle behind confinement in prisons in the past. No matter how vicious the criminal is, after being locked up in a solitary room for half a month, everyone has become honest. The punishment, Jason said, was even worse. The whole person was trapped in the bed. Nutrition is provided through and for. He couldn't move or make any sound, and even excretion was done through a catheter. Physical discomfort is secondary. The real horror is spiritual. Lincoln March, who had tortured many people, knew very well the horror of this kind of punishment. He felt that he might not be able to hold on. Jason stared at Lincoln March in front of him. I was laughing in my heart. What kind of torture methods does he use to extract confessions? Skynet found these from the internet, just to scare Lincoln March. If Lincoln March really didn't give in, there was nothing he could do. At most, a shot of truth serum. If you really can ask, there's no need to torture him to extract a confession. Just kill him and that's it. When he is strong, he doesn't care what the Court of Owls is like. Clearing his throat, Kunson continued to lie. It was just an appetizer. I've recently mastered a technique. The human brain can be completely separated and placed in a nutrient solution, although people are still alive. Jason glanced at Lincoln March and licked his lips. Lincoln March was so frightened that he trembled in his heart. Just listen. He could feel the horror in it. If a person only has one brain left, what is the difference between alive and dead? These scientific people are really scary. Although he is a professional under the Court of Owls at the moment. But he is not a dead soldier. Due to his physical condition, his lifespan may be longer than that of ordinary people. Can live hundreds of years. If he really lived like that, he would probably have a mental breakdown. Plus, originally, he wasn't very loyal to the Court of Owls. Lincoln March felt that he had better make the move early, to avoid suffering. He didn't believe that anyone could refuse to accept the surrender of a super ability person. Determined, Lincoln March is no longer reserved. To say it directly, I can tell you where the secret base of the Court of Owls is. There's still a lot of secrets. But you have to promise not to kill me. Jason glanced at Lincoln March expressionlessly. Said, Can. Lincoln March rolled his eyes and spoke again. I don't believe you. You have to take off my shackles. Jason stared at Lincoln March, staring at him until his scalp went numb. Then he spoke. Okay, but if you don't have the answer I want, you will die miserably. You better not play any tricks. Jason glanced at Lincoln March. Will not. Lincoln March smiled ingratiatingly. Jason was noncommittal, snapped his fingers. The electromagnetic shackles on Lincoln March's hands and feet fell instantly. At the same time, a piece of armor stood behind him, as if protecting him. Say it, Jason said coldly. Lincoln March moved his wrists and ankles while secretly looking around. See all kinds of equipment around you. Lincoln March felt a chill in his heart. He spoke slowly. Long before Gotham City, there was the Court of Owls in this land. In fact, Gotham City was built by several major forces. Your Wayne family is one of them. The Court of Owls is also one of the forces. It's just that compared to the Wayne family, they use more of their power to build their own territory. Lincoln March paused and glanced at Jason. Continue. Jason shifted into a more comfortable position in his chair. Seems unusually relaxed. Lincoln March's eyes flashed, and he continued to speak. The Court of Owls spent nearly a century underground in Gotham City. Built a maze of huge amounts of money. The roads inside are very complicated, and only the people in the Court of Owls know about them. And there are all kinds of traps inside. It's impossible to get in without someone to lead the way. I could take you in. Jason didn't pick on Lincoln March. Asked, where is the exact location of the maze? Below Lord Lupin's estate. But in many places in Gotham City, there are paths into the maze. Lincoln March said honestly. Hearing this, Jason nodded. It is said that he is a descendant of the Duke from the Eagle Kingdom, one of the oldest people in Gotham City. He likes to be called Lord. He is also the owner of the largest estate in the suburbs of Gotham City. His manor is larger than that of the Wayne family. Jason used to be weird. How could such a guy own such a large piece of land? It now appears to be the property of the Court of Owls. No wonder. In this way, release. The underground maze built by the Court of Owls is probably based on Lord Lupin's castle as the surface structure, putting Gotham City. Totally impossible. The foundations of high-rise buildings are often tens of meters deep. How is it possible that there is an underground base? Wanting to understand all this, Jason continued to ask, what else do you know? Lincoln March lowered his head, as if in deep thought. The members of the Court of Owls are very complex. Nearly half of Gotham City's tycoons are in the Court of Owls. I also know something related to your Wayne family. Oh, what's the matter? Jason raised his chin and asked with interest. Lincoln March moved forward 2 steps calmly. Bruce Wayne's great-grandfather was a member of Talon. What? Jason's face was full of shock. At this time, Lincoln March took a leap and crossed to Jason's side. That's so fast. It even left an afterimage in the air. His arms were wrapped directly around Jason's neck. Jason Wayne, you're being too careless. Let the Iron Man behind you step back, or I will break your neck. Ha. Lincoln March was extremely proud now. In his opinion, Jason Wayne is too naive. He actually thought he could easily restrain a member of the Talon this way. Now it's in his hands. He deserves to be prosperous. Maybe he can covet the Wayne family's wealth. While Lincoln March was daydreaming, Jason spoke. Why do you have to seek death when you live a good life? What? Before Lincoln March could react, he felt a heartbreaking pain in his, Wang Qian's hand. Then he saw it. The arm that he had always been proud of was lifted up by a very delicate-looking hand. That power. It was like being caught in a vice. He couldn't resist at all. How can it be? Lincoln March's face was filled with disbelief. Why Jason Wayne is a young man. Power Megumi is stronger than a trained super ability user. He couldn't even resist that kind of power. It really makes him feel like he has a child who overestimates his ability to shake a big mountain. Easily restrained, Lincoln March. Jason then asked, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean? Ha. It was definitely your great-grandfather who was one of the most powerful members of the Talon. Your great-grandfather died in his hands. After Lincoln March said these words, it seemed as if a great revenge had been avenged. His face was filled with joy. Jason looked at Lincoln March lying on the ground, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't understand where Lincoln March's feeling of revenge came from. Even his great-grandfather, who couldn't hit a 3-shot. Really a member of Talon. What does this have to do with him? Not to mention, he originally traveled through time. Even if he is biological, he has no feelings for someone he has never met before. Jason never thought so. Family love is never simply a blood relationship. There are many biological sons who are unfilial. Family ties are built through constant interactions. He didn't recognize this relative who appeared out of nowhere. So, Lincoln March is dead. A very clean death. The neck rotated 360 degrees. No matter how powerful the vitality, is it will take a long time to survive. Not to mention, a free cremation service is waiting for him later. This time, I'm afraid he won't be able to survive no matter how strong his vitality is. Washed hands. Let Skynet dispose of the body. Jason acted like nothing was wrong. Asked directly to Skynet. Have you finalized the list of personnel for the Court of Owls? After dealing with the clause, next up is the Court of Owls. As for the remaining people in Talone, as long as 340 is not in Gotham City, he doesn't want to worry about it for the time being. Wait until the Court of Owls is dealt with. Free up your hands to clean up one by one. It has been confirmed that there are 54 core members of the Court of Owls. Non-core members, 128. So much. Jason sucked his teeth. The Court of Owls has a history of 300 years, according to historical records. The number of members is actually very small. Skynet explained from his side. I know, Jason said somewhat depressedly. He was not surprised that there were so many people in the Court of Owls. But it was the trouble it caused later. So many people. This probably includes most of the rich and powerful people in Gotham City. If he kills them all, the entire Gotham City is shutting down. Not to mention the uproar it would cause. In a capitalist country like Bald Eagle, the country serves the rich. His behavior is tantamount to provoking the entire powerful class. One can imagine the impact it will have. I'm afraid the entire Bald Eagle Empire will be hostile to him. But soon, Jason laughed to himself. After all, you're still scared, Jason. Yes. How can we not be afraid? Traveled through so many years. He also has friends and relatives. If such a thing is really done, what would they think of him? But soon, Jason stood firm. There are some things that cannot be avoided just because of fear. The Court of Owls must be killed. With a cold face, Jason spoke. Skynet, investigate everyone in the Court of Owls. Those who have committed the most heinous crimes will be marked on the list, and those who have committed minor crimes will be kept. Warn them, and they'll get into trouble. Jason knows, even in the Court of Owls, there are still good people. If he kills all of them indiscriminately, what is the difference between Thanos and the anti-human psychopath? Definitely treat them differently. Soon Skynet gave him the results of the investigation. Jason looked at the screen. Somewhat terrible. There are nearly 200 people in the Court of Owls. There are only about 20 people who can meet his standard of innocence. Almost less than a 10th chance. That means everyone in the Court of Owls has their lives at stake. This is nothing. Even someone like Captain America, who is willing to sacrifice himself to help others. There are also a few innocent lives on hand. In this society where people eat people, it's normal to have a few lives on your hands. But the really scary thing is killing someone and not regretting it. It definitely feels right. Some of them even enjoy torturing people. What I've done is that even the devil in hell might not be able to do it. Jason glanced and said nothing. About 30 people were crossed off the list again. Cad, according to this list, prepare for action tonight. Yes, Master, Skynet said silently. Jason looked at the scenery in the distance and sighed. Send Nick Fury the list and let him prepare. After being silent for a long time, Cunson finally spoke. Then, Jason looked into the distance again. Fell into silence. Half a day later, an urgent message came in. Nick Fury said angrily there. Jason Wayne, are you crazy? Nick Fury never imagined that Jason Wayne would become such a big player. He thought Jason Wayne had killed a few or more than a dozen, which was enough. He didn't expect that. He underestimated the madness of Jason Wayne. More than 100 people. Still the most powerful group of people. The combined wealth of these people could probably buy the entire New York. If these people die, the political world of Bald Eagle will be shaken. Maybe the world situation will change. Jason Wayne will also be subject to crazy revenge. He felt that Jason Wayne was really crazy. Jason was silent for a long time. He said it coldly. Shouldn't they die? Nick Fury choked. These people deserve to die. The wealth they hold is truly astonishing. Even if he is S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he still has to compromise. Not to mention, these people still have value. In fact, in his opinion, the value of these people is actually much greater than the value of dead people. There was silence for a moment. Nick Fury said, they're still useful. Soon, dead man is of no use. Look, Nick Fury, you think they deserve to die too, but you don't have the guts to do this. In other words, you always have a lot to think about. Perhaps in your opinion, the people who died are insignificant, but keeping these people may be able to create greater value. I do not think so. I came to fight in this world, not to compromise. You think I am, but I know very well that I'm not crazy. Jason's words became more and more calm. Maybe it's an unfair experience in the past. Maybe it's a memory from a previous life. After letting him see all this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Why? Why can they kill people at will without being punished if they have money? Why do they think they can do whatever they want if they have money? Don't civilians have any way to survive? Gotham City is called Sin City? Are the people at the bottom of Gotham City really born to be vicious? Like crime? There's only one true evil in Gotham City. That's the rich people behind it. If it weren't for them, Gotham City would never have developed into such a deformed state. Now he has strength. Naturally, he doesn't need to endure these people he doesn't like. Let's all die. Nick Fury spoke across the phone. You can all hear the determination in Jason's voice. Sighed. Nick Fury spoke. Even if you make up your mind, you shouldn't do it so quickly. You should have planned for a while. I felt the dissatisfaction and determination in Jason's tone. Even Nick Fury has a little bit of admiration in his heart. Just be an adult. Just know that society is dark. But there are only a few who really dare to resist. Most people succumbed unconsciously. He is one of them. Could he get used to these people? Is he just used to seeing those bugs in SHIELD? But he couldn't do it. Stability is the prerequisite for everything. There are just too many things for him to think about. To maintain peace on Earth, sometimes a little sacrifice must be made. But in my heart. But he envied Jason very much. At least Jason did what he always wanted to do, but couldn't do. The only drawback is, the method is a little rough. If he does it, it will definitely be much more precise. The impact can also be smaller. Jason glanced at Nick Fury. Let out a laugh. I know what you're thinking. You must be trying to have an elaborate plan. But the more detailed the plan, the higher the chance of problems. And if I'm not wrong, if it were you, you must have chosen to recruit a group of people and kill only a few of the culprits. Right or wrong? Nick Fury was silent. What Jason said is absolutely correct. In the eyes of people like him, secular moral concepts of good and evil can no longer restrain them. As long as it's something that's good for humanity, he can do things that are not allowed by human morality, not to mention forgiving a few rich people. Jason saw in Nick Fury's appearance. He laughed disdainfully again. A politician is a politician. I'm afraid I can just slap you, as long as my value is high enough. You will also be able to take it calmly and face it with dignity. Jason sighed. Someone like Nick Fury, who has a thick face and a dark heart. Kai is more like a traditional successful person. They think about gains and losses, rather than others. Jason can do the same, but he doesn't want to. As long as you are big and powerful enough, you don't need to satisfy other people's wishes. Others will follow your wishes instead. Jason didn't want to look at other people's faces. Okay, that's enough of our conversation. Let's talk about the division of interests. I believe that as long as there are enough interests, no one will retaliate against me head-on for a few dead men. There are definitely things going on behind the scenes. But on the positive side, these people only want to get benefits. We'll definitely be very honest. And licking him everywhere. Jason thought about it and swallowed everything himself. But after much thought, he can't do it. Wayne Group is not his yet. He doesn't have many available people at all. Let Bruce Wayne acquire other people's assets. It would be better to kill him. Therefore, the property he can control must only be a small part. It's better to let it out and reduce some hostility. Just because he is reckless doesn't mean he is stupid. Nick Fury heard what Jason said with some surprise. Looks like you're not completely crazy yet. If Jason kills these people, he will keep all the wealth to himself. That's really an old man who hangs himself because he thinks his life is too long. In addition to being abandoned by the entire human society, there is no other way out. Others may not be able to beat you, but I can choose not to communicate with you. Can you kill everyone? On the contrary, Throwing part of the property as bait can make a group of people fight to the death. Of course, some people will be afraid of him and hate him, but there are certainly more people who would be unimpressed. Profit is a really good thing. Think about it. Nick Fury cleared his throat and shouted loudly. We SHIELD want 80%. When I heard this, I almost jumped up. Nick Fury is this piece of shit. It's really a lion's mouth. He did all the bad things. SHIELD gets 80% for doing nothing? Think beautifully. Don't even think about it. Give SHIELD at most 30%. Jason said with a cold face. 30%. Oomph. Go and deal with the Congress, the military, and the major giants yourself. And you're responsible for dealing with these industrial disruptions. We also need to deal with the aftermath. Also, Mr. President and the top executives of Bald Eagle are no joke. Please give me flowers? The chief official of an autonomous prefecture asked you to kill him. This is the most serious incident since the assassination of President Kennedy. I'm afraid you will become the biggest terrorist in the world, wanted and hunted by the Bald Eagle government. Please consider whether you want to share 80% of our shield. Jason's mouth twitched when he heard this. This old thing. This has convinced him, right? Hasn't this old guy already thought about it and prepared to plot against him? Maybe it's Nick Fury, old guy. I thought about selling him in exchange for some benefits. SHIELD will never lose money. What a good calculation. Oomph. Do you think I'll be stupid enough to leak clues? They will indeed die, but they will never have anything to do with me. Even if there is suspicion, there is no evidence. What can they do to me? Shield. If you want benefits, you can. I want 50%. You share the rest with the others. As for the trouble caused, that is your SHIELD matter. What does it have to do with me, Jason Wayne? Jason said with a nonchalant expression. Nick Fury feels like he has a toothache. He didn't expect that. Jason Wayne is so cunning. SHIELD will never accept such a chaotic situation. Maintain world stability. It is originally the responsibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. He really couldn't do anything about Jason. He thought about reporting Jason directly, but the cost is too high and not worth it. He felt that Jason Wayne would die with him. The specific circumstances of a nuclear explosion outside New York Manor are not yet certain. He gave Jason a deep look. Nick Fury said, Okay, our SHIELD wants 40%, and the rest will be shared with others. Jason nodded with satisfaction. This is the right way. Cooperation can lead to a win-win situation. Let's do this. S.H.I.E.L.D. accept my share and exchange all of it for me. Jason said, pretending to be generous. Nick Fury sneered. You think very well, but you don't have the ability to accept these things. Yes, I really don't have the ability to accept these industries. But I can't let others take over these industries. Jason said very bachelorly. The expression on his face looked very disgusting. Nick Fury looked at the confident Jason across from him. I wish I could go over there and kill him directly. Isn't this a hooligan act? Are you really barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes? He had no doubts. Jason has the ability to be a troublemaker. If it really causes trouble, it will definitely be very troublesome. More importantly, he was still a little helpless. SHIELD meets this guy. It's really like a lion biting quill, and there's nowhere to start. The more he thought about it, the more Nick Fury felt aggrieved. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., when had he ever been so angry? Think about it. Nick Fury decided not to talk to Jason, to be *******D. Otherwise, his life would definitely be shortened by several decades. Jason Wayne, so be it. Our S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil Coulson agent will contact you. Also, don't let this happen again. All 757 things must be done according to the rules. You can kill them if you want, but you have to follow the rules. Nick Fury stared at him with one eye for a long time. I don't know if Jason heard it. He hung up the phone immediately. Jason didn't take it seriously when he heard this. Of course he knows. What does Nick Fury mean? Nothing more than a traditional set. Use various games and compromises to bring others down. It's really not possible to engage in assassination or anything like that. Jason doesn't think so. Deal with people like Owl F.A. Ting. It would be better to directly carry out physical destruction, because these people are the makers of rules. play with others under the rules specified by them. Isn't that seeking death? He didn't want that to happen. Who in the hall dares to accuse me of this farce? Deal with this kind of person. You have to defeat them in the areas you're good at. You can't fight with others on words. It just so happens that Jason is very good at using force in other areas. Hang up on Nick Fury. Jason started preparing directly. Skynet, are you ready with everything you need? Ready. Skynet's voice sounded silently. Very good. Let's start taking action. Jason spoke. Dealing with ordinary people is much easier than dealing with people with sharp claws. Ordinary people are simply too fragile. The human body is a very fragile system. Normally, it's just a small accident. People may lose their lives quickly. Cerebral capillary hemorrhage, aortic dissection, myocardial infarction, etc. All can cause death. If poison is used, it will be even simpler. The FBI of bald eagles alone has dozens of toxins that cannot be detected with modern technology. Not to mention a guy like Jason who has mastered various technologies. He wants to make people die unconsciously, and there are hundreds of ways. For example, benzopyrene, a polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon compound, is the main component of smog. It is also widely found in car exhaust, fried foods, and cigarettes. Reaching a certain dose can cause death, but detection is very difficult because there are too many ways for ordinary people to be exposed to this compound. Generally, the dose is not enough. Will be excreted from the body. Accidental death is absolutely normal. Nitrite, 5 milligrams, can cause death and can cause serious harm. And it is a very wide range of industrial raw materials. Very accessible. He could name hundreds of compounds like this. This is still a substance that humans have discovered, not counting things he researched himself. It is certainly shameful for others to use this method, but very easy to use. No one will doubt it. Skynet studied the data of every member of the Court of Owls, then summarized the most likely way they died unexpectedly. It is implemented by the Shadow Armor. ZA. These people will die in various accidental ways. What others see may just be a coincidence. But I couldn't find anyone to drink. Not even evidence can be found. The armor that performs the mission will be rebuilt. No evidence will be left behind. As for suspicion, did he still fear suspicion after doing such a thing? He only fears the most extreme situations. For example, Nick Fury, the old man, is crazy. Not only did he sell him, but he also used the power of SHIELD to deal with him. If this really happens, he can only run away to the Mars base. Then wait until the aliens invade and then become the savior. Come back and save the world. But this is the worst-case scenario he thought of, and it is generally unlikely to happen. Take a breath. Jason looked into the distance. At the same time, inside the secret base of the Court of Owls, several heads of the Court of Owls are meeting. Under the chairmanship of Shepard and Mirgar, the meeting seemed a bit dull. Still no news. Shepard asked, frowning. No news. If you know how these people died, maybe something happened to them themselves. The speaker was a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 30s or 40s. Among a bunch of old men, he looked very conspicuous. What happened to me? It was a few super-able people with self-healing ability. They all died together in one night, Ms. Gillen. Can you believe it? An old man said in a very unkind tone. Clem, you old guy, didn't you just lose a few people? Why are you so angry, huh? Lost a few people. Clem still wanted to refute. Shepperton, who was sitting at the top, was heard roaring. That's enough. We are here for a meeting, not a quarrel. Shut up if you don't have information. When Shepperton said this, many people became quiet. After a while, a man wearing a red brooch spoke. Could it be Batman? Batman? The transvestite Joker? Perseus, you're not awake, are you? Old man Clem taunted. Perseus, wearing the red gemstone brooch, was not angry. Just smile and say 3.0 is here. I'm just raising a possibility. Perseus, this proposal makes no sense. Batman does not have this ability. I know he destroyed several of your factories. We will give him the punishment he deserves, but this is not the interface for you to bring this up now. Shepperton said in a deep voice. It's Lord Shepperton. Perseus said with a bow. Okay, do you have any other comments? If there are no objections, we will go back now. Go back and investigate carefully. This kind of provocation to our court of owls must not be divided. Shepperton said viciously. Everyone who was doing this just looked at each other and said nothing. Shepperton glanced around and was about to say goodbye to the meeting. Gillen, the only woman doing it, spoke up. Did you smell a mushy smell? Jason didn't sleep all night. That's it until morning. This is just a very normal thing for him. Early in the morning, although there is no news on the internet. But the major print media in Gotham City are indeed very lively. It's like causing a world war. All kinds of sensational news appeared in newspapers. Like something. The Gotham justice who took over the case was involved in a car accident. Was it an accident or a deliberate murder? Is it negligence or betrayal of several rich people to die tragically in the castle? The top rich man commits suicide out of fear of crime. Jason looked at the titles on the other pages. The corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, the media all over the world are one. This bald eagle's media is on par with some of the newsrooms he had in his previous life. In general, the news is full of chaos. But Gotham City was not really in chaos. Many companies that suddenly lost their leaders have remained stable, especially a big group with 5 children in the family. News 26 actually said that after the leader died, they are a kind father, a filial son, and respectful brothers. Jason almost tore the newspaper at that time. What a liar. Normally, they would beat the dog's brains out. Now I am dead. Are you getting along? Does anyone believe this kind of nonsense? Jason knows. This must be someone from SHIELD starting to intervene. How else could Gotham City be so peaceful? Definitely, it could also be the reason why the news didn't leak out. For some people, the old man in the family died. It may not be a bad thing. You may choose to remain secretive and not develop. This possibility also exists. So, Jason, who usually doesn't like to read newspapers, I just ate breakfast and read the newspaper all morning. His face was full of bewilderment. He really didn't know that he had done so many things by himself. Nick Fury, this old B*************** D is really shady. He actually let me take the blame. Jason looked at a newspaper in front of him. Tisk tisk. Above is the news that the head of an automobile company fell to his death while out hiking. Jason remembers it clearly. This is one of the few people in Gotham City who has not participated in the Court of Owls. But something like this still happened. Jason didn't believe this was a coincidence. There are several examples of this. Today's morning news. It has almost become a promotional advertisement for the crematorium. Just when Jason was looking at the newspaper and marveling, Skynet's voice rang. Master, Phil Coulson agent is here. Let him in. Jason threw the newspaper directly on the table. He picked up a cup of coffee and said, Soon. Phil Coulson, wearing a black suit, walked in from outside. Mr. Jason. Phil Coulson gave Jason a respectful look. He knew what the young man in front of him had done. The bodies of more than 100 high-ranking big shots in Gotham City haven't even cooled down yet. That's someone even SHIELD doesn't dare to deal with. Therefore, Phil Coulson still admires Jason in his heart. Phil Coulson, agent, please take a seat. Jason sat up straight and said politely. Jason didn't speak until Phil Coulson sat down. Your director, Nick Fury, is really scheming. Quietly, I was left with a big pot on my back. Phil Coulson had no expression on his face when he heard this. He also said it directly. Mr. Jason, director Nick Fury already said it. A batch of rare metals will be sent to Wayne Group in the near future. Jason nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Nick Fury is such an old guy. Rare metals. It is a strategic resource, no matter which country it is in. No one was selling at all, and most of the minerals are controlled by the state. Ordinary people simply can't get it. It's not just rare resources that are this way. Like oil. If you look at the international market, except for a few small oil-producing countries, which big country sells oil? Aren't they all buying like crazy? This is especially true for rare metals. The Wayne Group could only get a small part. This still includes the associated minerals produced in the mines at home. Nick Fury was very sincere in sending him a batch of rare minerals. Jason immediately no longer felt like taking the blame. Anyway, if there are too many lice, you are not afraid of being bitten. He even hopes that Nick Fury can come more often. I cleared my throat and stopped having these strange thoughts. Jason asked, how do you, S.H.I.E.L.D. plan to take over these industries? Phil Coulson had an awkward yet polite smile on his face. The heirs to these businesses are very kind. Volunteer to help our S.H.I.E.L.D. take care of these industries. Definitely we can also take responsibility for keeping them safe. Look at the smile on Phil Coulson's face. Jason cursed inwardly. A kind heir? Will you volunteer to help you take care of your property? What a liar. Does this mean he is a fool? If you really believe it, you are retarded. I'm afraid I don't know how to threaten others. Maybe you would become some sort of backdrop to threaten these people. Nick Fury was able to do such a thing. He was not surprised at all. I'm too lazy to argue with the S.H.I.E.L.D. people about such trivial matters. Jason said lazily. These people shouldn't cause trouble for me anymore, right? Probably not. In fact, I don't even know who did it now. Phil Coulson said with a smile. I guess they'll find out soon. Jason talked about the 787 nonchalantly. Jason, you are worrying too much. We at S.H.I.E.L.D. will keep it confidential. Phil Coulson quickly explained. The main thing is that I'm not worried because of your shield. Jason complained in his mind. I don't know how many Hydra members are hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D. These people do nothing else every day. Just want to rule the world. This kind of thing. It would be strange if they didn't take action. Jason had a premonition. Trouble will soon come your way. However, this will be useless with Phil Coulson. Maybe at this time, he still feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a very powerful organization. Nick Fury is good at everything. It's just annoying that I like to keep it a secret. Loyal men like Phil Coulson are also somewhat ignorant. He deserved to be penetrated like that by HYDRA. Jason thought about how people from Hydra would cause trouble for him in the future. It was very disturbing. There was no interest in continuing the conversation with Phil Coulson. Well, Phil Coulson, there's no point in talking about these things. Go back and tell Nick Fury to bring me what I want as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Jason. Phil Coulson glanced at Jason. I knew he had no intention of continuing the conversation. He chose to say goodbye very decisively. Jason sent Phil Coulson out. He returned to the room again and began to meditate. How should he deal with the coming storm? Jason spent 2 days worrying. He resumed his peaceful life again, because he found that this kind of worry was really unnecessary. He had no way of predicting where the trouble would come from. It's the people from Hydra who are causing trouble, or there are some guys among those people. Suddenly his mind twitched, and he wanted to avenge his father. These are all unpredictable things. So he asked Skynet to closely monitor these people. I began to return to my balanced life. Do research every day. He is currently working on Asgard's anti-gravity technology. The name anti-gravity is actually inaccurate, because the force of gravity does not exist. What we call gravity. In fact, it is the Earth that produces the gravitational pull on us. But gravity is a very magical force. Like the other 3 forces, such as the electromagnetic force, they all have opposite repulsive forces. Like poles of magnets repel each other, which is a manifestation of this repulsive force. That's the magic of gravity. It has no repulsive force. All matter has gravity. Gravity is essentially a space collapse effect produced by mass. According to Einstein's general theory of relativity, gravity is a macroscopic manifestation of the collapse of space. As long as you have mass, gravity will never disappear. Gravity is another name for the Earth's gravity. So, anti-gravity technology simply does not exist unless you allow yourself to have no quality. But in fact, even light has quality. Therefore, in a strict sense, anti-gravity does not exist. If someone tells you that he has developed anti-gravity technology, he is definitely a liar. Asgard is also a race in the universe. Naturally, there is no way to violate objective physical rules. Their anti-gravity technology is just a name. Skynet, how much do we have left of our high-concentration Taiha bismuth? Master, there are still a few tons of mercury left and only a few kilograms of bismuth metal. Do we need to mobilize resources? Skynet spoke. Well, Mobilize resources and activate the factory. I need to make something. Jason spoke. Is there a new project that needs to be established? Skynet asked. Well, create a new project file, temporarily named Anti-Gravity Effect Generating Device. The project has been archived. Do I need to make an annotation? Skynet asked. Jason smiled. Skynet is becoming more and more humane in reality. It's obviously curious about this technology, right? Skynet's way of observing the world is different from humans. Logically speaking, it is impossible to understand human technology. But he was very curious about it. Curiosity is a good thing. Allow it to grow constantly. So Jason never minds introducing a certain technology to Skynet. Clearing his throat, Kunson sorted out his thoughts. What we want to create is some kind of device that can achieve a similar anti-gravity effect. Although anti-gravity does not exist, we can achieve similar effects. The most common thing in life is magnetic levitation. An effect similar to anti-gravity levitation is achieved through repulsive magnetic forces. However, magnetic levitation is a substitute for magnetism, and it is not an analogy in the true sense. Jason paused. Skynet asked, so what is true analog anti-gravity? Jason smiled and said, modern physics believes that all forces propagate between objects through propagators, like the longest magnet we've ever seen. During the process of taking effect, there are certain microscopic particles that are exchanged between the two. Achieve the purpose of communication. Jason built a model through projection and explained it to Skynet. Different forces have different microscopic propagators. For example, the propagator of electromagnetic force is photon, and the propagator of gravity is graviton. The two particles have different spins. We base it on complex calculations. Photons with spin 1 can propagate both gravitational and repulsive forces, and a graviton with spin 2 can only propagate gravity. We want to achieve anti-gravity in a macroscopic sense, which is the so-called anti-gravity effect. We must be able to isolate these two microscopic particles. Skynet's voice sounded nearby. As simple as it sounds. It really sounds simple, but it's very difficult to implement. Currently, the physics community has not observed such microscopic particles. This is just a possible hypothesis. It just conforms to the rules of mathematical operations. So, it is considered correct by most physicists. But what it actually looks like is not yet certain. Jason said with a wry smile. The cornerstone of modern physics is Einstein's general theory of relativity. Anti-gravity is an existence that challenges general relativity. One can imagine how difficult it is to realize the so-called anti-gravity in modern physics. Asgard's technology is a different kind of technology. Then, Master, how did you come up with the anti-gravity technology project? Although your scientific achievements are outstanding, you still can't overturn Einstein's general theory of relativity, right? Yes, that's true. But if science can't do it, magic may not be able to do it. Jason smiled and said, Asgard is still a magical civilization after all, although there has also been certain technological development. But their science and technology are still based on the use of my subdimensional energy. Like Bifrost, this kind of thing that can travel through a distance measured in light years at will is very outrageous. But this does exist in Asgard. Besides, Bifrost can instantly transform into a star-destroying weapon. How much energy does it require? If all the nuclear weapons stored on the Earth explode together, they will not pose any threat to the original Earth. But Bifrost can split the Earth in half. Where does this huge amount of energy come from? How many nuclear reactors would it take to provide this huge amount of energy? But the Asgardians solved it. There is also the sea below Bifrost that leads directly into space. The seawater there has been there for many years, and it still has not drained away. This is all very unscientific, but it exists objectively. Subdimensional energy is a very incredible power. This effect, similar to anti-gravity, is also achieved through subdimensional energy. It can be said, this is something that can overturn the existing system of physics. Jason wants to use scientific methods to analyze this stuff. This is not an ordinary difficulty. Fortunately, this is what the system does. a method of directly converting corresponding technologies into technical data. To make him understand, let him answer Skynet's questions. Otherwise, he will be humiliated. Skynet's increased intelligence is a good thing. But for Jason, there is distress in this too. For example, Skynet asked more and more questions, which made him very distressed. He still had to explain, which made him very distressed. For example now, he had to explain some problems to Skynet. Although there is no anti-gravity in the strict sense, we have a trick. Gravity comes from the original mass of matter. Logically speaking, as long as it has quality, it will have success. This cannot be changed. But what if we could find a substance with negative mass? Negative mass? What is this? Skynet asked, very confused. Negative mass is actually a description which refers to matter that is lower than vacuum. Modern physics thinks there are a large number of pairs of virtual particles being created and annihilated in the vacuum at all times. In 1948, Kashmir made a new discovery. He found that the energy of virtual particles between parallel guide plates in a vacuum is smaller than in a vacuum. There will be a slight attraction between the two plates. This phenomenon is called the Kashmir effect, and such particles are equivalent to having negative mass. Substances composed of this negative mass substance will be the same as substances with 0 mass. Create a relative motion away from each other. This can be equivalent to an anti-gravity effect. Jason smiled and said, "So that's it. But how do we produce this negative mass?" Skynet continued to ask, "Use some kind of device. Insert mercury into the device so that the two devices run in opposite directions. A stable core with a bismuth core added to it, passing subdimensional energy into it. We can obtain a certain amount of negative mass matter through the constraint device." Jason opened his mouth to explain. This seems very simple, but it is very difficult to implement. First, that's how to utilize subdimensional energy. This is not a simple matter for Earth scientists other than him. We want to capture the energy from the interior of the main material universe. Not a very easy thing to do. The second is the choice of materials. He chose mercury as the raw material. It's because this metal is very special. Just as it happened, Skynet also asked, "Why choose mercury as the raw material?" Because mercury is the most special metal. Every metal we see, except mercury, they all exist as solids under normal temperatures and pressures. Mercury is the only metal that is in a liquid state under normal temperatures and pressures. Jason said with a smile, "The metal in thermometers. Seems like very common. It's not that precious either, but very special. The reason why metals can appear in a solid state is because they will have a metallic crystal structure under normal temperatures and pressures. Ordinary metals can form three structures: face-centered cubic, body-centered cubic, and hexagonal close-packed structure. And none of this is true for mercury." Jason paused, as if giving Skynet time to react. "What?" Skynet asked. "This is the result of the combined effects of relativistic and quantum effects." Jason smiled confidently and began to explain. According to Pauli's dissimilarity principle, two identical fermions cannot be in the same quantum state, and the electrons in atomic clocks are all identical fermions. Their quantum states correspond to properties such as energy level, spin, magnetic moment, and angular momentum. So they can't be in the same quantum state. It's those attributes that make the difference. This results in the atoms having to be arranged in layers inside and outside. That's the key to why mercury is so unusual. Skynet silently records these things in the database. It should be trying to understand. Jason wasn't impressed either. The reaction speed of artificial intelligence is much stronger than his. He didn't have to wait at all. Jason continued to explain. First of all, the electrons in the atomic tree have strong static electricity. This allows only the electrons with the highest speed to move around the nucleus in the lowest orbit without being sucked in. Obviously, the heavier the nucleus, the greater the speed of the innermost electrons. For elements after cesium, the speed of these electrons is already so large that it creates a relativistic effect, making them heavier and reducing the radius of their orbits. Jason took a sip of coffee and calmed down. Secondly, although electrons move in an orbit, this orbit is by no means a smooth circle like the planet orbit we imagine. It's a geometric shape that extends in 3 dimensions. Electrons randomly appear somewhere in each moment, which can be approximately understood as a standing wave of probability waves. Among them, the highest energy orbit of electrons in each layer is a perfect concentric sphere called the S orbit. When a relativistic effect causes the 1's orbit to shrink, all S orbitals will shrink correspondingly. But the shapes of other orbits are very complicated, and when the 1's orbit shrinks, the impact on them is not as obvious. Having said this, Jason clearly felt that Skynet's computing capability had reached its maximum. Even the armor next to him showed signs of sluggishness. This shows that Skynet's computing capability has reached its limit. Jason sighed. After all, it is hardware that limits the development of Skynet. But there shouldn't be any big problems now. He continued to speak. Each orbit of an atom can accommodate 2 electrons with opposite spins and is therefore stable. For example, the last electron of the gold element was filled in the 6s orbit, but it failed to fill the orbit. Now that this orbit is lowered, the electrons in the 5D orbit below can energy absorb smaller, visible light, photons, to jump up. Mercury has 1 more electron than gold, filling the 6s orbital, and the electrons below will not jump up. And because the 6s orbit has lowered due to the relativistic effect, it is further away from the next 6p orbit and requires more energy to jump to it. The result is that the electrons in the 6s orbit are extremely stable and unwilling to share with other atoms. Therefore, it is difficult to form ordinary metal crystals and only attract each other through intermolecular forces. Because of this, Mercury cannot form corresponding metal crystals. It can only exist in the state of liquid metal atoms. And it is precisely because of this state that he has good shaping ability. The energy saturation is also very high. It would be great to use this metal as a working medium to generate negative energy. Jason took a sip of coffee and said with a smile. Jason finished talking about these things. I also feel a little dry in the mouth. I drank some water and took a rest. Jason just started preparing the manufacturing equipment. Want to create negative mass matter. Specific equipment is essential. The most important thing is the centrifugal device. A clock rotates 500,000 times, and the centrifugal force can reach 4 million G in an instant. There are rumors on the internet that the centrifuge used to separate uranium or to make atomic bombs is like a younger brother to this thing. In the face of this incredibly powerful centrifugal force, Mercury will assume an ionic state. Under the supply of subdimensional energy, it is possible to centrifuge negative mass matter. But this centrifuge is not that easy to make. There is no centrifuge of this level in the world. A centrifuge commonly used to separate uranium elements. Only 1/5 of the power of this one. One can imagine how terrifying this thing is. Are all the Skynet materials ready? Preparations are complete. Ductile titanium alloy, tungsten molybdenum alloy steel, magnetic levitation system, vacuum system. Skynet identified a long list. This creates the various parts needed for a centrifuge. Manufacturing of centrifuges. The biggest problem faced is actually the tolerance and midway deflection of the rotor. Everyone knows that friction generates heat. Ordinary people can generate high temperatures by rubbing their hands together quickly, and the rotor of a centrifuge can rotate hundreds of thousands of times per minute. The amount of heat it generates is amazing. This requires a very strong rotor material, as well as good heat dissipation and insulation. Heat dissipation is to dissipate the temperature of the rotor quickly. Thermal insulation means that the heat generated by friction cannot interfere with the sample. Like isolating viruses in a biological laboratory, the sample is very fragile, and a slight change in temperature will cause the death of the virus. This requires constant temperature measures, although his requirements for experimental temperature are not high. But too high temperatures can also affect production efficiency. Of course, he doesn't want to do this. Is the thermostatic unit ready? Jason asked. The thermostat unit he ordered was produced by Bald Eagle NANS, a device specially used on the space station to maintain temperature equilibrium. It's just a micro unit of the size of a computer file. It cost him tens of millions of dollars. I also got a lot of favors. Master has prepared it and has sent it to the laboratory. It will be installed soon. Jason nodded with satisfaction. Is the magnetic levitation unit ready? The phenomenon of internal friction and heat generation in ultra-high-speed centrifuges is very scary. In order to avoid this happening, people have thought of many ways. Among them is the magnetic levitation method. The rotor floats directly in midair, turning in the air, minimize friction. It can also reduce material loss. The machine has been installed, the rotor is ready, and the vacuum chamber is ready to be manufactured. Jason nodded with satisfaction. The air still has some friction, but in a vacuum, the friction will drop to a very low level. There is basically no thermal effect. This is for a device with a rotation speed of hundreds of thousands of RPM. It is a very important unit. Very well. Quickly assemble the two centrifuges, a core of bismuth and mercury. Soon we will be able to obtain sufficient amounts of negative mass matter. There was a bit of joy in Jason's tone. This is a state similar to anti-gravity. It's actually very powerful. He can float in the sky without any energy. Just add enough negative mass matter. Thus, the flexibility of his armor can be increased to a very abnormal level. Actually, putting this kind of thing on a battle armor is overkill. The real purpose is actually on the space carrier. The space carrier seems powerful, but it also has its own shortcomings. The first is the slow movement speed. Originally, it had a strong mass and excessive inertia. Plus, the main engines in the sky are used to fight against the Earth's gravity. There is simply not enough engine thrust to maintain the movement of the space carrier. The second point is, the launch of the space carrier is not that simple. 12 turbine engines need to maintain an absolute balance of thrust. Only in this way can the stability of the space carrier in the sky be maintained. If one of the engines fails, the space carrier will lose its balance and crash easily. It is not so easy for such a huge creature to change its posture in the sky. If anti-gravity is used on a space carrier, that's completely different. This behemoth can float in the air on its own. Various engine groups can be used to control the movement of the space carrier. Please give me flowers. In this way, the flexibility of the mothership is greatly improved. The most important is, many weapons can be installed on it. For example, there are many weapons that are incredibly heavy. Because of the weight, it is impossible for an air carrier to carry many weapons. With an anti-gravity system installed, everything is possible. It can really be turned into an aerial fort. By then, even the corridas, Jason can beat the shit out of them. I thought about it in my mind, excited about the future. A smile appeared on Jason's lips. Skynet, put in the materials and get ready to start. Get the electromagnetic generator ready. Start momentum constraints. Jason said slowly. Although negative mass matter is said to be matter, in fact, it is somewhat different from ordinary substances, more similar to microparticles. Ordinary equipment has no way of containing this substance. Only electromagnetic restraint systems can be utilized. Utilize another force of the four fundamental forces, the electromagnetic force, to constrain these material actions. Soon, Skynet began to be manufactured in the factory. Various industrial robots, under the control of Skynet, assemble equipment for production. It looks very pleasing to the eye. Soon, two azure blue devices about 2 meters long were produced. These two devices look like larger refrigerators, but the speed of the rotor can reach hundreds of thousands of revolutions. The two are linked by two transparent plexiglass panels. In the middle is a transparent, strong, electromagnetic restraint device. In a circular pipe, it seems like there is electric current flowing in it. Let's start, Jason ordered. Skynet began to control the reactor to start functioning. Huge amounts of energy are injected into the device. A buzzing sound sounded in the laboratory. Jason even felt the hairs on the surface of his skin stand up. He knew that this was an ionization discharge phenomenon caused by excessive electric current. In order to power these two devices, all high-power consuming equipment in the laboratory was powered off. The lights all seemed a little dim. Soon, Jason saw it. The transparent organic glass plate between the two centrifugal devices lit up with a little fluorescent light. It looks like starlight in the sky. Jason knows. This is the phenomenon of clusters of negative mass matter. A buzzing sound sounded in the laboratory. Some small items in the laboratory began to float naturally. It's like the gravityless environment in space. Jason knows. This is a symbol of gravity being cut off on a microscopic level. The similar gravitational representation produced by negative mass matter and the original gravitational representation of the Earth. Quite the opposite. Thus, the external manifestation is the chaos of gravity's characteristics. It has begun to interfere with the gravitational field outside. Skynet calculated the power consumption and saw that several large arc reactors can provide complete power supply. Start to simultaneously establish facilities at the Mars base and start production work. Start simulation calculation. Information in progress. Skynet's voice rang in the laboratory. Jason looked at the device in front of him. My heart felt relaxed. With this substance, 687, his industrial process on Mars can be much faster. Mars is very rich in minerals. With the work efficiency of the armor, all kinds of minerals mined without sleep can be used in a few years. The real difficulty is getting minerals into space. Because of the influence of gravity, objects on the surface of the planet want to escape the gravitational pull of the planet. The speed must reach a certain level, like a space station in outer space. It took major countries decades and hundreds of slow industries to complete its construction. This is because the rocket's carrying capacity is very limited. Although Mars' gravity is not as strong as Earth's, but the armor's transportation ability isn't too strong either. The construction process of the space carrier is very limited. It's good now, as long as there is such a thing. He can even build large ships on the ground and then fly into space. There is no need to manufacture it directly in the spaceport. Definitely, large spaceships still have to be manufactured from the spaceport. Can avoid a lot of trouble, such as oxidation, welding, and other processes. The difficulty of construction in space is much lower than on Earth. Jason just has the ability to work on the ground again. All of this is brought about by this negative mass matter. Therefore, technology is the ultimate expression of the progress of human productivity. Jason thought for a moment. Skynet's calculations have been calculated. We need to build 50 large reactors on a Mars base. Only in this way can the collection of materials be completed within the estimated time. At the same time, the basic operations of the Mars base are maintained. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. So much. These arc reactors add up. I'm afraid it can maintain power supply for all large cities in Bald Eagle. Sure enough, industrial energy consumption is much more terrifying than daily life. Let's start building. By the way, build an ecological base on Mars. Follow the plan of dozens of people. Jason thought for a moment and said suddenly. He suddenly remembered. Continue to develop at this pace. He may really not be able to survive on Earth. Maybe we really want to take refuge on Mars. It's better to prepare on Mars first. Anyway, as long as there is enough energy. Building a stable base is not difficult, although it takes several days to get from Earth to Mars. But it is still very good to have a refuge on another planet. Skynet will start preparing according to the plan, then increase the production of steel armor and begin international exploration. There may be some precious resources on Jupiter and Saturn. We need to explore first, lest you suffer wrath on Earth. Jason thought for a while and spoke again. It is very troublesome for him to obtain resources on the Earth. Many big forces are not so easy to talk to. It's different in outer space. Everything is ownerless. As long as it can be explored, there are endless resources available to him. Didn't Wakanda's vibranium just fall from the sky? Maybe there are more precious metals in the universe. Fighting on Earth, it's really a very stupid thing. Not to mention the endless space outside Corboey's small planet. The 8 planets alone are enough for humans to explore for hundreds of years. on the outer planet of the Earth, which resource is not richer than that of the Earth. Jupiter has a mass 318 times that of the Earth and a volume 1321 times that of the Earth. Saturn has a mass 95 times that of Earth and a volume 830 times that of Earth. Not to mention the more distant planets Uranus and Aquaman, although several huge amounts of planets are gaseous planets. Most are gaseous substances, but there's still a lot of heavy metals in the core. Not to mention the various planets around. The resources contained in this. I'm afraid I don't know how many times it is the Earth. However, some people can only see the resources on Earth. It's really a very sad thing. Jason doesn't look like these idiots. Now that we have the technology to explore outer space, he will actively carry out various space exploration programs. But before that, he needed to solve the communication problem. There is also the issue of long-distance interstellar navigation. Not to mention Saturn, which is further away, there is Mars. There is a huge delay in communicating with the forward base on Earth. In the universe, which is often measured in light years, the light still needs to run for several years. Not to mention the slower electromagnetic waves. Jason is extremely envious now. The communication technology that Avengers mastered in the later period. On Earth, you can communicate with Star-Lord Rocket and others in other galaxies. And you can make instant calls. There is no delay at all. This is something very incredible to Jason. Pity. Now he has no contact with the Guardians of the Galaxy. This remote communication technology is not available. No, it doesn't seem impossible. Jason rubbed his chin. It seems like there really are living aliens on Earth. Although this group of people is a group of refugees. But he not only mastered the remote interstellar communication, but also the curvature jump engine. Perfect shape-shifting is also possible. Very incredible. These are for him. All are very valuable for 3.3. Nick Fury, this old B****************** D, is indeed cunning. No wonder SHIELD has so many black technologies. At first, he thought it was developed by SHIELD scientists themselves. Now it seems that there may be help from the Skrulls, an alien race. Nick Fury has a lot of connections with these guys. In the later stages, this old guy even traveled to outer space himself. Let two Skrulls do the work for him on Earth. This is definitely something that requires a lot of trust. Jason thinks it's time for Nick Fury to pee him out. Let him also meet these alien friends. As a benevolent and peaceful Earth scientist, how could he not care about some of these alien friends who came from afar in the spirit of humanistic care? Wishes are good. The reality is cruel. Jason has everything planned for the near future. But something unexpected happened, but caught him off guard. What? I'm ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee. When Jason got the news, people are stupid. He didn't expect that. He also had his day with a bald eagle Senate subpoena. The Senate is one of the two houses of the bald eagle legislature. The Senate Armed Services Committee is an agency responsible for overseeing the country's military legislative powers. The things I am responsible for are very complicated. As long as it involves military matters, they can take care of it. Their regular parliament is essentially a place where major members engage in wrangling and exchange of interests. Anyway, the level is not much higher than the ant who quarreled in the vegetable market. It is common for everyone to greet each other and their families. When Tony Stark attended this regular meeting, the HYDRA congressman once greeted Tony Stark's family in person. Unexpectedly, it was his turn this time. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of her, Jason was a little helpless. Are you serious? Yes, Mr. Jason. You were indeed ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. 26. The time is 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I hope you'll be on time. The smile on the beauty's face looks very nice. But Jason had no intention of appreciating it at all. Really, trouble still came. Let me ask, will the moderator of this hearing be Congressman Stern? Yes, it is indeed Congressman Stern, the beauty said with surprise on her face. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. Damn, HYDRA. Forget it if he doesn't bother these people now. Do they still dare to come to him? And so does Senator Stern. Why are you dancing like this day after day? Don't you want to live anymore? Is it true that if he is from Hydra, no one can deal with him? A sneer appeared on his face. Jason spoke. Very well. I will attend the hearing on time. The beautiful woman who sent the message nodded when she saw Jason agreed and left directly. Jason had a sneer on his face. Hydra, a group of lunatics who think about unrealistic things every day, remnants of the Nazis. In the past, he didn't dare to take action because he didn't have the strength. Things are different now. It's better not to provoke him. How dare these people dare to provoke him? It's like an old man hangs himself because he thinks he has a long life. Skynet, have you monitored the target I asked you to focus on? Monitoring, recording, video, and other materials have been prepared. Skynet's voice said meticulously. Put the information on the screen for me. Let me see if Congressman Stern is so pure and innocent that he dares to cause trouble for me. Jason snorted coldly. To deal with the Hydra, he decided to start with his congressman. Politician stuff, especially bald, eagle politicians. Maybe it would be unjust to kill them all, but if we kill every other one, that's absolutely no problem. Not to mention, this person is from Hydra. These people don't take ordinary people's lives seriously. He didn't believe it. This congressman has no shit down his ***. Jason quickly started browsing various information. Soon, he figured out why Hydra was looking for trouble with him. Hydra has been coveting the steel armor for a long time. But last time I did the Tony Stark thing, they didn't succeed at all. Tony Stark doesn't put technical information in Stark Industries at all. The people at Hydra can't steal the data they want, but they are persistent in their evil intentions. The idea hit Jason's head. Plus, Jason causing trouble in Gotham City gave them an excuse. He really didn't have any leverage against those powerful people. But when dealing with Claws, but a lot of evidence was left behind. There's a bit of surveillance involved. Get these videos. The people of Hydra are like treasures. The leader of Hydra's branch was even more excited. I feel that the opportunity for Hydra to rise has come. I contacted him immediately. They were the vanguard of Hydra. Senator Stern. The hearing was then prepared in secret. Plans to steal Jason's technology secretly. The abacus is a good one. I'm so naive. Do you really think I have the same temper as Tony Stark? He's from the Wayne family. Stark's family is a new family after all. Howard Stark is really awesome, but their family's accumulation was too short. Only 2 generations. The Wayne family is different. Hundreds of years of accumulation. Let them be ingrained in Bald Eagle. In Gotham City, he is like a local emperor. Now he has destroyed the Court of Owls, an organization that has been causing trouble behind the scenes. The strength of the Wayne family has increased again. Not to mention, in addition to the Wayne family, he himself is also powerful. If you really want to ***s him off, he will flip the table over. He directly killed everyone in Hydra who can do anything to him, but he wouldn't do it unless he had to. Hydra is a bunch of lunatics. What if we die together with him? They have mastered nuclear weapons. They dare to drop a nuclear bomb in New York City. There's no reason why they shouldn't dare when Gotham City's turn comes. If it really comes to that, he will be in trouble. On the contrary, the hearing seems to be relatively simple at the moment. That's fine. I'll just play with you. Jason had a sneer on his face. Don't talk about 880 for others first. This Congressman Stern alone is full of shit under his butt. Forget about taking bribes, buying assassins to kill political opponents, and doing all kinds of things to make money. There are countless private illegal incidents. Although these things are all hidden rules, everyone is doing it secretly. But Jason can't be elected as long as he puts these things at the hearing. The congressman's political career was over. Maybe Hydra will protect them. But Jason would never let these people succeed. Instead, he had to use some errand card to make Hydra suffer a big loss. Skynet has prepared all the information. Give them a surprise then. I don't know, after what happened with Tony Stark, whether the protection level of electronic equipment in the Senate will be improved. A sneer appeared on Jason's face. The last hearing about Tony Stark turned into a joke. Tony Stark only uses a cell phone. He directly hacked the electronic system of the Senate Armed Services Committee. The boss of Hammer Industries and several congressmen were extremely embarrassed. As an old friend of Tony Stark, Jason felt like he wanted to recreate this scene, but he needs to be more prepared. Just bring the projection equipment. This prevents legislators from getting angry and unplugging the power directly. New York is the most prosperous and developed city for bald eagles. Often appears in various movies. Many people believe that New York is the capital of the bald eagle. But actually, the capital of bald eagle is Washington. Many famous attractions are in Washington. Scenes such as the White House, Pentagon, Lincoln Memorial, Washington Monument, etc. that often appear in movies. In fact, they are all in Washington. Jason is attending a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing, also held in Washington. The location is near Capitol Hill. Gotham City is not too far from Washington. Get on a private jet. It only takes about half an hour. He went directly to Washington, this time to support myself. He even took Alfred, the old butler, with him. There was even a team of secretaries seconded from Wayne Group. Therefore, when Jason entered the hearing site, the aura is very strong. He looks very much like a gangster who teases good women on the street. Seeing him bring so many people in, Counselor Stern, who was sitting at the top with a solemn face, twitched the corner of his mouth. He hammered the wooden hammer in front of him hard. Jason Wayne, please do not bring irrelevant people into the hearing. Unrelated persons? Then why are you here, Congressman Stern? Is this a hearing for you? Jason asked with a look of confusion on his face. Everyone in the venue burst into laughter. Hosting hearings. It doesn't matter if you're a member of Parliament. The reason why Stern can be in the primary position. It's the Hydra people who run it. Otherwise, there will be too many big guys among the members. Who is Stern? If he dared to argue, Jason could really find someone to replace him. The Wayne family knows quite a few congressmen. There are also many powerful ones. After hearing Jason's words, Senator Stern also felt a little helpless. Quiet, quiet. Jason Wayne, you better take your seat first. Senator Stern spoke up, but the topic of letting irrelevant personnel leave was never mentioned again. Jason sat down on his seat, followed by a group of people from various political circles. The large group he had brought with him sat in the back. See Jason take a seat. Senator Stern banged his gavel. Jason Wayne, we have evidence that you possess a weapon of destruction. Wait a minute, Senator Stern. What do you mean by weapons of destruction? I also said that our president has a weapon of destruction. Jason interrupted him directly. The venue burst into laughter again. Jason Wayne, you know what I mean. Steel battle suit. Counselor Stern said. Steel battle suit? Congressman Stern, please provide evidence that this is a weapon. Otherwise, I will sue you for false accusation. Jason crossed his arms and sneered. Stern nodded. The person next to the TV started playing a video. That's the scene where Tony Stark controls the suit and destroys things in the oil country. Among them, the combat effectiveness shown by Tony Stark is only painful. Jason looked at this video with a sneer on his face. Congressman Stern, what do you mean by showing this video? Definitely proving that your steel battlesuit is a weapon. This powerful weapon should be given to our bald eagle government. This way we bald eagles can face increasingly powerful external threats. Senator Stern said in a high-pitched voice. He said that he was like the savior of the bald eagle. Congressman Stern, I don't understand what you were saying. Whose steel armor in the video belongs to? Tony Stark. Senator Stern seemed to remember something unpleasant and spoke. Oh, then I'm surprised. Why do you use Tony Stark's armor to prove that my armor is a weapon? Senator Stern's face darkened and he spoke. All I have is a steel battlesuit. Definitely the same threat. Jason sneered disdainfully and retorted. If you say so, I have an employee who has shit in his head. Congressman Stern, you must have shit in your head too. After all, we are all human beings, and we all have brains. Hearing what Jason said, the whole hall burst into laughter again. Senator Stern banged the gavel in front of him vigorously. Jason Wayne, you are sophistry. Congressman Stern, you are slandering me. Jason didn't show any weakness and stared back. Now, he kind of likes the parliamentary system of bald eagles. At least on the surface, everyone wants to argue. In this regard, he has never been afraid of anyone. He has been the king of Zwan for 10 years. Are you afraid of these congressmen who can't even compare to a wet market lady? He showed no sign of weakness when he saw Jason. The expression on Congressman Stern's face was very unpleasant. With a cold snort, he spoke again. We have other evidence. We have weapons experts who can prove that this is a new weapon. Now we invite our weapons expert, chairman of Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer. Senator Stern just finished speaking. The surrounding hearing members burst into laughter first. Obviously, Justin Hammer left a very deep impression on you last time. Jason even mocked. I didn't see any weapons experts. Congressman Stern, can you really find someone else? Justin Hammer is pretty lucky. Under Jason's intervention, he didn't meet this guy Ivan Vank directly. So although he is still causing trouble now, but not in federal prison, and because of Stark Industries' withdrawal, he also received many orders from the military. Although Stark Industries' high-precision and cutting-edge technological items cannot be purchased, the military does not dislike the products of Hammer Industrial, which are under the control of National Taiwan University. Money, and Justin Hammer is much easier to control than Stark. Why does the Senate always look for this guy, Justin Hammer? Is it because Bald Eagle doesn't have other more powerful arms dealers? Definitely not. Osborne Industries, Lockheed, Broadcasting, etc. are all well-known arms companies. Any company like Hammer Industries is much stronger. The reason why I used Justin Hammer every time. Rather, it was because he was weak, easy to control, and soft. He can't afford to mess with any member of the Senate. If you try another big company, maybe a slap will knock you out, so don't keep your smile on your face. So, although this Justin Hammer has made a fool of himself many times last time, they had no choice but to call him up. Just hope that he can play a little role. But Jason obviously wouldn't let their wish come true. It started with a mockery of Justin Hammer. In a burst of laughter, Justin Hammer walked up. Only this time, he is obviously much more low-key. He didn't openly express his hatred directly, in accordance with our many years of research experience at Hammer Industries. Jason Wayne's battle suit obviously has weapon functions, and according to our speculation, the performance is very powerful, although not high-profile. What comes out of Justin Hammer's mouth is not very pleasant, but Jason quickly found the flaw in their words. Hammer Industries experience? With all due respect, you Hammer Industries probably don't have any relevant experience, right? Do you want me to play the video of you experimenting with new armor again? I have a lot more powerful information than Tony, Jason said with a sneer on his face. Justin Hammer heard Jason say this. He silently shut his mouth and asked someone to unplug the monitor. The people at the hearing once again burst into laughter. A trace of displeasure flashed in Stern's eyes, not just for Jason, but for Justin Hammer. Jason Wayne, are you threatening others in public? No, 740. No, Congressman Stern, I'm just stating a fact. At what point did providing evidence become a threat? Jason said to Senator Stern. It's just that this smile looks very hateful in the eyes of Senator Stern. Congressman Stern, do you know what the threat is? Jason asked very seriously. What's the threat? Counselor Stern asked with a frown. Look at this check in my hand. This was originally your political donation this year, but now it's gone. Jason tore up the check on the spot. Representative Stern's face turned green on the spot. The Wayne family is able to control Gotham's wealth so securely in Bald Eagle. Not without reason. Every year, many members of Congress receive money from the Wayne Family Trust Fund. It's called supporting the campaign. In fact, it is just to build relationships and engage in bribery. After all, you can say whatever you want about political funding. Even if you go out and hold a cocktail party, you can say that it increases political assets. Isn't it normal to charge some money? The Wayne family has such an expenditure every year. But generally no one from the Wayne family participates, and everything is entrusted to other institutions. But Jason just wants to. He can cut off any member's source of funding, naturally including Senator Stern above. Jason did this. He gained the upper hand instantly. As everyone knows, in a capitalist country, who is the boss? Rich people. Even the federal government is just a dog in the hands of rich people. Senator Stern looked very majestic, but compared with such a wealthy and famous family, that's really haha. Congressman Stern heard this. His face was naturally very ugly. Only, now that Jason Wayne has been offended, he can only go to the dark side in one way. If he really made peace with Jason now, he would really become a big joke. There is no good end for wallflowers anywhere. Jason Wayne, don't say anything that has nothing to do with the hearing. Please proceed with the hearing. Mr. Justin Hammer, the accusation has been made. Do you have anything to refute? Senator Stern completely ignored Justin Hammer's face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Decided to just ignore this guy. However, Justin Hammer did not dare to refute. Being weak is so sad. Jason felt a little pity for this guy, but in a blink of an eye, he felt that this guy deserved it. Poor person must have something mean. Who makes him insist on participating in these wars that he cannot participate in? Not to mention the Wayne family. Stark Industries could bankrupt his company. CGBB. Congressman Stern, I have to marvel at your persistence. You have to use some shameless people and things to attack me. Want to achieve your goal. I just won't let you get what you want. Jason sneered. Everyone, please look at the big screen. Representative Stern's expression changed. Turn that thing off quickly. At the moment, he was reminded of the fear of being dominated by Tony Stark. What electronic protection measures are in place in the Congress chamber? Tony Stark can invade. Jason Wayne, also a technical genius, can certainly do it. But Jason had been on guard against this move for a long time. A gloating smile appeared on his face. Just turn on the phone. A projection was cast directly on the big screen behind Senator Stern. Inside is the scene where Senator Stern ordered Justin Hammer. Justin, you need to deal with Jason Wayne this time. As long as we can characterize his armor as a weapon, we have a way to gain control of this thing. When the time comes, we will naturally give you the corresponding military orders. Justin Hammer could only nod silently. The scene changed, and Senator Stern appeared somewhere else again. We made a mistake last time, not getting Tony Stark's technology. Tony Stark is too cautious. But Jason Wayne is different. He has a lot of holes. We have to seize this opportunity. As long as we have the technology of war armor, the organization will become more powerful. The Bald Eagle government can only watch us succeed. What remains are several video clips. It includes clips of Senator Stern accepting bribes, buying fake death certificates, and even performing some beastly acts on some children. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the entire conference hall. Everyone was discussing among themselves. Senator Stern, who was completely ignoring him, looked like he was dead. I now doubt, Congressman Stern, whether you are qualified to support this hearing. When did our Bald Eagle Empire allow a criminal to become a senator? Jason scanned the week. Everyone who saw his gaze lowered their heads. On the contrary, Congressman Stern, who was at the center of the storm, quickly calmed down. He knows. He's finished. These things may not be anything secretly, but once he is brought to the surface, it will be impossible for him to survive in the entire political world. Even the Wayne Group doesn't get involved. He could only end up with a sad exit, so he must save himself. If he can take Jason down before I get busted, he has a chance of survival. People from Hydra will not let him go. So Senator Stern picked up his gavel again. The sound of the gavel. It's so insignificant in a noisy meeting place. If you say before, if the people below still have any scruples, now they really have no scruples. Everyone knows. Stern is done. He is after today. I'm afraid that not only will he not be able to keep his seat as a member of Congress, he may also be directly imprisoned in federal prison. Of course, no one cares about his opinion. It was Jason who finally stopped everyone. Everyone, please stop arguing and show some quality. Maybe Senator Stern will plead guilty and face justice. When Jason said this, everyone present burst into laughter again. Stern said with a cold face, I will not give any explanation for the above video. Maybe these are synthesis videos. Stern's words caused a burst of boos at the venue. No one here is a fool. Anyone who believes Stern's words is a fool. Jason doesn't care about that. He want to know, how else does Stern want to fight to the death? Congressman Stern, do you have anything else to say now? You know, you probably don't have much time. Jason's face was full of amusement. It looks like cat playing with mouse. Stern had a cold face. His eyes were bloodshot. It proved that he was not as calm as he appeared at the moment. A wave of his hand. Several people posted a video. Above is the video of Jason's armor team assassinating members of the Talon. Jason Wayne, how do you explain this? You must hand over this dangerous weapon to the government. Hear what he said. He narrated that several congressmen who wanted to take action looked at each other and stopped. Stern is going to be finished anyway. It is not impossible to reuse waste. They wouldn't be here if they didn't have ideas for Jason's suit. If Stern can pull it off, that couldn't be better. They can have S*X for nothing. Jason saw the small actions of several congressmen. He smiled disdainfully. That's what politicians are like. Dogs can't change eating shit. Politicians cannot change their behavior of seeking benefits for themselves. Congressman Stern, what can these videos show? I don't make any excuses for these videos. Maybe these things are synthesized. Jason spread his hands. Stern's words were passed back to him in a decent manner. Stern was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Jason is still not satisfied. Get up and shout loudly. Is there anyone here, Tion? Where is the security? Where is the security? Why am I still being questioned by a criminal? Don't bald eagles have laws anymore? If this is really the case, I would like to consider whether to give some advice to the president. Take a good look at the congressman in Washington. Hearing Jason's words, several congressmen sitting next to him couldn't sit still. Wave immediately. Several policemen ran over directly. Mr. Stern was arrested. Fuck Squid, Jason Wayne, fuck Squid. Even so, Counselor Stern still stared at Jason fiercely and shouted. Jason certainly wouldn't be afraid of such a guy. Just say it directly. Don't worry, Congressman Stern. I'll have someone take good care of you. You will not suffer any injustice in federal prison. 11. Jason showed 2 rows of big white teeth. Stern was really trembling when he saw it. He knows best what kind of virtue bald eagle's federal prison is. With all kinds of bullying, coupled with the corruption of the prison guards and their inaction, low-level prisons are simply hell. Hydra will not ignore me. I have made contributions to the organization, and I have shed blood for the organization. While muttering quietly, Representative Stern was pushed out directly. Jason gave him a cold look. He turned around to receive cheers from the entire hearing room. A long time passed. Jason just got out of it. My own Rolls-Royce on the upper left. Jason said it directly. Skynet, monitor Stern's actions closely. Don't let Hydra take advantage of the loopholes. Federal Penitentiary in Bald Eagle. To say it is a sieve is to exalt it. For some people, certain places are completely unprepared. Like Tony Stark's Ivan Vanko from The Attack. Such a serious criminal. A military fixer like Justin Hammer could get him out. What's more, Hydra is hundreds of times more powerful than Justin Hammer. They want to get someone out of federal prison. That's as simple as eating and drinking. Jason wouldn't let that happen. After thinking for a while, Kunson dialed the phone again. As soon as the call is connected, please give me flowers. Nick Fury's tired voice came from the other side again. What trouble did you get into again? Hearing this, Kunson was a little unhappy. What is trouble? I just did the right thing, and it's called trouble. You just did the right thing? Nick Fury was speechless. Killed nearly 100 rich people. It caused turmoil among tens of millions of people throughout Bald Eagle. Is this called doing the right thing? He really wished there were fewer such correct things. Too lazy to argue with Jason about this. He asked directly, what did you do again this time? Jason was subpoenaed by the Senate. He heard about it too. This gave him a huge headache. The members of the Senate are a bunch of idiots. No matter who they mess with, they have to mess with Jason. This is a ruthless character who can kill them. These people are really stupid to the extreme. It's a pity that he is SHIELD, not the highest organization of bald eagles. It is simply impossible to block the Senate's decision. He had a premonition. With Jason's temper, he will definitely cause some trouble. Nick Fury, you show a deep distrust of my character. Jason said aggrievedly. Nick Fury didn't bother to speak. I just brought down a congressman this time. I didn't do anything at all. Jason said with an aggrieved tone. A congressman? Didn't you add a 0 at the end? Nick Fury asked suspiciously. Definitely not. Jason said angrily. That is not bad. Nick Fury breathed a deep sigh of relief. It's just a members. Not a big deal. Anyway, there are a lot of bald eagle congressmen. What state legislators, city, council members, congressmen, etc. The bald eagle is most in need of this stuff. Cats and dogs can become members of parliament, so that's nothing. Just a member of parliament. Nick Fury just breathed a sigh of relief. Jason on the other end of the phone spoke again. It's just that behind this congressman is Hydra. Nick Fury almost lost his breath when he heard this. Is there anything else you haven't said? Tell me together. Nick Fury shouted angrily. It's really gone this time. Jason smiled. The tone was full of gloating. Nick Fury was a little silent when he heard Jason's words. Hydra. This wasn't the first time he heard this name from Jason's mouth. Back when Jason pretended to be a prophet and fooled him, the name Hydra was proposed. This reputation has a long history. However, during World War II, he played for the formation of Red Skull. It was once a nightmare that haunted the Allies. Through the Paperclip Project, he even took root in the shadow of S.H.I.E.L.D. He also investigated carefully when he went back. The results are shocking. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s penetration may be deeper than he imagined. As far as he knows, there are multiple bases large and small around the world. Research is ongoing that has not been reported within S.H.I.E.L.D. What does that mean? He knew it all too well. As an old agent, he had already smelled something ominous. 857, therefore, when Jason proposed this. Even Nick Fury, who has always been strong, chose to remain silent. After a long time, he just spoke. Now is not the time. It's not the time. What is the time? Are you waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to become a Hydra organization? Jason had no intention of saving face for Nick Fury. To say it directly, Nick Fury was filled with annoyance. What do you know? Do you know how many bases Hydra has? Do you know how much power Hydra has? What if these people harm the poor? If you touch them, what if it causes a global crisis? Nick Fury responded with a bunch of questions. S.H.I.E.L.D. is different from Jason. Jason is just a human being. It can be said that people who are barefoot are not afraid of wearing shoes. The Wayne Group is not a weak organization. Of course, he wasn't worried at all. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization that protects the Earth, a shield for the Earth. Their mission is to maintain the stability of the Earth, protect the majority of people on Earth. Therefore, this kind of clearing operation aimed at sacrificing peace and civilians is completely unacceptable to him. Jason didn't speak when he heard this. He understands Nick Fury's concerns, so he spoke directly. You S.H.I.E.L.D. don't have to do anything, but it should be okay if I do it. Congressman Stern caused trouble for me, and I retaliated several times. No one will say anything wrong, right? Jason never wanted Nick Fury to take action. He wanted something else. You want the information I have? Nick Fury spoke. It's a pleasure to talk to smart people. Jason smiled and said, That's right. He was eyeing the information in Nick Fury's hands. Skynet is a powerful and ruthless intelligence-gathering machine. But there are some things that cannot be collected on the internet. For example, various secret base locations. Most of the sites for the construction of these bases were in uninhabited places. Even in the downtown area, it is well disguised. And after the construction is completed, there is no connection with the external network at all. I'm afraid there are only a few network ports that connect to the outside world. And it's not just a multi-layered network springboard, and can physically disconnect the network at any time. It is not easy for Skynet to investigate this kind of thing. The old guy Nick Fury is different. S.H.I.E.L.D. was originally the largest intelligence organization on Earth, and we have very close cooperation with various countries. A lot of information is also shared. Many of Hydra's bases are very secretive, but in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm afraid it's not a hidden place. Not to mention, many of the bases were built with S.H.I.E.L.D. money. Nick Fury wants to investigate more easily. Before, it was just that he didn't want to investigate, and he was just deceived by the Hydra people. I understand Jason's request. Nick Fury fell silent again, obviously considering the gains and losses. Seeing his hesitation, Jason spoke again. Then hurry up and don't leave any ink marks. Even if you don't tell me the information, I can still investigate some of it myself. It's just more troublesome. The end result is the same anyway. Why are you thinking so much? Nick Fury heard the impatience in Jason's tone. After a moment, he spoke. I'll give you relevant information, but you have to promise me not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Jason agreed immediately after hearing this. He's not a pervert. Killing Hydra's base was just revenge. It's not just for killing people. Besides, it's not like there aren't good people in HYDRA. Many people are actually just ordinary people. Don't think there aren't ordinary people in S.H.I.E.L.D. In the logistics, scientific research, teaching, and other departments. These are ordinary people. These people may not agree with Hydra's views, but under the threat of HYDRA, they had to join in. It's just like being a monk and ringing the clock every day. Jason is not a perverted murderer. His heart is so twisted that he would even kill ordinary people. Nick Fury is obviously worried. Get Jason's assurance. Nick Fury was relieved. Although Jason is unreliable in various ways, he is still very good at keeping his word. I'll send you the information. Try to be quiet when you move. Otherwise, I will really wipe your asterisk. Jason heard this. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. He said shamelessly, "Who is wiping whose butt? This is not my business in the first place. The aftermath is what you should do. I haven't asked you SHIELD for labor fees yet." When Nick Fury heard this, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. The face on the other side of the phone became even darker. He hung up the phone immediately. He was afraid of his old bones. After listening to Jason say a few words, I immediately died of cerebral congestion, really lacking in quality. Jason hung up the phone and muttered something. But this unpleasantness was quickly forgotten. Did Skynet receive the message? Jason asked. Information from 5 secret bases has been received. Skynet said. Are they all in Bald Eagle territory? 3 of them are in Bald Eagle territory. 1 is in Mexico, and the 3rd is in Peru. Skynet's voice sounded. At the same time, a map was projected in front of Jason. Jason nodded. You can prepare your armor and strive for success. When the time comes, we will directly block the communications of these bases and kill all the 5-headed snakes inside. Catch ordinary people and hand them over to SHIELD for trial. Jason said, although SHIELD is penetrated very deeply. But Nick Fury is not that stupid. Let people rescue people under their noses. He was very relieved to leave it to them. In Jason's opinion, Nick Fury is just too petty. So long. The locations of his 5 Hydra bases were only given. This thing is a joke. Even 50. He can also kill them all easily. Just 5 bases. It gave him the illusion of using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Even so, he wants to do it too. Anyway, it is to teach the people of Hydra a lesson. He reluctantly took action once. Said it was a move. In fact, he just watched Skynet manipulate the steel armor to take action. After inputting the location information of the base, Skynet began its investigation. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. Killing several Hydra bases is very easy. But if you can reduce the loss a little, reduce the loss a little. Skynet's method of investigation is simple. Send out the armor and go directly to the base. Then the nanorobots mounted on the armor will be under the control of Skynet. Start invading the internal networks of various bases. Generally, 26. The internal network of this secret base is completely cut off from the physical connection with the outside world. I am just afraid that someone will hack into the network. Poses a certain threat to the base. But they would never think of it. Jason has nanorobot technology in his hands. This tiny robot is a few nanometers in size and cannot be seen with the naked eye. In terms of invasion, it can be said to be uniquely endowed. Nowadays, humans have very few technologies that can prevent the invasion of such things. Hydra is no exception. After controlling the nanorobot to enter the intranet, soon Skynet obtained the corresponding information and control authority. In the database inside the base, Skynet even discovered many secret technologies of HYDRA. Among them is Hydra's base, studying his steel armor in secret. And the research is very close. It's a pity that they can't solve the energy problem at all. Otherwise, it is also a sharp tool. Others include human body modification, biology, new materials, new virus weapons, energy weapons, etc. It was very eye-opening for Jason. Have to say, Hydra's technology is also quite impressive. Many scientists in SHIELD have been corrupted. In other words, only those who follow Hydra can achieve their goals. For example, human body modification technology. This is a very taboo technology internationally and within SHIELD. SHIELD is a bit dabbling though, but the level is very high and very strict. Nick Fury is personally involved in some issues regarding volunteers. But HYDRA is different. They never consider ordinary people to be human beings. Inside the secret base in Mexico, at least a few poor people die in the laboratory every day. They even colluded with local white powder buyers. Take control of local politics so that people can provide them with human experiment materials. The organization Hydra should not exist. The more Jason looked at this information, the angrier he became. Not to mention that the results achieved by these people are all unattainable, even if it has value. Paying such a price is also very anti-human. Skynet, is the armor ready? Sweep all these bases for me immediately, so that I won't be upset when I see them. Kill everyone inside the Mexican base. By the way, clean out all the local white powder sellers. Leave no chickens or dogs behind. Anyone who sells white powder should die. Jason said murderously. This is the first time he has shown such murderous intent since he traveled to this world. These people have gone too far. His bottom line has been violated, whether it's selling white powder or using humans for inhumane experiments. None of it is within his tolerance range. Skynet also felt his emotions. The armor is ready to go at any time. Enter Annihilation Mode. Annihilation Mode is an extreme mode of the Warframe. The Warframe will destroy the marked target at all costs. No need to go into Annihilation Mode. You control the armor to destroy other bases according to the original plan. I will personally take action and destroy the Mexican branch. Jason said coldly. Ever since the steel armor took shape, he rarely takes action personally anymore. The armor is so useful. There is absolutely no need for him to take action himself. No matter in terms of efficiency or accuracy, he can't compare with the armor controlled by Skynet. Naturally, he had no need to take action. But now, he really couldn't stand what these people did. Prepare to take action personally to humanely destroy it. Jason snapped his fingers. Nanorobots covered his body like running water. Wearing the armor, Jason took to the sky. Because the body is very strong, Jason would not consider at all the tremendous pressure caused by the huge acceleration. As a result, his speed reached a very astonishing level. Mach 20. Bald Eagle's latest F-35 fighter jet has a top speed of less than Mach 3. SHIELD's Quinjet. The top speed is only Mach 5. This will also face the risk of disintegration, and the pressure on the flight crew will also be extremely high. Jason's speed is 5 times that of the Quinjet. It only takes him less than 10 minutes to travel from the East Coast to the West Coast of Bald Eagle. From Gotham City to Mexico, it only takes a few minutes. Arrived at the location, Jason slowed down slightly. It crashed directly into the base's several-meter-thick alloy door. After a heart-wrenching sound, this fan has been used in 373 disguise. The super alloy steel door, a few meters away, was directly torn apart. It was as if it had been forcefully broken open by some monster. Sirens were heard, ringing inside the base. Jason shook his head. Skynet, blockade the entire base. Don't let anyone out. Jason relaxed his body. There was a rattling sound. He waved his hand. Nanorobots stretched out from his palm like flowing water. A silver-white long knife appeared in his hand. Jason said coldly, "Wait for the security personnel inside the base to come out." Soon, dense footsteps sounded from inside the base. A group of people wearing black special operations uniforms ran out. A combat posture. Without saying a word, he opened fire. The 7.62 bullet hit Jason. There was a burst of sparks, then shape-shifting to the ground. In a matter of tens of seconds, a layer of warheads accumulated under Kunson's feet. Those people also began to reload their ammunition in batches. Some people even took out grenades and threw them directly. Jason was like standing on a rock in the middle of a big wave, motionless. Wait until all their bullets are exhausted. Jason just raised his head. A solemn smile appeared on his face. It's my turn now. Saying that, he stepped forward directly. A large pit of 1/2 meter file size was left at his feet. With Jason's current strength, to deal with ordinary people who have not undergone body modification. That's 2 words. Massacre. For a moment, the person opposite him had not yet reacted. Jason had already re-entered the crowd. The long knife in his hand swung out. Several people in front of him were directly cut in two, under temperatures of several thousand degrees. Their body armor is more fragile than paper. The human body is even more exposed to the high temperature, and its internal organs are instantly carbonized. People will die directly in an instant. Not even a hint of pain could be felt. The firearm next to it was also turned directly into molten iron by the high temperature, dripping on the ground and emitting a burst of smoke. Jason didn't even look at the corpses. Go directly to the inside of the base. Hydra's base is extremely well defended. Behind this door, there is another sealed metal door. Between the two is a silver-white metal channel. As soon as Jason walked in, the 2 automatic turrets began to fire. This 6-barrel Vulcan cannon is generally installed on armed helicopters. The caliber reached a terrifying 25 millimeters. The length is an astonishing 120 millimeters. It is more powerful than the bullets of ordinary anti-material weapons. With continuous fire, it can easily shred special steel plates 30 to 40 meters thick. Humans are vulnerable to such weapons. One bullet can directly turn a person into a pile of minced meat. But it's no use. The armor can withstand the bombardment of tank main guns, coupled with Jason's inhuman physical fitness. The firepower of these cannons could not even make Jason retreat. Jason ran up, jumped, and swung the knife. The Vulcan cannon was cut directly in half. There is red molten iron constantly flowing down the port. That's all you have. Jason raised his eyebrows and looked at the camera in front of him. He knew these people would be able to see his actions from the camera, so he taunted directly here. If you have no other skills, I will go in. Jason held the long knife and walked slowly along the metal passage. The pressure it causes is very powerful. A slight vibration sounded from the front. Jason's 5 senses are very sharp. Take a closer look. I saw a few dim blue lights in the corridor in front of me, sealing the entire road. Jason narrowed his eyes. Laser channel. This thing became very famous because of the movie Resident Evil. But in the world, the temperature and cutting performance of laser are determined by power. The greater the power, the higher the power of the laser. Like Asgard's Bifrost. In fact, it could be regarded as a laser weapon. Their power is enough to cut an entire planet in half. Moreover, the power of laser file size. It has nothing to do with its brightness. Sometimes, it looks very dim, but maybe very powerful. It's like a laser in front of you. It looks very dim. It seemed like it would go out at any moment. But Jason could feel a faint sense of threat from it. It shows that its power is much more powerful than Jason imagined. His armor might not be able to stop him, but Jason had no interest in blocking it. Laser weapons are truly a perfect weapon. The energy is highly concentrated, powerful, and destructive. It also has its own high temperature and penetrability. But laser weapons also have corresponding disadvantages. One is that the energy consumption is very high, and the other is that it is easily affected by the outside world. Why are there no laser weapons in various countries now, even though they are equipped with them? That's why. Laser weapons are very large and difficult to move. And when encountering an air environment with dispersed particles, the power will plummet. Let's put it bluntly. It's just that laser weapons are afraid of smog. A large number of floating particles in the haze will cause a large amount of refraction of a laser. Energy loss in eyes. The power is extremely reduced. After penetrating a certain distance, even human skin may be burned. Several of the protagonists in Resident Evil are bad at studying. At that time, no matter what kind of dusty material it was, it could greatly weaken the power of the laser. such as now. Jason waved his hand. Use your hands to snap off a piece of metal from the wall next to you. Nanorobots quickly break it down into granular powder. Jason threw it out. The laser immediately became light and dark. It seemed like it was going to go out at any moment. Jason sneered and walked over. Only a few scorch marks were left on the armor. Standing in front of the metal gate, Jason snorted coldly. He punched him directly. Boom! A muffled sound sounded around. Jason's fist was stuck in the metal for a long time, and the entire door showed signs of denting downwards. Jason retracted his fist and shook his head. It seems that he is not very satisfied with himself. But watching Jason move Hydra personnel from the surveillance camera, his eyes almost popped out. Half a day later, only then did someone murmur in the deathly silent monitoring room. What kind of monster is this? Their doors are made of special tungsten-molybdenum alloy steel. In some ways, it is harder than diamond. The melting point has even reached 5,000 degrees. Ordinary lasers could do nothing about it. But now, got a dent from a fist. Everyone present shivered. Doctor, can our experimental subject do this? Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for carbon-based life to reach this level. That's probably the result of that armor. In the monitoring room, a very kind-looking old man held his eyes and said, "The force is mutual. Since he can dent steel with one punch, it shows that the hardness of his hands is harder than tungsten steel. Otherwise, it's like an egg hitting a rock." It was definitely his hand that was injured first. The guy known as Doctor is very calm. Continued to speak slowly in the control room. "Dunno, then what should we do?" The speaker is a leader of HYDRA. He is also the person in charge of this base. But he knows. He is actually a logistics support person. The one who had the final say was actually the gentle and kind-looking doctor in front of him. The doctor pushed back his eyes. "We must capture this individual alive. Even if his armor is powerful, his physical fitness must be beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand the powerful countershock." A trace of fanaticism flashed in the doctor's eyes, making his originally kind face look a bit ferocious. "But doctor, what are we going to do? We don't have enough fighting power." The person in charge of Hydra asked anxiously. The doctor regained his kind demeanor again. He spoke. "Combat effectiveness is sometimes not reflected in how strong you are. The power of poisonous snakes is very small, but by coincidence, it can kill the elephant god." Jason, who was still in the passage, didn't know that someone was trying to harm him. He was a little dissatisfied with his progress. Been fighting for so long. It can't even penetrate an alloy wall several meters thick. Isn't it just an alloy wall that can block a missile? Why can't he wear it? He remembered that Hulk could stop starships. The 1,000-ton floating battleship of the Karita aliens. He stopped with just one punch. Breaking down this wall should be easy, but he couldn't do it. Now his power is actually not as strong as Hulk's. If only others could know what Jason was thinking. I will definitely want to beat him to death. How many years has Hulk been exposed to radiation? It took Hulk more than 4 years to develop a team with that kind of person. It only took Jason a few months to strengthen his body. His strength already exceeds that of most people in the world. For him to think this way is totally a shame. Jason looked at the unrecognizable metal door in front of him. Sighed. The laser cutting device on the armor was still used. After the reactor modification, laser cutting weapons that consume a lot of energy can also be used as conventional weapons. Jason's fingers glowed red. Start cutting directly on the metal door. Although it is a metal door several meters thick. In fact, there are also various mechanical facilities in the middle. Otherwise, it is impossible to control it all. 783. It's just that the total thickness is only a few meters. I was already a little shape-shifted by Jason. There were even cracks in some places. Now cutting is not very difficult. Soon, there is an extra path for one person to pass through the door. Jason slipped through the door and thought about walking inside. There is still a corridor inside. It's just that there are many doors in these corridors. I don't know if they are laboratories. Jason opened a random laboratory. Inside is a pile of various glassware, as well as some biological tissues that have been cultivated. Jason didn't notice anyone's presence, and nothing looks cluttered. I think the scientific researchers were not in a hurry when they evacuated. Jason frowned. Skynet, where have all the people in the base gone? Master, they cut off the power of the internal network, and now I can no longer monitor their location. CGEF. All we know is that they ended up on the lower level of the base. Jason frowned even more when he heard this. In that case, they won't be able to see me either. That's right, most of the surveillance is no longer available. But the internal cameras that are directly connected through lines should still be usable. Skynet said calmly. Jason nodded. Various local area networks are used within the base. But this kind of network can be cut off. It's like a router at home. After cutting the router into sections, you can't use the network. But standalone games and cameras on computers can all be used. The people at Hydra use the same thing. Connect various cameras directly with lines. Not the wireless connections that are so convenient these days. Although the cost of rebuilding some lines has been increased. But in this situation, it is very useful. Jason shook his head and didn't care. Just head towards the inside of the base. He is strong and can't match these. As we walk further into the base, the route also became more and more complicated. There are many corridors. If it weren't for Skynet's internal storage of the structural diagram of the base, he might actually get lost in there. As he went deeper, there are also more biological tissues in various laboratories. A lot of nurturing stuff. Ordinary people might lose their SAN value when they see it. I couldn't sleep well for a few days. Jason is a very determined guy. Also suffered a lot of mental pollution. Holding back his nausea, he burned these things directly. The people at Hydra are really crazy. I don't know what I'm studying. Comparative analysis based on database. They seem to be genetically modifying humans. There are also various biological organs integrated. Many biological samples have characteristics of insects. Tian Wang said in a calm tone, although he is an artificial intelligence, he does not have human moral values and concepts. There is no human uncanny valley effect at all. Naturally unaware of these. Not so with Jason. When I think of these people cultivating organs from insects and then transplanting them into humans, Jason felt sick in his heart, thinking about what if they succeed in the future. He is going to face mantis people, fly people, and the like, and he is disgusted. I will never take action on my own again. Jason made up his mind. This mental pollution is too great. This group of people is indeed not strong, but they are really disgusting. Jason gave up on checking the various small laboratories around the corridor, walked directly along the main path towards the bottom of the base. After directly brute force breaking an elevator, Jason arrived at the lower level of the base. Master, we had detected the presence of unknown biological spores in this layer of air. Please ensure that the filter mask is functioning properly. Skynet's reminder rang nearby. Jason frowned. Although the mask of the steel armor looks like an iron sheet, but function is very powerful. The scanning unit, data exchange unit, air filtration and purification unit are all on the mask. There is also a self-circulating system of air and water inside the steel armor. Blocking these spores is easy. It's just that Jason is weird. Why are they filled with all kinds of spores in this layer of space? Skynet, check to see what the spores are used for. The nanobots in Jason's hand quickly gathered. A file-sized testing instrument appeared in his hand. Spore. This kind of thing is generally used by fungal organisms to reproduce. In nature, various fungi produce most of this stuff. Don't underestimate fungi. The largest creature in nature. It's actually a fungus. Its root system grows naturally. It can spread all over the ground within a radius of 2 kilometers. So, fungi are very tenacious creatures. The spores it produces are also very tenacious. This is especially true for this species that has been transformed by various mad scientists. Jason had no intention of testing other people's biological weapons with his own body. Soon Skynet's voice sounded. Master, the genetic structure inside these spores has been specially modified. It paralyzes the human cerebral cortex, causing humans to hallucinate. It also stimulates the production of corticosteroids in the human brain. May interfere with human perception. Jason's mouth twitched when he heard this. Fortunately, he is smart. Otherwise, he will really fall into trouble this time. This thing cannot be stopped by a strong body. Jason used instruments to investigate this scene. It was completely seen clearly by Hydra in the monitoring room. The doctor stared at the screen at the moment intently. It's incredible. A certain medium-sized particle machine, the technology has reached this point. It seems that the IWG-331 spores are completely ineffective. Deploy experimental subject no. AWUI-23. Yes, doctor. An operator shouted from the side. Under surveillance. Two very fat worms about 1 meter long came out of the equipment, started to squirm slowly, thinking about crawling forward, and moved slowly. The traces of the two worms gradually disappeared. Only by looking carefully can you find some incongruities. Acid worms, one of my most satisfying works. I don't know if you can stop it. A flash of excitement flashed across the doctor's kind face. His eyes were glued to the screen. Under surveillance, Jason is moving forward. It's just that he was a lot more cautious. The people in this base are not strong. The research results are very weird. What is the most precise thing in the world? They're not various machines developed by humans. Rather, they are various organisms that have emerged through evolution. Take the human body as an example. Although some of the organs in the human body are very irrational and function poorly, but it's extremely subtle. Take the human heart as an example. The human heart is very powerful. Although it only accounts for 1/20th of the human body's weight, it is indeed one of the most important organs of the human body. The heart can pump 70 milligrams of blood per beat and 5,000 milliliters of blood per minute. It can pump 7 tons of blood every day. It is equivalent to more than 20,000 times the weight of the human body. One incredible number. It is definitely one of the most delicate structures in the human body. As for human beings, with the development of technology to this day, they still cannot create a completely simulated heart. Only various auxiliary equipment can be manufactured. This shows how sophisticated living organisms can be. With such a base proficient in biochemical experiments, who knows what crazy things it will research? He had better be careful. Walk forward cautiously. While letting Skynet control the scanning instrument, pay attention to the surrounding situation. He is wearing a helmet, and his observation ability will definitely be greatly weakened. Might as well let Skynet watch carefully. While walking, a sudden voice came from his helmet. Careful! Skynet's voice has experienced huge amounts of ups and downs. One can imagine how anxious Skynet is. Jason ducked as soon as he heard the sound, but still too late. 2 streams of green liquid spurted out of thin air on Jason's body, immediately began to crazily corrode Jason's armor. Warning! Warning! Detecting super acid. The body is damaged by 10%. Warn! The damage to the machine is too high. Start mobilizing nanorobots to prepare to repair the body. First timing. Skynet reacted. Start mobilizing the nanorobots inside the space compression device to repair the body. Warframe is constantly fixed. It is also being constantly corroded. Jason didn't freeze either. Just swing the knife to kill the 2 monsters that spray acid. Plasma cutting weapons. Because the high-temperature plasma above is not corroded by the acid, it also has a certain role. Just after killing these 2 worms, the plasma blade was also directly corroded into disarray. Jason threw the already fragile thing on the ground, under the repair of a large number of nanobots. His armor has also been repaired, but Jason still had some palpitations. Nothing else. The metal plate on the ground has been corroded to create a large pit 1 meter deep. To know, those worms look huge though, but the acid sprayed out is less than 1 liter at most. But it can corrode like this. As you can imagine, this stuff is very acidic. If sprayed on people, I'm afraid not even the bones will be left. What is this stuff? Jason manipulated a probe into the worm's body and began to detect it. Looks like some kind of modified creature. Skynet's voice rang inside the helmet. But Jason seemed to hear something weird in it. But he didn't care. What is this acid? According to the test, it should be the biological acid produced by this organism. But it's more corrosive than the strongest acid known. Hydrogen hexafluoroandamonide is not as corrosive as others. Please give me flowers? Skynet's voice sounded a little surprised. Jason also nodded. Hydrogen hexafluoroandamonide is already the strongest acid among the current acid theories. It's like aqua regia is a younger brother in front of it, able to easily corrode inert metals like gold. But compared with these biological acids, it really pales into insignificance. This bit of acid, 1/5 of his nanobot inventory, was directly corroded. Just direct economic losses. I'm afraid it costs several $billion. This is probably the biggest setback he has suffered so far. There's something about this Hydra bunch. At least this biological weapon is very powerful. Jason commented pertinently. This thing is not only very lethal. 0. It also has a very powerful hidden ability. The scanning device on his helmet couldn't scan it. Just what he can see is the hidden ability of protective coloration, body temperature regulation, etc. Can focus these abilities on one creature. This HYDRA scientist is indeed quite a genius. As expected, no one who engages in scientific research should be underestimated. Skynet, take this thing's body back and give it to Dr. Connors for study. I think something can be learned from this thing. At least this kind of acid is very good stuff. Jason nodded and ordered Skynet to collect the worm's body. This is good stuff. This gain alone may be able to make up for his losses. Let's go ahead and start the spectral scan. Jason spoke. He was negligent just now. I didn't expect that these Hydra people would research biotechnology to this extent. It's really incredible. He deserved to be assassinated. After this little episode, Jason moved on. Inside Hydra's control room, a doctor in a white coat. Seeing this scene, a glint of praise flashed in my eyes. Yes, it is indeed a good research target. This level of technology is very powerful. It seems I have to release a more powerful and experimental body. Release AON Type 3 and AIWNG Type 5. The surrounding subordinate researchers looked at each other and swallowed. There was a flash of fear in his eyes, then start operating as ordered by the doctor. The technology in the Marvel world is incredible, even if he is an unknown person. What he researched was beyond Jason's expectation. These biotechnologies are very advanced. It made Jason a little suspicious that this was not technology on Earth. But Jason guessed, these biological weapons should have certain flaws. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heard of it at all. While thinking about something in his mind, Jason continued to walk in carefully. I also had a little vigilance in my heart, although these biological weapons are not fatal, but disgusting enough. It is very likely to make him very embarrassed. Jason didn't want this. Skynet also turned on full power scanning mode. High-power scanning equipment consumes a lot of energy. Naturally, Jason cannot turn on the scanning device anytime and anywhere. Now, in order to discover the hidden danger of 933, he accepted that the power consumption was higher. Master, high-energy reaction was discovered. Skynet's voice sounded without any ripples. New, Jason replied. The nanobots in his hands gushed out like water. A long knife appeared in his hand again. Holding the long knife, Kunson walked forward. Soon, he saw a very obvious target. What is this? Jason looked at the electric blue creature in front of him. Couldn't help but speak. The creature in front of him looked very strange, although generally humanoid. But there are blue electric lights all over the body, like electric eels at night. The limbs are also similar to insect arthropods and are no longer human. On the face is a mouth part similar to a chrysanthemum. It looks really terrible. Made Jason want to puke. This thing obviously has a lot of intelligence. Meet Jason. Without saying a word, he started attacking directly. Among the ugly mouth parts on the face, a ball of blue plasma was shot out. A flash of surprise flashed in Jason's eyes. Bioplasma weapons. Plasma weapons are a type of energy weapon. It's actually a plasma weapon. However, plasma weapons emit large amounts of high-temperature plasma, relies on heat and corrosiveness to cause massive amounts of damage. It is generally impossible for living things to possess such weapons, because the body of carbon-based life is very tolerant after all. At temperatures of several thousand degrees Celsius, Carbon-based life is theoretically impossible to withstand. Stronger than Hulk. If you want to block this high-temperature attack, you need to rely on your body's powerful repair ability. Although Thor is a carbon-based life form, but there is divine power within him. This energy can help him block a lot of damage. Like when Thor lost his powers. It's just a little stronger than ordinary people. So now a creature that can spit plasma appeared in front of him, and he was very interested. Interesting. Let me see what you are capable of. As he spoke, Jason rushed forward quickly. There's a big hole under your feet. In the blink of an eye, it only takes a few meters. Just when Jason's long knife was about to hit the blue monster, something suddenly felt wrong. It was as if he had stepped on a puddle of mud under his feet. There is no use of force at all. Jason looked down. A pool of something similar to transparent liquid appeared at his feet, and it flowed up his body quickly. Interesting. Use high-energy energy index to interfere with my perception, and then carry out a sneak attack. He is indeed wise. As soon as Jason finished speaking, he was completely enveloped in this seemingly transparent liquid. A cocoon of huge amounts of flesh then forms. The blood vessels above are still pulsing. Hydra, who saw this scene from the surveillance camera, immediately let out a burst of cheers. Success. The doctor also smiled and nodded beside him. It seems that he is very satisfied with his research results. Okay, inject the biological paralysis toxin. We have a very successful material. There was excitement in the doctor's eyes. His research has reached a bottleneck. Now there is an urgent need for a new theory to inspire him. Did not expect. Inexplicably, while doing research in the base, a gift suddenly fell from the sky. It was really an unusual surprise for him. Thinking of this, the doctor couldn't help but tremble a little. Quickly, get the experimental subject into the laboratory. The doctor issued his own order, but he heard a cry of surprise from his members. Impossible. The doctor looked at the escaped Jason on the screen and exclaimed. At the moment, the huge flesh firefly in the room had opened. Jason is standing in the room, constantly jumping. This thing is so disgusting. Jason can understand the various biomass liquids around him. His face was full of regret. If he had known earlier, he would have just broken away. With his speed and strength, this thing can't stop him at all. He just wanted to see what this thing was capable of. I didn't expect this thing to be so disgusting. Inside, it is surrounded by various semi-solid biomass. The properties of this biomass are very strange. If Jason doesn't move inside, it has amazing hardness. But when Jason resisted, the biomass softened instantly. Becomes like mud. Although Jason's power is great, but it didn't work at all. It's like a person is in the mud. To outsiders, it seems that it is very easy to break free. Only those who are deeply involved in it understand. There is no use of force in the mud. That was the state he was in. Fortunately, he was wearing nano armor. Various functions are powerful. Through vector spouts above the arms and legs. He escaped from it easily. Shake off the mucus on your body. Jason took out the long knife again. Did I let you go? It turned out that Jason came out of it. The creature that could fire plasma weapons and emit blue light wanted to sneak away. But this thing is full of lightning. It was like an enlarged version of the laser light, walking in front of Jason. Jason 3.9 is not blind. How could he not notice it? Easily dodged a plasma weapon, let it melt and create a big pit on the ground. Now he can see it too. These biological weapons. It is indeed very powerful in one aspect, but it also has its own shortcomings. For example, the creature in front of me. The plasma weapons emitted are indeed very powerful, even capable of destroying his mecha. But the speed is too slow. Both the ballistics and the original action ability are too slow. It took so much effort to move less than half a meter. If it really goes to the battlefield, this thing can only be used as a target. It looks so obvious and moves very slowly. It is simply unreasonable not to be aborted. Jason stepped forward quickly. Just cut it out with one knife. Didn't feel hindered at all. The monster was cut in half. Jason looked at the long knife in his hand, full of doubt. If it weren't for Skynet, then we would monitor it. He even had some doubts that his long sword had become some kind of magical weapon. This is too watery, Jason said speechlessly. The flaws of this thing were bigger than he thought. It seems to be a typical example that only strengthens attack power, completely ignoring other aspects. In terms of defense, I'm afraid it's not as good as ordinary humans. Probably similar to jellyfish in the ocean. Jason even felt that. Maybe the temperature is a little higher. This thing might just be killed by itself. Skynet, collect this thing and give it to Dr. Connors. He is really not very proficient in biotechnology. The United States and Europe have also obtained related technologies. Let's leave it to guys like Dr. Connors who specialize in biotechnology. As long as he can research something a little bit. He made a lot of money this time. Wait until the battle suit sent by Skynet collects the body. Start exploring off and ahead. However, Jason no longer had the patience he had before. The efficiency of exploring like this is really too low. Skynet, send the armor directly in front to explore the way. I-26 would like to see who is the person who can research this kind of thing. Under Jason's orders, Skynet controlled a large number of armors to enter the base from the outside. These are ordinary armors that he just transferred from Gotham City. Without personnel inside, the speed of the warframe can be increased to maximum. The armor will be in place soon. Then it began to swarm crazily towards the inside of the base like a colony of ants. It quickly broke through 2 levels. This HYDRA base has only 5 floors in total, nearly 50 meters underground. He is actually on the 2nd floor. Under the violent breakthrough of the armor, only the last layer was quickly left. The armor is not afraid of death, and it's very unreasonable. The meeting was just a dozen small rockets. The power of the explosion can even set off a storm throughout the entire floor. If it weren't for Hydra's building, it would be pretty solid. The entire base could collapse. Those half-baked biological weapons here. It is naturally impossible to resist these human hot weapons that have been developed for hundreds of years. Master, we have encountered trouble at the lower level. There are a lot of spores in the lower layer. The spores are extremely aggressive and corrosive. The armor can't bear it at all. Skynet directly played the video taken by the armor. The entire lower layer is filled with a layer of brown spores. The presence of these spores is visible to the naked eye. The armor that breaks into the lowest level first. The damage has been very serious. The entire body is covered with hyphae. Jason had to lament the greatness of life. A seed can easily break through the concrete floor. This kind of mycelium can penetrate armor that even a tank's main gun cannot penetrate. It's incredible. Take a sample, then burn it. Jason spoke. He planned to use special mechas to clear the area directly. Combustible agent mixed with white phosphorus. Although the temperature is not high, only less than 1,000 degrees. But it is still very easy to deal with some fungi. Just clean the lower layer with a flame. This is the terrible thing about modern industry and technology. The horror of a large-scale cleanup operation may be beyond ordinary people's expectations. Soon, 5 special pieces of armor were mobilized by Skynet from outside. These very fat armors look red in appearance. And he looks kind of cute. The function is also very simple. There are only 2 large flamethrowers. 5 pieces of armor went out. From the 2 arms, flames dozens of meters long shot out directly. A large number of spores were directly ignited and turned into ashes. To a certain extent, there was even a chain explosion. A large amount of dense combustible dust is ignited inside a confined space. The power is actually almost the same as that of ordinary gunpowder. Huge amounts of explosions went off throughout the lower level. After a long time, it stopped. Wait until Jason reaches the bottom. The entire lower level has been cleared. Have the samples been collected? Jason looked at the dust everywhere. Jason said to Skynet, a large number of samples have been collected. It's just that this thing doesn't seem to have the ability to reproduce itself. Skynet's voice sounded slowly. It's normal. If there were no restrictions on biological weapons, it would be a disaster if they were leaked. Jason said, biological weapons are much more dangerous than thermal weapons. Most biological weapons actually have genetic limitations, may not reproduce at all, or those that reproduce for 1 or 2 generations will die directly. This protective measure is very necessary. like this spore in front of him. If there is no limit, that's very scary. Only one spore escapes, according to the powerful vitality and reproductive ability of the modified creatures. A few days, it can erode a state's territory. Very scary. It's still good to have genetic restrictions. Shaking his head, Sun asked, Skynet, are these people in the last room on the lower level? That's right. Skynet typed a structural diagram directly on his helmet. The lowest base, divided into two parts. Part of it was the room he was in now. It should be a test interval. Although it was messed up by the explosion, traces of various experimental equipment can still be seen. The other half is the tightly guarded core control room. The entire base is controlled by this room, 507. So the defense here is very tight. Defense measures of more than 10 meters of concrete alloy structure. Jason thinks this thing can withstand nuclear weapons. The Pentagon's defenses are not that tight. This also caused him a lot of trouble. The process of clearing the way for him caused great obstacles. How long will it take to break through? It will take at least half an hour. Skynet's voice also revealed a rare helplessness. General reinforced concrete contains steel bars, stones, cement, and other materials inside. In the face of high explosives, this thing is actually very easy to dismantle. But the people at Hydra are crazy. There's a lot of metal structure inside the concrete. The dynamite wouldn't explode at all. It is also necessary to use laser cutting to cut the metal first, then carry out fixed-point blasting. Very troublesome. Jason knew it too. Even if Thanos comes, this thing can only be dismantled slowly. He could only wait patiently. But Jason was a little surprised. Why don't these people want to surrender or escape? Instead, wait for death in this room? Just when Jason was puzzled, the final room inside the base had become dead silent. The whole room was filled with blood. It seemed like some monster had broken in. The only person in the room whose body is intact is the doctor. But he was also lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Without large-scale mechanical operations, demolition by armor is actually very slow. It would be too difficult to open the special wall, which is tens of meters thick, unless it is operated by heavy machinery. Dozens of armors dug for half an hour. Just broke this thing open. Skynet sent the armor in to see what these people are doing. Are you waiting to die in there? Under the control of Skynet, several pieces of armor walked directly into the innermost room. After a while, Skynet's voice sounded again. The armor has lost contact. Jason frowned. Is it due to signal interference? It's not signal interference. The armor signal was suddenly cut off. The signal transmission unit inside the body is damaged. Skynet's voice was calm. Didn't the final image of the armor come out? Jason asked again. No valuable information came out. All armors were destroyed in an instant. Skynet's voice sounded again. Interesting. It seems like this should be the trump card of the Hydra gang. Jason muttered to himself. Then he spoke again. Skynet, activate defense mode. I'll go in and see for myself. He is equipped with a large number of nanorobots. Even if a lot has disappeared, there are still many. It can completely transform the armor into a more powerful form. Defense mode. In fact, it is becoming huge. Probably like Tony Stark's anti-Hulk mecha. But the performance is all about defense. 50 millimeters thick special alloy mecha can withstand almost any external attack. The proven armor of active main battle tanks is this level. Not to mention, there is also a thin layer of reactive armor on the surface. Can explode upon contact with an attack. Resist a large part of the power. Jason thinks, this armor on my body. Thanos' broadsword can resist one attack. On Earth, except for the Ancient One, no one should be able to break his outer armor. Even if he goes in by himself, he is not afraid. Under the control of Skynet, nanorobots assemble very quickly. It doesn't take a while. Jason has become a behemoth. It's more than 3 meters high and a lot thicker. He strode directly through the large hole made by the armor and entered the innermost room. Just took 2 steps. Then I heard a voice coming from Skynet. The mecha was attacked and its surface armor was damaged. 83% penetration of surface armor. Jason was shocked at that time. What the hell is this? 50 millimeters thick alloy armor. Almost got penetrated? What is the concept of 50 millimeters alloy armor? The main material of the nanorobot is special grade gold titanium alloy steel, which is also doped with vibranium or from Wakanda. Vibranium he traded from the king of Wakanda. Basically, it was hit on it. A battle armor composed of nanorobots of about 10 millimeters. In terms of defensive power, it is definitely comparable to Captain America's shield. This is equivalent to 5 layers of shield superimposed together. But this thing was penetrated by someone in a single encounter? Wouldn't Captain America be doomed if he took such a beating? Fortunately, the creature that attacked him didn't seem to have any other abilities. After attacking him, leave quickly. Skynet, can you detect what kind of creature it is? According to speculation, this creature has powerful stealth capabilities. It has optical invisibility, electromagnetic invisibility, low-light electronic invisibility, and invisibility measures. It most likely has 8 to 12 jointed limbs, which are extremely penetrating. With strong aggression and strong IQ, it is recommended to evacuate temporarily. Skynet's analysis report was sent out quickly. Jason sneered. Evacuate? Evacuation just wasn't his style. Block the passage. Disintegrate the surface armor and disperse the nanorobots. Jason said with a sneer. Invisible? This kind of ability is really unsolvable no matter how wide the space is. It can't be beaten. If you run away, it's impossible to find this thing. But being invisible in a confined space? Wouldn't he be a fool if he couldn't find it? You can become invisible, but can you make your body disappear out of thin air? He caused the nanobots to disperse throughout space. Unless this thing can open different spaces that will like the ancient one. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape during his investigation, because there are no more hallucinogenic spores here. Jason even opened his helmet, just to stay sharp. His reaction speed is much faster than that of the armor. Tony Stark is the loser who needs armor support. He doesn't need it at all. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Jason waited for the creature to reveal itself. Sudden, Jason felt palpitations in his heart, then subconsciously avoided. 6 thumb-thick pits had appeared in his place. I also felt a tingling sensation on my body. At this time, the reminder from Skynet came over. Warning, danger. Dangerous. No, not dangerous at all. A sinister smile appeared on Jason's face. The muscles in the body exert force. Directly clamp a limb that penetrated his body. Then give a little push. The unknown monster's jointed limbs were torn off directly by him. Hiss! There was a sharp neighing in the air. Jason's eardrums felt a twinge of pain. Oh, look at Lou. Jason laughed ferociously and grabbed the invisible creature. Even the severe pain caused by the arthropod stabbing on his body was as if he was not aware of it. Just let this creature attack. His hands touched both sides of the creature's body. Use both arms. The monster was torn in half by him. Wait until after death. Only then did the monster emerge. Only then did he see the smooth, jointed limbs wrapped around his arm. This monster looks like an octopus, but it has a black carapace on its body. The black chitin carapace wraps the whole body of this monster. Make it look quite mysterious. The dark carapace, I don't know what it is, looks very deep. It's as if even light can be absorbed. The 10 jointed limbs are full of strange beauty. Gives off a metallic luster. There are still signs of breakage on it. It's as if these limbs have been broken. Skynet, what kind of creature is this? Jason looked at the octopus. Search your mind for any relevant creatures. But nothing was gained. He couldn't even figure out where this thing was. This organism has not been found in Earth's biobanks. There are also a lot of unknown elements in the composition of its body. Master, this should be an alien creature. And there are traces of the body's genes being modulated. Tianwang's surprised voice sounded next to him. Jason also had a look of understanding on his face. The Marvel world is a very large world. There are various civilizations in the universe. The Kree, Skrulls, Nova Corps, and other interstellar forces are all very famous. Although in the eyes of alien planets, the Earth is just an unknown small planet. But it doesn't mean that there are no things in the universe that come to the Earth due to some accidents. Not to mention Asgard controlled by Odin. They have always regarded the Earth as a subsidiary force. Every now and then I would go to Earth to find something to do. There are also many others who came to Earth due to various forces. Aliens, minerals, spaceships, and other alien products. Some of. Naturally, this also includes alien creatures. The thing found in the final laboratory is from an alien creature that fell to the Earth. According to Hydra information, this biological base, it was even built for this creature. This creature was seriously injured when it fell to the Earth. Then he was discovered by Hydra people. Immediately confine it as a treasure and let it be studied. Almost all the biological weapons in the base were developed based on this thing. Only, now, this creature has turned into a corpse, too dead to be dead anymore. Jason was observing the biological specimens in the sample cabin. Skynet's voice rang. Master, the only survivor of 487 is awake. Oh, come over and have a look. Jason glanced at it, then turned and left. Skynet has already sent armored personnel to search this room. The result surprised him. There's only one guy here who's half dead. Everyone else is dead. And the death was very cruel. There are even signs of being eaten. Jason thinks that this thing may be used to repair limbs. Treat humans as a source of nutrition. But this is just his guess. What is the truth? What does the last survivor of this base have to say? Soon, he came to the location of the survivor. This researcher looks to be in his 60s or 70s. It's a miracle that he survived. A large part of the bones in the body were directly crushed. There are many kinds of damage to the organs. Just this kind of pain alone can kill an average person to death. But this man was able to hold on until he arrived. It's incredible. Jason arrived in front of this person. He asked, staring at the opening of the white coat. Who are you? The white coat glanced at Jason, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Then he spoke. Cyberham Zola. Ahem. Zola. Jason frowned. What is the relationship between Dr. Zola and you? Jason asked. There was something strange on Abraham's face. According to your understanding, he should be regarded as my father. But in this world, I am just a test product that he cultivated using his genetic material. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. A good gene transfer material. Turns out to be Dr. Zola's son. No wonder genetic technology is so powerful. And also joined HYDRA. After thinking about it, Jason no longer considered whether he was HYDRA. Asked directly, what is that creature? We call it the Stinger. It's an alien creature discovered in Antarctica. Cough, cough, cough. Abraham Zola coughed twice and said, the guys at Hydra discovered it under the Antarctic ice sheet 10 years ago. There's also a badly damaged alien spacecraft. This base is built on these alien technologies. Abraham Zola seemed to have no intention of hiding anything. He said directly and honestly, Hydra, aren't you from Hydra too? Jason asked. No, I'm just cooperating with them. Everything I do is for the betterment of mankind. After speaking, a glimmer of light flashed in Abraham's eyes, looking very sacred. A disdainful smile appeared on Jason's face. To make human beings a better place, can we use others as experimental materials? Can it violate all human morals? These are just necessary sacrifices. Abraham Zola said seriously. CGCC. Jason suddenly felt that these words seemed familiar. Think about it. He remembered who had said similar words. That's right. It's the ultimate villain, Comrade Thanos. He also used destiny as an excuse to eliminate half of the population of the universe. But anyone on Earth who went to high school knows that. When did population grow most rapidly? That's right. That's when the population is only half. So, Thanos is just illiterate. I'm afraid his words are more selfish. If you follow the wrong theory, doesn't it mean that as long as you have a noble project, you can kill people at will? After killing someone, you can still disarm and return to the field. Where in the world can such good things happen? What Abraham Zola said is also nonsense. For the betterment of mankind. Why don't you show up yourself? To put it bluntly, she wants to be AB ***CH and also wants to build a memorial arch. Just to find an interface for my own selfish desires. Jason had no interest in discussing this with him at all. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Tell me if you're about to die, just calm down. Where's the spaceship you mentioned? Jason asked. In Hydra's hands. If you want it, go find it. It's a pity that I can't see this scene anymore. What a great research material. After saying that, I just burst into tears. Jason couldn't ask anything he wanted to ask. Hear the last words of Abraham Zola. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. What the hell is this? Unlucky. Shaked his head. Jason turned and left. At this moment, the system in his mind happened again. Encountering native people of the world. In extraction technology, due to your sensor authority, you can choose one of the following 3 techniques. Lurker Type 2 Modulation Technology. First Class Civilization Biomodification Technology. Spitter Ionization Biomodulation Technology. When Jason heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then rejoiced. Looking at the guy in front of him, his eyes became more and more kind. Unexpectedly, this guy, with his humble appearance, can actually produce good things. Unexpectedly, after thinking for a while, Jason checked the technology. This technique is very obvious. The first one is obviously the manufacturing technology of the so-called God Assassin. Skynet once said, "The genes of this thing have traces of artificial modulation." Now it seems to be true. This is an artificially produced biological weapon. Jason chose this technique without saying a word. Not to mention that this is something created by that civilization. But it is obviously much better than the half-baked product developed by Abraham Zola. He finally opened up in biotechnology. For the sake of it, Jason spoke. Send this man to Sparks and bury him in public. After saying that, Jason left without any regrets. Hydra is not really that powerful. The base Jason discovered was just an accident. Everything in this base comes from a damaged spacecraft of an alien civilization. To become so powerful, the other bases are nothing. Skynet's control armor destroyed it. Jason completed his mission and returned to Gotham City. Arrive at your own laboratory. He had nothing to do. He started looking at new technologies. Although there's a system. But Jason doesn't have much research on biochemical technology. His 2 body-strengthening potions were both restructured at the genetic level. In fact, there are no other aspects of the design. But this information is different. It is a comprehensive biomodulation material, involving all aspects. If Jason wants to make it, he still needs to study it carefully. He rubbed his head. Jason whined. Skynet, establish a new project. Biomodulation Archives. Jason spoke to Skynet. The project has been saved to your private server. Shall we start purchasing materials now? Skynet asked from his side. No, there are enough materials in the laboratory. Jason stopped the idea of ordering Skynet. Biomodulation technology does not require any special materials. The most consumed are various nutrient solutions. There are a large number of amino acids, proteins, etc. that make up the nutrient solution, which can completely cultivate this kind of biological weapon. This biological weapon is called a lurker, still very special. Its body is not simply composed of carbon base. Instead, have metal seriousness. The civilization in this location is amazing. Created a completely new type of biological cell that is able to assimilate metals to a certain extent, like the surface carapace of a lurker. Basically, they're composed of a chitin shell with a metal basic structure, while maintaining flexibility. It also has outstanding flexibility. Very incredible. Jason guessed. This civilization should have developed to a very outstanding point in biotechnology. But I just don't know which civilization it is. Neither the Kree nor several other interstellar civilizations are good at biotechnology. He shook his head to get these unrealistic things out of his mind. Jason began to study this biochemical technology carefully. It seems that the lurkers are not very powerful. He casually tore in half. But using him as a unit to measure combat effectiveness is actually not accurate. His body has been strengthened by serum. Even if it's not as good as Hulk, it's not far behind. The power is very terrifying. It has already broken away from the category of human beings. It would be strange if this biological weapon could withstand his attacks. If he had tens of thousands of dollars, Thanos could kill him. But it's out of the question. Lurkers are so powerful in terms of stealth and attack power. Naturally, it is impossible to have a strong defense. What Jason likes is the ability to assassinate secretly. If he had had this thing before, he wouldn't have bothered at all. There's still a group of people in Gotham City who are secretly remembering him. I read the technical information for a long time. Jason touched his chin. Skynet, create this instrument based on the data I transmitted to you. Prepare a large amount of culture medium. Making nanoscale metal powders. Jason issued a series of orders. The making of lurkers. They are not egg-laying or viviparous like creatures on Earth. Rather, it is completely cultivated from the culture medium. Now the instrument creates an environment similar to human amniotic fluid. Mutations are then induced through the targeting of the machine. Finally, this lurker was created. Master, does this creature have the ability to reproduce? Skynet asked curiously. Definitely not. It would be really scary if this thing had the ability to reproduce. If it were really released, the Earth's biosphere would be destroyed. Jason spoke. Lurkers are specially built fighting machines. How could the life evolved through nature be its opponent, let alone a lion or a tiger? Even large creatures like elephants and rhinoceroses are probably just a dish to lurkers. Once a lurker enters nature, that's almost being able to adapt quickly to the environment. Powerful lethality, coupled with survival ability, it can even survive underwater. Soon, I'm afraid, apart from humans, there are no other living things on the Earth. Naturally, he wants to restrict the self-reproduction of lurkers at the genetic level. The reproduction of living things is actually a very wonderful process. Please give me flowers. Males and females each produce half of their genetic material. Only then can a new life be formed, but inside the body of a lurker. But there are an odd number of pairs of DNA sequences. No genetic material can be produced at all. Like a mule, it is simply infertile. Naturally, there is no way to reproduce. But soon, Skynet raised the question again. Master, doesn't this kind of weapon violate human morality? Jason seemed a little surprised to hear this. Skynet was actually able to ask such a question. It's really becoming more and more anthropomorphic. It depends on how you view human morality. No matter how you hide it, human beings are actually very selfish creatures. After all, we are a race where human rights come first. 0. Under the great precursor again, the rights of other species. It doesn't really matter. Jason smiled. There may be some people who love cats and dogs, but when they castrated these pets, they didn't ask these animals. After all, it's just for your own selfish desires. After thinking for a while, Jason spoke again. Since ancient times, humans have had a tradition of domesticating animals as combat weapons. Whether it's ancient elephant soldiers or cavalry. The rhino rider from Wakanda, who still exists. It's all inseparable from various wild preparations. So, these are not violations of our human morality. Jason patiently explained to Skynet. Biological weapons, as long as it is not transformed into humans themselves. In fact, it is not something that is very objectionable to Fong. The people at Definitely Animal Protection may not think so. It's just Jason and these guys who are brainwashed by Zwa who are not very smart. There was no communication. The most animal-loving country in the world. It was the Nazis led by Hitler. They protect animals and then send humans to concentration camps to do various inhumane experiments. Carry out massacre. This is the result of animals' rights being higher than those of humans. We don't talk to these lunatics on the street. If you say, it is against morality. The strengthening potion he used was actually even more unethical. After all, Desperate Potion has also been tested on humans. Morality, after all, is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. The genes of living things are very wonderful things, because humans simply cannot predict what changes will happen to him. Gene mutations are inherently random, and most genetic mutations have no benefit to the body. Humans have never had a truly precise understanding of genes. But alien civilizations are different. This civilization is good at biotechnology. already have a very thorough understanding of the genes of living things. They use a special gamma ray generating device, targeted induction of mutations in purine pairs, achieve the results they need. Jason asked Skynet to make it. It's this directed mutation induction device. High-energy fixed-frequency, three-phase electromagnetic waves induce special strong gamma rays. Can cause genes to mutate very easily. This interstellar civilization is very powerful. Don't know how the experiment was done. 68. They directly experimented with gamma rays of a specific frequency, able to cause targeted mutations in biological cells. Thus, the monster of the lurker was born. The manufacture of the device is not difficult. Skynet controls the automated factory very efficiently. Soon the machine was produced. A targeted gene mutator looks a lot like a microscope. It's just that the upper part looks very thick. Inside is an electromagnetic ray generator that can produce high-energy rays of various frequencies. Skynet, install the equipment and let's see how the miracle is born. The structure of cells is very simple. The nucleus, cytoplasm, organelles, and cell membrane make up a cell. No doubt, the thing that determines the essence of a cell is the nucleus. But so far, no one knows how the first single-celled organisms emerged. It is also impossible to create a living cell yourself. Of course, Jason couldn't do it either. Targeted biogenetic induction of alien civilizations. In fact, it is based on some primitive biological cells. Jason has the body of a lurker. Of course, there is no need to go to such trouble. Inside this body, some cells still remain active. Jason can form a complete body through differentiation induction of these cells. Use a micropipette. Jason quickly successfully extracted a latent cell. Then place it into the nutrient solution. Generally speaking, a single cell cannot reproduce itself in a nutrient solution. They will remain active though, but it does not divide itself. This is what targeted gene mutators do, under the control of Skynet. The instrument began emitting gamma rays invisible to the naked eye. After these rays enter the cell, genetic material inside cells, that is, the DNA will change. Existing carbon-based life. Genetic material is either DNA or RNA. Alien life is no exception. This is an organism with 53 chromosomes. There are approximately 200,000 genes, and the number of base pairs inside each cell exceeds 600 million. This shows the complexity of its genes. Many of these genes are the products of gene splicing after mutagenesis. Very complex and powerful. Jason looked at the screen in front of him nervously. Gene Zhengming's changes cannot be seen, but he could see changes in cells. Under the inducement of a transformer, the fission of this cell seems to be accelerated. The rate of DNA fission is much faster. Jason could see the cells dividing through the screen. In just a few minutes, it went from one cell to several cells. Skynet, record the splitting process. This is a very meaningful process. Current biology community. There are several ways that cells are thought to divide. Mitosis, amitosis, meiosis, etc. Eukaryotic cells generally undergo mitosis. But creatures like lurkers are very special. Other cells undergo mitosis. Genetic material is not evenly distributed at all, but overall it has maintained a very equal level, which is incredible. Skynet, what kind of tissue are these cells? Jason asked suddenly. Cells with different functions and tissues divide in different ways. The division methods of human epithelial connective tissue and muscle tissue are naturally different. Jason was a little curious. What kind of organization does the current split belong to? The database is insufficient and it is difficult to make inferences. The structure of this creature is unlike any known creature on Earth. It is impossible to determine the function of the internal tissue structure of its body. Jason also shook his head. He thinks too much. The inside of this thing's body doesn't even have the basic structure of living things on Earth. How could Skynet possibly deduce this? Shaking his head, Jason began to carefully observe the organization in front of him that was beginning to take shape. This is a piece of white. tissue similar to muscle. Jason guessed. The actions of lurkers may be realized through this white organizational structure. The next process is to wait slowly. There was nothing Jason could do, just waiting for the internal tissues to slowly absorb nutrients and begin to grow slowly. It took about 2 or 3 hours. A white lurker appeared inside the culture tank. This lurker looks very fragile, like a crab that has just shed its shell. The white carapace looks very fragile. Jason knows. This is why its chitinous carapace has not fully evolved. Just add metal powder to it. These highly active cells will integrate the nutrients in the metal powder, greatly enhance its sturdiness. Skynet. Inject special nutrient solution. This is probably the last step of training. Wait until the adult culture is completed. It is through microelectrodes that the lurker's behavior begins to be manipulated. This ferocious creature, if there is no way to control it. Isn't that bad? Inside the lurker, there exists a walnut file-sized neuron core. This thing, 5.0, is equivalent to the brain of a lurker. It can provide him with enough action instincts and fighting skills. Appearance civilization is achieved by implanting microelectrodes in the body of the lurker to discharge electricity to stimulate this neuron, to manipulate the behavior of lurkers. When necessary, it can also release huge amounts of electric current, killing lurkers directly. Avoid losing control. It can be said to be very safe. Following Jason's command, Skynet injected a special nutrient solution into the culture tank. The lurkers began to quickly absorb the nutrients and metal elements mixed in it. The lurker's carapace changes at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white quickly turned to black. It began to emit a dangerous metallic sheen. Jason's eyes flashed with excitement. Lurkers. The modulation was successful. Time flies. A week passes in the blink of an eye. It's been a long time since Jason created biological weapons. At the moment, the lurker was wrapped around his arm. The current lurker only has a slap file size. Not only does it not look fierce, it also looks a little cute. But Jason didn't dare to underestimate the little creature on his arm. Why, just came out of the culture tank. His arms were covered with scars. If he hadn't trained slowly, this thing will never be so honest. Lurkers due to their body structure. In fact, IQ is not very high. At most, he is a little smarter than the pet cats and dogs at home. Not up to human level. Therefore, after various feedback training, this lurker has become much more honest. Jason tested it. Don't look at this thing now, sitting on his arm. But as long as Jason gives the order, he can become a complete body in an instant. Exert powerful lethality. After 26, Jason's modulation. The power of the lurker's limbs is greatly increased and can even easily pierce shields made of pure vibranium. Very scary. Jason decided to take this thing with him everywhere. It can be used as a trump card at critical moments. He touched the lurker on his hand, causing him to squirm. Jason will come over. Skynet, you said that the transformation of the Mars base has been completed, right? That's right, Master. 2 days ago, a message came from Mars. The ecological survival base has been transformed. You can go for acceptance. There's also our spaceport. You should also go and see it. Skynet said in a calm voice. Jason touched his chin. He really should go to Mars. This should have been a very easy thing. If it is on the Earth or in the outer space of the Earth, everything won't be such a hassle. Pity. In order to avoid detection by Earth civilization, he placed his base on Mars, which is the most suitable place. This creates a big problem. Communication issues. It is known. Even on Earth, you want to make a call to someone on the other side of the world. All are transferred through satellite, and there is a certain delay. Mars is a full 55 million kilometers away from the Earth. What concept? It only takes 40,000 kilometers to circle the Earth once on the equator. To go from the Earth to Mars is equivalent to circling the Earth more than 1,000 times. Moreover, this is when Mars' orbit is closest to the Earth. In fact, the planets in the solar system are constantly moving around the Sun. When Mars is farthest from Earth, it may be able to reach 400 million kilometers. This is a distance that an ordinary person cannot imagine. This distance, even with light, would take several hours to travel, not to mention the electromagnetic waves that transmit information. Therefore, there's a very large delay in communication between Earth and Mars. Don't even think about video calls. Jason wanted to see how the construction on Mars was going. He could only go and see for himself. This is not easy. The steel armor can reach Mars easily because it is a dead thing. There is no need to eat, breathe, or perform other physiological activities. As long as there is enough energy, it can keep flying. But Jason can't. It is now 2009, and the next closest approach between Earth and Mars is at least a few years away. That is to say, this time he went from Earth to Mars. Even if you say less, you still have to run hundreds of millions of kilometers. Even the steel armor will take several weeks to run. His own words. That takes even more time. No matter what, it will take 2 or 3 months. Such a long time. He needs to eat, drink water, and other physiological activities. This is not a problem that can be solved by steel armor. He needs to prepare well. Skynet, Bruce and Alfred sent a message asking them to come back. Jason spoke. Because of his actions in Gotham City, he didn't want Bruce to cause trouble. So he booked a trip to Hawaii for the two of them. At this time, they were still enjoying the sunshine and beaches in Hawaii. Jason was going to Mars, so naturally he had to tell these two relatives first. Wait until Skynet sends a message. Jason spoke again. Call Nick Fury. I want to talk to him. Jason waited for a while, and the call was connected directly. Nick Fury's tone on the other end of the phone wasn't very good. I don't know who provoked him. If you have any questions for me, tell me quickly. I'm very busy. I want you a Quinjet. Jason spoke. The Quinjet that Jason was talking about was not an ordinary Quinjet. Instead, it is SHIELD, a large aerial aircraft. The file size is even larger than that of a Boeing 747. It is simply a flying fortress. SHIELD often uses this as their mobile air base. This thing, even in SHIELD, there isn't much. Hear Jason's words. Nick Fury's face turned dark. What are you thinking about? Do you know how expensive a fighter plane you were talking about is? Cheapskate. I'll trade my armor with you. Jason muttered. There is no aircraft used for long-distance navigation on the Earth. Nowadays, various countries build space vehicles. There are too many scientific research equipments inside, totally inconsistent with his requirements. So Jason decided to get a Quinjet and modify it himself. Anyway, with anti-gravity technology, there is no problem in heaven. It only needs a little 670 modification to take it over. You can travel internationally. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows when he heard Jason's words. I want to. 2 pieces is 2 pieces. You are the head of a world-class organization. How can I be like a vendor in a vegetable market? Isn't it a shame? Jason said contemptuously. Nick Fury isn't angry either. The value of these 2 pieces of armor is much greater than that of a Quinjet. He has made a lot of money and is not as knowledgeable as Jason. He was in an extremely good mood now that he had been taken advantage of. How about a Quinjet sent to Gotham City for you? Okay, send it to our private airport. And help me get a few tons of special aerospace steel from the space agency. Put into our deal. Jason spoke. Going on an international voyage. The original aluminum alloy material of the Quinjet is completely inappropriate. That thing is so weak that it can't stand the wind. Like paper. Jason didn't want to risk his life. It is better to use special aerospace steel produced by NASA. Corrosion resistance and impact resistance are very good. You can also take long-distance flights in the universe with peace of mind. Nick Fury heard Jason's words and agreed without saying anything. He couldn't deal with Jason's matter anyway, so he simply stopped exploring it. Only, Jason had no intention of hanging up the phone. In fact, Jason can hang up the communication after taking the pill. However, he suddenly changed his doctrine, because he suddenly remembered. In space navigation, Nick Fury, this bad old man, seems to know more than him. After killing Thanos, it was like he was on vacation in space. The pilot is a very mature spaceship. The various internal life-sustaining technologies are also very mature. Not only does it include artificial gravity and Earth environment simulation, it also includes extravagant entertainment measures. Compared to him, who sharpens his skills in battle. It is much better to do it now and change it now. Moreover, this guy's communication technology is also more advanced than his. People don't know where they are in the universe. You can talk to your Skrull brothers on Earth in real time. You can also open videos. That's really advanced. This is a tight fit that makes Jason envious. He plans to ask Nick Fury if he can meet his alien friends. Even if you can't get on the spaceship to learn skills, it would also be great to learn some technology from aliens. Jason coughed and asked, "Director Nick Fury, I heard something recently." When Nick Fury heard this, he immediately became vigilant. It felt like there was a big word, danger, on my head. Nick Fury asked with a wary face, "What you up to?" "Well, Director Nick Fury, I heard that you have a lot of friends. I seem to have met some alien friends." Jason's tone became a little disgusting. Nick Fury got goosebumps all over his body. "Speak normally. Don't you know aliens too?" Nick Fury did not deny it, but asked, "Can that be the same? Asgardians are uneducated." Jason was also filled with tears when he spoke. The people of Asgard are a bunch of illiterate people. Moreover, education level is inversely proportional to strength. In Asgard, people with higher combat prowess have lower levels of education. Odin, the old guy, is better. Looking at Thor, calling him illiterate might be an overstatement. But he didn't understand anything about Asgard's technology. This led to several friends around him doing the same thing. One is more illiterate than the other. That time he communicated with these people for a long time. Absolutely nothing. The system failed to obtain anything of value. Jason gets angry just thinking about it. The Skrulls are different. Although they were beaten by the Krees and ran around like lost dogs. They even need Wonder Woman to find a planet for them to live on. But their technology is still much more advanced than the technology on Earth. It is the skills of this group of people that Jason covets. Nick Fury heard Jason's words and didn't speak. After half a day, Tuan said, "My friends don't like to meet people. I'll introduce them to you when I get the chance." Hearing this, Jason curled his lips in disdain. Nick Fury is this piece of shit. It's obvious that he doesn't trust him. He also said that others don't like to meet others, which is really not the son of a man. Okay, in that case I won't force it. See you later. With that said, Jason hung up the phone directly. That's really merciless at all. Nick Fury heard Jason hang up the phone. First he was stunned. Then he shook his head vigorously. Turn around and pick up the phone. "Phil Coulson, send your Quinjet to the Wayne house in Gotham City. I'll give you another approval." After saying that, he also hung up the phone. Let's not talk about SHIELD for now. After Jason hung up the phone, he started to prepare. Interstellar travel is no simple matter. He needs to prepare food, enough water, and enough energy. There are also measures to deal with various risks. He doesn't look like the hapless Tony Stark. Without any preparation, I boarded the spaceship. If Captain, a pervert, hadn't saved him, there might have been no Iron Man in the world. Naturally, it was impossible for him to make such a stupid mistake. Therefore, he has to prepare everything, including water source purification device, air purification device, oxygen production device, and other equipment. And he also plans to study something under space conditions. The environment in space is completely different from that on Earth. The Earth is a unique planet. The thick atmosphere filters 99% of cosmic rays and radiation. There is no atmosphere in space. Outer space is filled with all kinds of radiation. Survive in space for a long time. It is easy to produce various diseases. Definitely, it made no difference to him. Quite the opposite. He would also be more comfortable in space. He wants to do experiments in space. Various radiations in space can cause various genetic mutations in species. Maybe it can induce some strange abilities. He might be able to use this to upgrade the lurker in his hand. Besides, weightless conditions can create a very good experimental environment. It is very valuable for its experiments. Therefore, a small laboratory must also be prepared. In addition, he also needs to prepare entertainment equipment. 2 months without internet connection. It is very difficult for modern people to accept. He had to endure this kind of journey, so he naturally had to prepare some entertainment equipment. There are also some miscellaneous things. All require purchasing. Fortunately, he is from the Wayne family. We lack everything except money. The discussion lasted half an hour. He and Skynet had just prepared everything that should be prepared. Master, I can't wait any longer. According to my calculations, if the number of aircraft is increased, the Quinjet will not be able to carry the load at all. Hear this. Jason sighed helplessly. Compared to regular spacecraft, the Quinjet is just too small. Like in Thor 3, the ship used by Thor to evacuate Asgard refugees. The length alone is several kilometers. I'm afraid a small society can be formed inside. It's not comparable to a half-assed Quinjet fighter. Lilies. It will be much better when our space carrier is built. From now on, we don't have to worry at all. Let's make do with it now. Jason sighed helplessly, stopped adding things to it. Now, let's discuss the renovation. I think that in addition to the existing modifications, it is necessary to add weapons to it. Equip all the laser weapons. Master, the space and energy of the Quinjet are extremely limited. We can't possibly carry any large weapons on it. Besides, Minister from Outer Space, there is absolutely no point in having such a weapon. Without energy shield, your armor is fully capable of assuming the function of shipborne weapons. Tian Wang persuaded seriously. Jason thought about it too. At such a close distance, the chance of a cosmic war happening is not very real. Forget it. Nick Fury, the old guy, although sometimes unreliable, but it's usually very reliable. The day after Jason proposed, Phil Coulson sent the Quinjet over. Mr. Jason, this is our shield-thick fighter. Phil Coulson pointed to a huge amount of airplane next to him and said very proudly. Jason looked to the side and nodded. The Quinjet fighter looks really good. It's a really black body, full of metallic feel. And before this plane, people were like tiny little things. This is a huge thing that can carry hundreds of people. It can carry a small fighter jet and has an independent laboratory and independent cargo space. It even has the luxury of having an independent prison. The entire fuselage is divided into 3 layers, with the living area and the structure of each layer separated. It is really not an exaggeration to say it is a flying fortress. Jason had already given him the parameters of this thing, but Phil Coulson doesn't know that. Speaking directly, Mr. Jason, let me introduce you. The Quinjet fighter has an optical stealth module on its surface, capable of complete optical cloaking. Jason listened to Phil Coulson's inexplicably proud tone, rolled his eyes. Optically invisible. What's the use of this thing? Maybe in the eyes of ordinary people. Optically invisible, so awesome, so handsome. But in the eyes of professionals, this thing 553 is of no use at all. But the price/performance ratio is also very low. In today's air combat, where is the need for optical stealth? As long as you can appear on the radar, any fighter jet can lock on you. This kind of aircraft without firepower is simply a living target. Jason doesn't think there's anything cool about optical invisibility. Jason's behavior is very covert. Phil Coulson didn't see it. Continue to speak. The Quinjet uses a large aviation turbine engine. Completely developed by our shield, it can even perform vertical takeoff and landing. It's very advanced even internationally. Jason nodded when he heard this. That's true. Some people may not know the concept of vertical takeoff and landing for fixed-wing aircraft. Jason is more inclined to believe that this thing is a myth. The flight of fixed-wing aircraft depends mostly on the updraft around the wings. CGDB. This behemoth weighs hundreds of tons. The price to pay for freedom of flight is very high. Not only is the steering limited, but the material is also very fragile. SHIELD is really technological. When they modified such a big thing to be able to take off and land vertically, they didn't just get a high-power engine and be done with it. At least, the structure of the aircraft must be able to withstand the forces caused by vertical takeoff and landing. When the engine sprays down, the weight of the entire aircraft is almost borne by the 2 wings. Several hundred tons of weight are distributed at 2 points on the wing. To prevent breakage, the requirements for machine materials are really too high. Besides, the Quinjet must maintain balance when taking off. Like when Tony Stark piloted the Iron Suit for the first time. Almost killed myself. There are only two vector nozzles, and it is impossible to maintain balance in the air. The same goes for the Quinjet. You need to maintain stability during liftoff to ensure that no rollover occurs. This is very difficult. At this point, SHIELD has indeed developed an incredible black technology. Jason nodded and praised. Phil Coulson continues the introduction. If we say the only shortcoming of this aircraft is that it consumes too much fuel. If we don't fly thousands of kilometers, we will consume hundreds of kilograms of high-purity aviation kerosene. So there are dedicated fuel tanks inside the aircraft. But I believe that for Wayne Group, this aviation kerosene should not be a problem. Jason pouted. Indeed not. That's not the problem at all. Spacecraft are a very special type of flight vehicle because it is traveling at high altitude. Once danger occurs, the biggest possibility is that the machine will crash and everyone will die. This is why airplanes sound so dangerous, even though they are obviously the safest means of transportation. When something goes wrong, it's a plane load of people. Therefore, the first thing an aviation aircraft ensures is safety. For gas turbine engines and ramjet engines, gasoline is highly volatile, easy to burn, and very unsafe. The viscosity of diesel is too high and inappropriate. So aviation kerosene with high calorific value and suitable density. It becomes space shuttle, the best quality fuel. The price of this thing is actually not very high. Even the aviation kerosene specially prepared by NASA for use in rockets. That's a few $1,000s per ton. But that's not what Jason is interested in. At the current stage, aviation kerosene is indeed a very high-quality fuel. But there's a big problem. Its battery life is terrible, counting the fuel inside the Quinjet. The Quinjet can only circle the Earth once. To stop eating, fuel can only be refilled at the airport. Most large aircraft do this. This brings you to SHIELD. It's nothing compared to a large organization with branches all over the world. But it was a bit inappropriate for him. Not to mention, in outer space, this kind of engine, which relies on oxygen to operate, cannot start at all. So this thing is the first thing Jason wants to modify. He prepared the engines on the Quinjet, replaced with a large hull propulsion unit on his armor. As long as there is enough power, it will keep running. With several reactors, he can keep traveling on the plane until the end of time. Think about it. Jason interrupted Phil Coulson, who wanted to continue introducing. Phil Coulson, agent, please introduce me here. I will understand other things myself. Is I want also on there? That's right, Mr. Jason. The aerospace alloys you want are all on the plane. In the warehouse on the 3rd floor. If you need it, we can help you unload it. Phil Coulson smiled and said, No need. I can do it myself. Here comes something. I'll give it to you. You can go back and resume your life. Jason picked up 2 suitcases from the side and handed them to Phil Coulson. This is the armor promised to Nick Fury. By now, this second-generation armor that has been eliminated long ago has no value at all. Giving Nick Fury some resources is a very good deal, in his opinion. Phil Coulson took it with both hands. His arms sank. Then he quietly handed the thing over to the tall and powerful subordinate behind him. Jason looked at it and smiled secretly. Phil Coulson still thinks this thing is very light, something that all Tony Stark's bodyguards would carry. This woman, Little Pepper, looks soft and frail, but she is actually very powerful. She is a fierce woman. This thing is not light. Phil Coulson guessed wrong this time. Modifying machinery is a very interesting thing. The special preparation is with the help of Skynet, an engineering assignment. It immediately became 3D modeling. Skynet is the interactive digital model of the Quinjet I need available. The scan of the split body has been completed, and the bit model has been generated. Skynetcom voice sounded. The Quinjet is no small device. This plane is as tall as 3 or 4 stories. Ordinary scanning, of course, cannot be completed in one go. Therefore, Skynet uses segmented scanning to build a digital model. Soon, a projection appeared in front of him. To be honest, the interactive experience with this kind of projection is still very wonderful. It cannot be touched. It depends entirely on visual perception. There's always a feeling of weakness. However, due to technical limitations, this can only be done. Skynet What material is used for the main frame of the Quinjet? Large aircraft are basically made of aluminum alloy structures. This is to reduce the weight of the aircraft as much as possible. Get a better flight experience. The people in SHIELD are richer. In addition to a few aluminum alloy structures, they also use some titanium alloys. As a result, the cost of aircraft will naturally increase greatly. The main body inside is made of T2C titanium alloy steel produced by the Bald Eagle military. The overall performance is very good. Whether it is strength or ductility, it is one of the top metals in the world. Jason nodded. He just said, since it can withstand vertical takeoff and landing, there's no reason why the Quinjet's internal structure is all brittle metal. It's not that Jason looks down on aluminum alloys. Aluminum alloy materials used by the military. Sometimes, it may be better than alloy steel in various properties. But, due to the limitations of the natural lattice structure of the aluminum element, aluminum alloy is still not as strong as alloy steel. Alloy steel looks crappy. It is indeed the material with the most superior comprehensive properties that humans have mastered. Due to the existence of negative mass matter in his hands, he does not need to consider the original weight of the aircraft at all. He decided to replace all the materials. Label all titanium and aluminum components on the aircraft. Skynet directly marked these places. Remove the engine and some major function units. Jason touched his chin and said, it's okay to replace the entire engine, such as titanium alloy on radar, balance unit, etc. He still can't be replaced. Alloy steel is inferior to titanium alloy in terms of special functions. Soon, Skynet revised the scope again. The entire large structure of the aircraft is marked, including the aircraft's skin, frame, and landing gear structures. They are all made of two lightweight metals, titanium alloy and aluminum alloy. Skynet, replace all these materials with aviation alloy steel. We don't need to think about thrust-to-weight ratio. Like Lao Mauzi once said, as long as the thrust is strong enough, stainless steel can reach the sky. The MiG-25 is a typical example. If not for human technological limitations, fighters made of pure steel should be the mainstream. Who doesn't want a fighter jet to have the same protective capabilities as a tank? It's just that human technology can't do it for the time being. So we use aluminum alloys and titanium alloys. It's just something that even a small caliber machine gun can penetrate. In Skynet, respray the surface of the aircraft. Follow the style of the scum armor. For the surface coating, let's use the radar stealth coating used on the armor for the time being. Completely remove the original optical stealth module. There is no need for the moment. Jason shook his head. Optical invisibility is indeed very powerful when overwhelmed by technology. But when technology is crushed, that's really of no use at all. Pick any civilization in the universe. Radar technology is thousands of years ahead of the Earth. Optical invisibility is simply useless. He might as well have thickened his armor. It wasn't until Skynet completed this part of the transformation that Jason spoke. Replace all the engines of the Quinjet with our large hull electric thrust units. Calculate the thrust. Readjust the engine position to achieve a balanced ratio. Renovate the oil circuit inside the Quinjet. Renovate all the lines and replace them with our circuit unit modules. Also, get rid of the gas tank and the internal prison. Convert it into a storage unit and kitchen bar. Jason thought for a while and touched his chin. When SHIELD was first considered, the Quinjet exists as a kind of flying fortress. Please give me flowers. It is also used as an aerial mobile platform. Therefore, the function is also very comprehensive, even extravagant enough to have a separate prison. This thing is completely useless to him. There's also a problem with the living room on top of the Quinjet. All are prepared for multiple members. Very uncomfortable. He will naturally undergo transformation. By the way, should I bring a chef and a flight attendant? Jason looked at the huge space inside the Quinjet. He asked Skynet a little weirdly. Forget if the captain has his own independent office. There's also a small bar. Is it really a palace in the sky? This thing is probably much more luxurious than their family's private jet. No wonder Nick Fury is an old guy. So much money is misappropriated every year. I'm afraid it all fell on this. However, this thing really seemed a bit empty for him to use alone. Forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Jason shook his head. The first time, it was still a bit dangerous. He no longer harms others. Wait until the technology matures. He must be like Tony Stark and find some stewardesses to dance on. Okay, Skynet, let's transform it like this first. Prepare more supplies. Also, keep the small seed room in good condition. Take it to Mars when the time comes. Jason reminded. Touching his chin, Jason spoke again. Well, bring some small meat-producing animals and try to see if they can be farmed on Mars. Jason thought for a moment. There is absolutely nothing wrong with growing vegetables on Mars. But eating green vegetables every day is not the same thing. You still have to eat meat. Just bring some animals up there. Anyway, he has no shortage of energy at all, under the condition that Mars has water source. The base also lacks essential substances for life, such as oxygen, feed, and stuff like that. In the early stage, part of it will be transported from the Earth, and in a later stage, it could be completely self-sufficient. Skynet, why do you think I want to build a colony on Mars? Jason touched his head, said with a smile. If he continues like this, the scale of the Mars base will probably expand several times. By then, all international immigrants will be able to enter Sichuan. Jason's fighter jet modification went very smoothly. He just needs to issue the order for modification. Skynet can modify it itself. Only, the internal modification is actually only half done. After designing various structures, he still needs to transform other aspects. The environments of space and Earth are completely different. In space, no air, no lots of sunlight, and no warmth either. On the contrary, it is filled with all kinds of deadly radiation. Why do all spaceships and space stations look so bloated? Astronauts' spacesuits also look very bulky. It is to isolate various extreme environments in space. Space is not like the Earth. There is no atmospheric component at all. Therefore, temperature conduction can only transfer heat through radiation and conduction. But where in the universe are there so many transmission media? July 13th, hence. The environment in a vacuum can reach a very extreme level. Far away from the fixed star, the temperature of the vacuum can reach minus 200 degrees. But close to fixed star, the temperature can reach several hundred degrees. Plus all kinds of radiation. What if he entered space with a pure metal Quinjet? That was really ecstasy. Skynet, what is the best insulation material in the world now? Master, the thermal insulation material does not have a higher thermal insulation coefficient. Thermal cycling of spacecraft is very special. Skynet spoke. By the way, I transferred some data to Jason. Jason really doesn't understand this. I found out after reading the information. It turns out that space insulation is not that simple. It doesn't mean that space is completely isolated. The most important thing about space navigation is actually thermal balance. Thermal insulation performance is of course important, but it's not that important. The important thing about insulation is maintains the temperature inside the spaceship. Space is always as cold as minus 200 degrees Celsius. If the spacecraft cannot be insulated, the temperature will drop very quickly. No one can bear this low temperature. Even someone as thick-skinned and fleshy as Jason couldn't withstand the low temperature of minus 200 degrees. But at the same time, the heat insulation of the spacecraft cannot be too good, and sufficient heat dissipation units must be left. The spaceship is no matter it is any piece of machinery or human breath. All produce a lot of heat, especially the spacecraft's engines. That's really where the most heat is generated. In addition, heat in space cannot be conducted quickly. The spacecraft originally has a heat dissipation layer. The heat inside the spacecraft cannot be dissipated, and the temperature will get higher and higher. That kind of outcome can be imagined. Hence, starships that travel long distances. Often there is a heat sink that is many times larger than the hull, just like a satellite in space. There are two wings the size of a spaceship. By increasing the heat dissipation area, the heat dissipation efficiency is increased. So, in space, It is very easy to judge whether a spaceship will advance first. The more this spaceship looks like a spaceship, the more advanced the technology it has mastered, because they already have mature internal heat processing modules. On the contrary, it looks fancy, but the technology may just be at the level of the planet. Although Jason does not have any mature cooling device, but he also has a way. The heat generated by the hull propulsion unit is very small. Most of it is heat generated by heating the propellant. But this part is outside the spacecraft, enough to minimize this impact. Plus, Jason is going to use 2 wings that are completely useless in space. Change to heat sink. In this way, the temperature inside the Quinjet can be balanced. Reach temperature equilibrium. Therefore, he also needs to install something on the surface of the Quinjet. Skynet. After completing the improvement of the main structure of the aircraft, design a heat dissipation pattern on the surface of the wing. It's best to make it a symbol or something. Jason thought for a moment and spoke. The material is pure silver pipe, embedded inside the wing to prevent damage. At the same time, a compound solution is injected inside as a coolant. Jason refined his plan. Silver is the most thermally conductive metal known to man. It's perfect for use as heat dissipation pipes. Although it is a bit soft, only a small amount of other elements are added to it. Maintaining the basic form is completely sufficient. All cooling equipment on the market is made of copper. It's for economic reasons. Jason is not short of money at all. There is no need to consider cost at all. Just consider the effect. So does the coolant inside the tube. The specific heat capacity of water is very large. Not the best cooling liquid at all. The reason why it is widely used is because it is cheap. Jason went straight to a special solution produced by a company called Bald Eagle. It is used to dissipate heat for supercomputers. The effect is very good. For the best effect, let Skynet slowly design the pattern. Jason spoke again. As for the thermal insulation layer, we will use aluminized polyimide film. This material is still very good. At worst, it would be nice to add a few more layers. Jason touched his chin and said, "Some of you may have watched it on TV. There are various satellite images on the TV. Satellites are often entangled with various things similar to explanations. Make satellites look like they were built by elementary school students. There is absolutely no aesthetics to speak of. These films are actually aluminum-coated polyimide films. It is to isolate heat in space. It can also withstand the impact of small stars to a certain extent. Therefore, it is really not intentional that the satellite is so ugly. It's a performance requirement. Jason certainly doesn't need to wind up the Quinjet into a mummy. He only needs to add this insulation material to the outer armor sandwich of the Quinjet. Who made the Quinjet big in size and budget? It can be like a space station, made more high-end. In fact, transforming an airplane into a spacecraft is far more than that. What troubles governments around the world is actually a problem of motivation. In the absence of anti-gravity technology in 5.9, human beings want to accelerate hundreds of tons of things to the first speed in the universe, thereby getting rid of the constraints of the Earth. Now, the only way is the rockets. But if the rockets return, a return capsule is also needed. The return capsule requires various ceramic heat shields, retarding devices, etc. Jason is made of anti-gravity technology, so there is no need to think about these things at all. Only he could modify the surface structure of the fighter plane so easily. Easily transport aircraft that can only travel within the atmosphere, transformed into a spaceship that can travel in the universe. Okay, Skynet, let's transform it according to the current situation first. If we find other problems, we will make changes. I'll ask Tony Stark too. Let's see what he thinks. After speaking, Jason asked Skynet to modify it himself. Prepare to contact his good friends. Tony Stark. When I first came into contact, you wish you could beat him to death. In the movies, Tony Stark is indeed a very charming man. But really getting in touch with this guy, you wish you could beat him to death. Arrogance and narcissism are nothing. He is vicious and has no regard for other people's feelings. That's the most annoying thing about him, especially when Tony Stark woke him up in the middle of the night with his bossy tone. Jason wanted to send his armor to kill him, but been together for a long time. Jason actually found Tony Stark a little more attractive. This made him wonder if he was a bit masochistic. After saying goodbye to Bruce Wayne and Alfred, of course he had to say goodbye to Tony Stark too. Pick up the phone. I called several times, but Tony Stark didn't answer. Jason's face was covered in black. Skynet, hack into Tony Stark's database. As expected, it only took a few minutes for Skynet to take action. Tony Stark's call came back. Fake Squid, 26 Jason, what do you want to do? Do you know what I'm doing? Tony Stark's tone was full of annoyance. I think I was interrupted by Jason while doing some research. Are you trying to say that your research can change the world? You are right. My research can indeed change the world. Tony Stark said with excitement. Just stop for a moment and consider how the world feels. On average, he will be changed by you once every few hours. Isn't the world tired? Jason said helplessly. Tony Stark's arrogance. You can't change it in this life. But this is also a common phenomenon among bald eagle people. Very normal. I have something to tell you. Jason stopped Tony Stark from rambling on. He spoke directly. What's the matter? Just tell me. I still have to do research. Tony Stark scratched his messy hair and said, the models who usually spend the night with him would never have thought of this guy, Tony Stark. How sloppy it is when doing research. If it weren't for Little Pepper, Tony Stark could literally bury himself in a takeout box. Shaking his head, Jason no longer thought about the usefulness of these things. I'm leaving the Earth. Huh? Are you finally going back to your home planet? I just said, how can there be people on Earth who are more talented than me? Tony Stark said happily. Jason's face was full of black lines. Goddamn, go back to your home planet. You're more like an alien. Okay? I'm going to Mars, not back to my home planet. Jason said angrily. Mars? What are you doing in this inhospitable place? Tony Stark shook his head at first, then looked at Jason in surprise. Have you successfully built your base on Mars? That's right. I'm going to check it out this time. Jason said very reservedly. Tony Stark immediately perked up. I don't want to think about his research at all. He spoke immediately. I'm going. Jason sneered. He wouldn't mind taking Tony Stark with him. This guy's small arms and legs won't cause him any trouble. But the problem is, he left like this. I don't know how long it will take to come back. Dealing with Mars. Plus, in case something unexpected happens. He might not know how long it would take for him to come back. He took Tony Stark with him. If Loki brings people to Earth to cause trouble, who can stop him? Do you rely on 50-50 to open the captain? Although Tony Stark is not very powerful, but it is definitely the most stable combat power of Avengers. Thor and Hulk, those are both very unreliable. One has to cross several galaxies to get home, and the other often cannot control himself. Tony isn't here. The Earth might become what it is. He was destined not to succeed this time. Tony, it's not that I don't want to take you, but my navigation technology is not yet developed, so I can't let you take risks. Jason's face was full of sincerity. It seemed like everything he said was true. In fact, the risk is really not that big, even if the spaceship explodes. Such a close distance. He can also fly back with his steel armor. I say this just to persuade Tony Stark. But he clearly underestimated Tony Stark's interest in exploring Mars. It's okay. I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, with me here, nothing can go wrong. Tony Stark said very stinkingly. Jason's face was full of black lines. You are too arrogant. I dare not say that. No, I am confident in my skills. Come, let me see your spacecraft. Let me modify it for you. Tony Stark is gearing up right now. Looks in high spirits. I completely forgot that I still have research. Tony couldn't beat him. I can only send a structural diagram. Damn it. What kind of rubbish did you create? This thing can't fly out of the atmosphere at all. When Tony Stark saw this, he immediately made a judgment. Jason's forehead was once again covered with black lines. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. Of course I have a way to get this thing into space. Jason said directly. He was doing it to save time. I just looked for this thing without thinking about redesigning it. It was not originally intended for use in outer space. The design is a bit rubbish. Isn't it normal for 580? Besides, it's not as rubbish as Tony Stark said. Tony Stark heard Jason say this. I'm not complaining about this either. I have no doubt you can make this thing fly. But can you tell me how you plan to defend against the impact of the small planet? Do you think space is the inside of the atmosphere? There are a lot of small planet fragments out there. Jason was also stunned when he heard this. Yes, why didn't he think of this? This shows how powerful Tony Stark is, although he knows a lot of things. But technology is very targeted. In some areas, Jason may be better than Tony Stark. But in terms of breadth of technical understanding, he really missed the mark. For example, space is a blind spot in his knowledge. He didn't think about this. Outer space is no paradise, due to various small planets constantly moving and colliding. There's a lot of garbage and small planet debris in outer space. Once the speed of the spacecraft increases, encountered small planet fragments, that would immediately result in a shipwreck and loss of lives. It's like a plane being hit by a bird. The shard may originally have little power, but the speed of the spacecraft is very high. That's different. After being reminded by Tony Stark, Jason's expression immediately turned serious. The brain circuits of geniuses are always different. As soon as I arrived, I discovered huge shortcomings in his design. He forgot that outer space is a very hostile place. Several pieces of his armor were damaged on the way to Mars. When it was his turn to modify the fighter plane, he seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Why even outer space? Everything is a vacuum. There is no need to consider aerodynamics at all. Many spaceships need to be designed in a streamlined or spindle shape. It is to reduce collisions with outer space garbage. Those ships have a square front. Either it has a shield, or it is very confident in its own materials. If not like this, as long as the speed is high, the ship will be destroyed and everyone will be killed. Jason obviously does not have this high-end technology now. Without energy shield, no metal on Earth can withstand high-speed collisions. Small planet fragments in the universe. It's not as fragile as on Earth. There are actually a lot of iron cores inside most small planets, although the hardness is not high. But once the speed increases, that will be very astonishing. So the first thing Jason had to do was to optimize the shape of the Quinjet's nose, reduce the collision area. Thus, even if large debris hits, there will be no danger. Some changes were made to the digital model. The shape of the Quinjet has been optimized. Jason spoke. Do you have any other suggestions now? Tony Stark hugged his arms and touched his chin. The front defense of the fuselage is indeed sufficient. But what are you going to do about the wing? You wouldn't think that there is no reason why other people's spaceships are wingless. This thing is really too fragile. Tony Stark shook his head. The wings are in space, apart from being beautiful. There's absolutely no other use for it. So, many spaceships actually have no wings, just to reduce the volume of damage sustained. If there is a shield generator inside the spacecraft, it can also greatly reduce the consumption of energy shields. But Jason designed this thing. The wingspan of the aircraft may have caught up with the length of the fuselage. This increases the vulnerability of the fuselage. After hearing Tony Stark's words, Jason also scratched his head. No way. This is the heat dissipation unit of the spacecraft. Without this, the thermal balance inside the spacecraft would be disrupted. Tony Stark pinched his chin. That's really troublesome. Then we can only find ways to strengthen the wings. I can optimize its internal skeleton structure. As he spoke, Tony Stark enlarged the wing model and modified it. This guy is very accomplished in mechanics. There's an air of confidence exuding in every gesture. It was easy to optimize the mechanical structure of the wing to a quite perfect point. That alone is not enough. The strength of the internal structure is certainly important, but surface strength is also very important. The aviation special steel you used is good, but it's not strong enough. I recently studied a new alloy, which is a multibiotic high-entropy alloy. I'll send you the recipe. As he spoke, Tony Stark transmitted a piece of information to Seven. Jason was not polite either. It was common for him and Tony Stark to exchange technology. He has nothing to be embarrassed about. I'll transform this part. The strength of the wings doesn't need to be too high. We can calculate a route that minimizes all kinds of space debris. Jason scratched his head, and Taguchi said, "This is also a method, but the structure still needs to be strengthened. Actually, it's better to use an energy shield. It's a pity that we can't study it yet. Tony Stark shook his head regretfully. Energy shield is really a black technology. An energy film that can block any external attacks but can emit internal attacks. Human theory simply does not believe that such a thing can exist. So this is the most basic thing in various science fiction works. In fact, it is an elusive dream. Tony Stark considers himself a genius, but he still has no clue what might happen. Jason also nodded. He also deeply believed this. The more you know about technology, the more incredible you will be. Now we should not think about this technology or think of ways to use metal materials originally. As long as the material is strong enough, there really is no difference. Jason spoke. That's true, existing metal materials. Performance-wise, it's almost adequate. Tony Stark nodded and said, let's discuss other aspects. Do you plan to use such a large space on the lower floor as a storage room? That's right. Under the situation that we are unable to be self-sufficient in the early stage, we can only rely on the transportation of resources in case of emergency. Jason nodded. It's true. It's not easy to be self-sufficient on Mars. Just pay attention to the pressure balance inside the ship. There are no big problems with this space. Jason nodded. Indeed, space has no atmosphere. Once a gas leak occurs in the spacecraft, that was a disaster. The gas inside the spacecraft will leak out quickly. CGDH, causing death of persons. Tony Stark reminded him. Be sure to take emergency measures inside the spacecraft. After a leak occurs, it can be quickly sealed. Tony Stark mentioned this and didn't say much more. Now it seems that there should be no other problems. Although it's not perfect, but sailing to Mars is enough. When are you going to leave? I prepare in advance. Tony Stark said a little excitedly. I must bring a few models and then a chef. Jason heard Tony Stark's words. Everyone is feeling bad. Do you think you're going on a trip? Just bring a chef. What the hell are you doing with a few models? Besides, when did I agree to take you with me? Tony, please stop for a moment. When did I say I would take you with me? Tony Stark couldn't believe what Jason said. Fake squid. Let me help you like this. You don't plan to take me with you? Besides, what's your reason for not taking me with you? When Jason heard this, he could only smile bitterly. Did he say, because you are the history of Avengers? Can't I take you away? What if a war breaks out? Loki and Thanos behind him. But he covets the Earth all the time. What if he goes out and is robbed from his hometown? Jason is in a dilemma. It wasn't that he didn't want to take Tony Stark with him. There's really nothing secretive inside the Mars base. Even if it is a spaceport, it must be exposed to the public. Show it to Tony Stark, it doesn't matter. That's what he's worried about. After Tony Stark left, Earth's combat capabilities are insufficient. It will cause a lot of trouble. Tony, it's not that I don't want to take you with me. There is something hidden in this. There may not be peace on Earth in the near future. Tony Stark glanced at Jason thoughtfully. You mean, what might happen on Earth recently? Yes, it is very likely that your fighting power will be needed. Jason spoke. This is not simple. We just need to keep a few pieces of the armor. We can do online manipulation on Mars. In other words, I just hand over the armor to JRVS. Tony Stark spoke. You can tell. He really worked hard to travel to Mars. However, Tony Stark's proposal made Jason thoughtful. If some problems are solved, this idea is not necessarily impossible to achieve. Then how do you plan to solve the communication problem? Jason asked. As far as he knows, even Tony Stark now, there is no mature, long-distance communication technology in hand. In this way, remote control is empty talk. This is simple. We just need to build a set of communication equipment. I actually already have a clue. But if it has no use, it will not be manufactured. Just give me a few days. I can build this device. Tony Stark said nonchalantly. Jason choked when he heard this. Don't want to talk at all, and wanted to kill Tony Stark. This moment, he deeply felt the IQ gap between the two. Listen, is this human language? Taking a deep breath, Jason was not as experienced as Tony Stark. Speaking, since you can solve it, then I don't have any problem. At most, it's just a matter of bringing more supplies. However, you can only bring 2 or 3 people with you at most. You can't bring more people with you. Jason spoke. Ja. Asterisk yin tiki. If only Tony Stark had taken people there. He insisted on having an unobstructed meeting. Moreover, let Pepper know. This woman hasn't beaten him to death yet, although it looks weak. But Pepper Potts is actually much more powerful than Tony Stark. Put on the armor for the first time and fight alongside Tony Stark, still facing an enemy like Thanos. 0. This shows the extent of its transformation. Jason didn't want to mess with her. When Tony Stark heard this, his face immediately turned ugly. Hey, Mummy, the space of the spaceship is so big. Why should I bring a few more people with me? Dozens of people could live up here. Jason's face was full of black lines. This is a scientific research trip for us. And if you're not afraid of Pepper being angry, you can try it. There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. There are at most 2 large rooms on the spaceship. Jason said with a sneer. Forget it then. I'll just take Happy with me. Tony Stark said sarcastically. In fact, he wanted to take Pepper with him. But Pepper is the CEO of Stark Industries and has a lot to do. She simply didn't have time for such a long trip. He could only take Happy to make up the numbers. Jason heard Tony Stark's words, nodded. Happy appears to be Tony Stark's bodyguard. But actually, for lonely Tony Stark, it's not an exaggeration to say that Happy is family. Anyway, Happy is definitely incompetent as a bodyguard. As a retired boxer, he couldn't even defeat the security guard watching the gate. 6'7", 3-inch. We really can't expect too much. But being a pistachio is still very competent. I'll bring a cook with me. 4 people are enough. Jason also spoke. Wait, I have a proposal. I know a beautiful chef. What do you think of me bringing her along? Tony Stark said excitedly. No, we have enough chefs in the Wayne family. Jason coldly rejected Tony Stark. Also, develop communication technology as soon as possible. We will set off in 1 week. Jason couldn't be bothered to break up with Tony Stark. For this operation, the fewer people, the better. Although he has no intention of keeping secrets. But the later the strength is exposed, the better. He didn't want to bring an unreliable person on board. And it turns out this guy is a Hydra spy. That's really great fun. Hang up the phone. Jason thought for a moment before speaking. Skynet, according to our plan, start the modification. It was done in a week. When Tony Stark's technology is in place, we can go. Think of this. Jason also felt excited for a while. He was finally going to step into the stars. For a scientist, the sea of stars is the real journey. What's so messy on Earth? Earth no matter what. It seems that he is not outstanding in the universe. Whether it is Asgard or the home planet of other interstellar civilizations. Nothing compares to Earth, even if it is the only outstanding view. It's no better than Asgard. Resources above. The Earth is even more barren this week. It's incomparable to some planets in space. Even among the 9 planets in the solar system, the Earth is not the most fertile. Not to mention, there are countless galaxies outside the solar system. The Milky Way alone can be explored in a lifetime. As far as mankind knows, there are 120 billion fixed stars in the Milky Way. Most fixed stars have their own fixed star series. Just like the solar system, there are different numbers of planets. If you do some calculations, you will know that light is the planet inside the Milky Way. I'm afraid it is a number that cannot be measured at all. Not to mention, there are 2 companion galaxies next to the Milky Way, the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. The Kree were one of them. Besides the Milky Way, there are also the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangle Galaxy. The Andromeda Galaxy is also the home of the Skrulls. These 3 main galaxies form the supercluster. There are not many known super galaxy clusters like this in the universe. The number of planets and fixed stars is really hard to count. So, Thanos' theory is not reliable at all. I haven't even been out to the Milky Way a few times in my life. Do you think that the population expansion in 5.7 will consume all the resources of the universe? The Kree, one of the most powerful civilizations in the galaxy. There are only 30 billion people. In their own Magellanic Cloud, 1 planet per person is more than enough. How is it possible to consume nearly infinite resources? Jason can only say that ignorance is terrible. What's even more frightening is that Thanos is still an ignorant lunatic. This guy must be killed. Life is so full of surprises. In the end, Jason brought Tony Stark with him. Follow what he said. If people had the chance, they would not go to Mars. What's the difference between that and salted fish? In addition, he developed the technology of instant communication. Even if he is on Mars, he can still control the armor to fight on Earth. Jason accepted the proposal half-heartedly. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, they were about to set off. Tony Stark arrived at Wayne Manor early with his things. And this guy? Coming to Wayne Manor was like coming to his own home. Yelling and drinking everywhere. He even flirted with some pretty maids in the manor. You really are not a human being. Tony, that's enough. Jason looked at Tony Stark with a dark expression on his face and wanted to touch the maid's hand, being directly avoided by others. He really couldn't stand it anymore. Tony Stark smiled coquettishly. Jason, your maid is so unenthusiastic. I'm here as a guest. If you hadn't been a guest, she would have killed you with a gun. Jason said with a sneer. Tony Stark smiled sarcastically. Okay, don't say these useless things. Have you researched your communication technology yet? Definitely, it's not easy, Tony Stark said coolly, completely ignoring the fact that he had a liver attack in the laboratory for several days while drinking coffee. It can't be the ones you installed on the spacecraft today, right? Jason asked. Early this morning, Tony Stark brought in several larger pieces of equipment. Each has a file size of 2 meters. It took up a lot of his space. Yes, that's it. Extra-distance communication equipment. Unfortunately, I haven't fully researched it yet. It also needs to be relayed through the equipment. Only in this way can ultra-long-distance real-time communication be achieved. Jason looked at Tony Stark, somewhat speechless. Listen, is this human language? If the research is not completed, then it is so awesome. If the research is completed, then it's okay. He has studied it before. Communicate on a cosmic scale. It's not easy. The distance is often dozens or hundreds of light years. The light still takes so many years to run. Communication signals are passed on. That was also something I don't know how many years later. If this is the case, even if the news is received, the day Lily will be cold. So, humanity's current communication technology, completely useless in the universe. This is also an important restricting factor that restricts human development towards the universe. Tony Stark's research is definitely timeless. But people, it took less than a week and 750 issues to complete. Jason could only sigh. Genius is so powerful. What method did you use? Quantum entanglement. Jason said with a smile. You're kidding, right? Can quantum entanglement also be used for communication? Tony Stark looked at Jason with contempt. Jason also smiled. It is true that quantum entanglement cannot achieve long-distance communication on an interstellar scale, according to the limitations of the theory of relativity. There is no matter in the world that exceeds the speed of light. Quantum entanglement can indeed produce a certain degree of particle synchronization on an interstellar scale, but this cannot be used for subpoenas. Quantum entanglement is just an uncertain state of 2 particles relative to each other. Like Schrödinger's cat, particles only have the characteristic of quantum entanglement when humans do not observe them. When humans make observations, the 2 particles become independent particles again. It's not like ordinary people understand it. As long as information is input to one particle, the other instance, no matter how far away it is, will have the same effect. Therefore, the quantum entanglement long-distance communication technology in science fiction movies is very unreliable. That's why Tony Stark said it was just a joke. Okay, I was just joking. How did you do it? Jason asked a little strangely. Tony Stark's face turned slightly pale. Speaking, I took advantage of the sun's gravity. Our existing technologies are all based on the gravitational lensing effect of the theory of relativity. As long as I place my communication equipment at the gravitational wave focus at a certain distance from the sun, I can take advantage of the sun's gravity. Open a wormhole in the conventional sense to achieve the effect of long-distance communication. Tony Stark smiled proudly when he said this. Jason stared at both of them at the same time. That expression seemed to make Jason praise him again. But Jason didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, he touched his chin thoughtfully. This technique doesn't seem to be very difficult, and he seems to be able to do it. You mean, using the gravity of the sun to create some kind of space collapse effect, then create an instant wormhole for information transmission, right? That's right. Tony Stark happily touched his stubble. The function of wormholes is actually easy to explain. If we draw 2 points on the white paper, it seems that these 2 points are in 2 positions on the white paper and cannot touch at all. But as long as we fold this piece of paper in half, 2 points in different places can come into contact. The effect of wormholes is similar to this. Use strong gravity to forcefully fold space. Create a miniature collapse wormhole. In this way, their communication signals can be transmitted from distant stars. Tony Stark very cleverly used the gravity of the sun to achieve this process. The gravity of the sun is very terrifying. As long as the mass exceeds that of the sun, it will be captured by the sun. Within the solar system, if you want to escape, your speed must reach a very high level. Inside the wandering Earth. In order to allow the Earth to escape, the Earth's government used the power provided by huge amounts of planet engines. It was almost captured by Jupiter's gravity. The sun's gravitational pull is much greater than Jupiter's gravitational pull. In some suitable location, it is very easy to cause the collapse of space. But for him, this process seems to be simpler. He can make a gravity generator himself. Change the space to some extent. Just increase the power. Creating a small wormhole doesn't seem to be impossible. Before, he did not consider this aspect. Because the gravity is too small, the wormhole created has no big effect at all. He did not continue his research. Now inspired by Tony Stark, Jason immediately had an idea. Something like electromagnetic waves. It's not a big deal. Stable wormholes aren't even needed. Just need a space gap to fly. Electromagnetic waves can propagate without any obstacles. His own long-distance communication equipment seems to be at his fingertips. Although Jason has researched new technologies. But now that departure is imminent, Jason naturally cannot do such a thing. Suppress your research mood. Start preparing to sail. In fact, there is nothing to prepare for. He has prepared food, water, and various other supplies. Now, just wait to set sail. I asked Skynet to check the item list again to make sure there was no problem. Jason took a deep breath. Tony, Happy, are you ready? I'm definitely ready to go. Tony Stark said eagerly. Long before he came to Gotham City, Tony Stark had already said goodbye to Pepper Potts. Now it's just a boat ride with Happy. So Jason gave the order. Several of them boarded the spaceship, except for Tony Stark and Happy, and the Wayne family service staff, a cook, and several attendants. In order to prevent Tony Stark from causing trouble, he also deliberately found a few that were not very good-looking. In the eyes of ordinary people, these waitresses may not be considered acceptable. But Tony Stark, who has such high vision, will definitely look down on him. Without further ado, the group of people boarded the spacecraft directly. Jason arranged a room for them. Except for him, Tony, and Happy, the other people's room was just a relatively small space. But the plane is so big, they can only make do with it. The group of people were very surprised when they got on the plane. Definitely not including Tony Stark. He was never new to anything and kept making judgments. Well, this decoration is not bad. This is so substandard. Can we wait a while before leaving? I want to redecorate my room. Jason held his forehead, his face covered with black lines. Shut up. Follow me to the cab. We're off. Jason shouted and spoke. After saying that, Tony Stark took the lead and walked to the U-shaped ditch area without caring. Because of the existence of the magical artificial intelligence Skynet, the spaceship has no pilot. All equipment on the spacecraft is controlled by Skynet, whether it is the flight system or the radar scanning system. Wait until Tony Stark sits on the passenger's seat in amazement. Jason then spoke. Skynet, start the spaceship. Let's go. And, Tony, you better put on your seatbelt. Get up. I never use this thing. Tony Stark said sarcastically. Don't regret it later. Jason reminded. Regret is impossible. Stop dawdling. Skynet will sail quickly. I can't wait to see what's going on in outer space. Tony Stark's expression was very excited. It looks like a child looking forward to a gift. Jason pouted. This guy, you will regret it when the time comes. Because of the characteristics of the spacecraft. When a spaceship flight is ascending, there will indeed be no huge pressure caused by strong acceleration. But when a spacecraft rises, it doesn't fly flat like this. There will be a posture transformation. By then, Tony Stark will know how powerful he is. Tony Stark doesn't wear a seatbelt. He will feel better then. Just a reminder and no more words. Jason spoke. Skynet, let's go. We go to Mars. Jason looked ahead. There was also a flash of excitement in his eyes. That man doesn't yearn for space. He is now about to take the first step into the universe. Soon, Skynet's voice rang. Engine charging. Prepare to change posture. Passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. The spacecraft is about to undergo an attitude change. Mr. Tony Stark, please put your seatbelt on. Otherwise, there may be dangers. Tony Stark didn't take Skynet's reminder at all. No problem, I can hold on. Skynet heard Tony Stark say this. Not admonishing either. Start changing stance. As Skynet's voice fell, the spacecraft began to tremble slightly. The nose of the spacecraft begins to rise. If anyone looked from the outside, they would notice it. At the moment, the spaceship is floating in midair. Start changing form. Gradually transform from the form of an airplane to the form of a rocket. Therefore, the entire plane began to rotate in midair. From the porthole in front of the spacecraft, you can clearly see the changes in the shape of the spacecraft. At this time, Tony Stark panicked. It's not very pleasant to experience a shift in your center of gravity without wearing a seatbelt. What about Tony? Do you still want to insist now? Jason looked at Tony, who almost fell down, and teased. You already knew that, right? Tony Stark fastened his seatbelt in a very embarrassed manner. I finally sat on the chair. I definitely know. That's why I reminded you to wear your seatbelt beforehand. Jason said innocently. Tony Stark's tone froze when he heard this. It seems like this. Both Jason and Skynet reminded him, but he didn't take it to heart. That's what caused this situation. So Jason can only sulk here, just when the two were bickering. The spacecraft has begun the process of climbing. It is different from the normal climbing process of an airplane. His modified spaceship looks more like a hot air balloon. The climb was very smooth. It's not like other flight machines, which are full of huge amounts of vibration. They're bickering skills. They have climbed to an altitude of several thousand meters. The Earth's atmosphere can be roughly divided into 5 layers. Start from the bottom. They're the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, warm layer, and outer layer. Please give me flowers. The total thickness is about 800 kilometers. Now he has not even completed 1% of the journey. However, the scenery outside has begun to look better. Through the screen, they can even see the scenery below. It seems that the performance of the spacecraft is very good. The flight was so smooth. It's all my fault, Tony Stark said happily. When Jason heard this, he could only curl his lips. This narcissistic guy. But he did play a role, so Kunson didn't mention him anymore. Say, Jason, did you get the approval from the space agency for this voyage? Jason glanced at him. I definitely went through the filing and approval process. Do you think everyone is like you? Jason smiled. Tony Stark experimented with armor for the first time and didn't even say hello, flying directly in the sky. Do you really think the people in the bald eagle military are trash? If it weren't for the people who landed in S.H.I.E.L.D., he had already had someone knock him down from the sky. He wouldn't make that mistake. Naturally, I reported it early. Now, I'm waiting to leave the Earth. The liftoff process of a flight vehicle is a very dangerous process. In order to escape the shackles of the Earth's gravity, the flight vehicle needs to be in the process of rising, which is within tens of seconds. Accelerate the speed to above the first cosmic speed. Only then can a behemoth of several hundred tons be sent out of the Earth. This process is very dangerous. The huge acceleration caused the entire spacecraft to bear a huge force. There's only one part inside the spacecraft. 583 could not withstand this powerful force, causing the spacecraft to disintegrate. This is also the main reason for many rocket launch accidents. It is impossible to leave the Earth without paying a certain price. Good thing. In terms of safety, Jason's spacecraft is more powerful than any other country's rockets. Without the restraint of gravity, when a spacecraft goes into space, it only needs to lift off with all its strength. After the speed increases, they pass through the atmosphere very quickly, arriving at the edge of outer space of the Earth. At an altitude of 800 kilometers above the ground, the scenery on the ground is actually very blurry. Above, he saw just patches of clouds. Space also became pitch black. Under the rays of the sun, they couldn't even see the light of other fixed stars. "Ah, we left the Earth," Tony Stark said excitedly. While talking, there was some dancing. "Skynet, fly higher quickly. I want to take a photo with the Earth," Tony Stark urged. "Mr. Stark, we need 10 more minutes to reach the location you want. If we want to observe the entire Earth, we still need a certain distance." Skynet's voice rang in the cockpit. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and speed up." "I can't wait," Tony Stark said excitedly. Engine propulsion mode changed. Direction adjustment. Confirmation of marching attitude. Starting to leave the atmosphere. Skynet's voice rang again in the cockpit. No warning. The spacecraft broke away directly from the atmosphere. Not even a little vibration. Leaving the atmosphere does not mean breaking away from the gravitational pull of the Earth. The gravitational field of a planet is very wide. If it is an ordinary rocket, after traveling to this height, will enter the Earth's low Earth orbit. It began to move around the Earth under the influence of gravity. Want to escape the gravity of the Earth. It also requires a series of complex speed changes to escape from the Earth's gravitational circle. Jason's spaceship doesn't use it. Not being affected by gravity is so free. Adjusted some flight attitude. The spacecraft began to think about Mars flight in the distance. Skynet goes through a series of complex calculations. A shortest path to Mars has been calculated. But before going on a journey, they will be in extraterrestrial orbit, saying goodbye to the Earth for the last time. "Take off your seatbelt." Jason stood up from his seat. 4.6. There is no gravity in space. Fortunately, there is a gravity-generating device on the aircraft. When entering space, work has already begun, enough to provide a gravity-like effect to the spacecraft. Compared with the gravity on the Earth, it is still insufficient. Jason felt as relaxed as if he were soaking in water. After stretching his muscles, Jason spoke. "Come on, Tony, we don't have to be just here. If we want to see the scenery, we'd better go to the observation cabin. You can clearly see the view of the Earth from there." "Fake squid, you didn't tell me earlier." Tony Stark quickly took off his seatbelt. He hurriedly followed Jason. Not used to this light gravity, Tony almost fell down. "Be careful if you break your leg here. I can't guarantee that I can cure you," Jason reminded. He was definitely joking. In order to prevent unnecessary accidents on the spacecraft, he had stored several tubes of desperate medicine in the medical refrigerator beforehand. Being able to close the wheat does most of the 26 unexpected situations happen. "Shet," Tony Stark cursed. "I am much more careful in my actions." The two walked together and soon arrived at the observation cabin. Tony Stark also called Happy, by the way. "Sit down with a group of people. Let the waitress prepare snacks." Jason then spoke. "Happy, how do you feel? This kind of experience doesn't happen very often." "Oh, Mr. Jason, this is really exciting," Happy said with some excitement. "It is clear. This Stark's bodyguard. He is not a teacher. Very adventurous." "Okay, Jason, let's get started. I can't wait to see my Earth." Tony Stark clapped his hands and said, "Skynet, open the skylight. Let's see the view." Jason spoke. To be able to see the scenery, Jason modified the metal casing here. The outside is equipped with complex machinery. Skynet can be used to cut open the metal shell outside. Use the special glass to observe the scenery outside. As Jason's words fell, the skylight above them opened. The entire wall began to slide downwards. The view outside was revealed. To be honest, the scenery in the universe is not very good. All kinds of lifeless scenery are visible. People will feel very bored after watching it too much. But Earth is different. Earth is definitely a beautiful planet. Among the planets discovered by humans, there are really only a handful of people on Earth who can compare to her in appearance. Even the Xander star, known as the star of the universe. In terms of appearance, it is not as good as the Earth, and they can see the complete view of the Earth at this moment. As the skylight slides down, a blue planet appeared in front of them. Under the blue background, there are clouds and mist, and Greenland is dotted among them. It looks very beautiful. Tony Stark whistled. Wow, this view is awesome. Happy. Come, let's take a picture. Tony had already prepared his Gaosu digital camera. He also changed into a casual outfit. It's like vacationing in Hawaii. Jason was very speechless. Jason, are you coming? For 13, Tony Stark asked, raising the camera in his hand. Jason shook his head decisively. He directly gave up one side of the room. While drinking tea, started admiring the view of the Earth. With his strong eyesight, he can even see satellites floating in the orbit of the Earth. There's just a lot of space junk, some of which are unsightly. If you ignore this, the scenery is still very good. It takes a while. Tony Stark over there has finished taking photos. I bet I'm the first millionaire to experience this. Tony's voice sounded from the narrator. Jason smiled, but said nothing. The journey through the universe is actually very boring. In addition to taking a look at the scenery of the Earth in the early stage, it is a bit fresh. It got really boring later on. At first, you may feel a little bit of fun and mystery in the universe. After arriving at the back, that was really, really boring. What you see every day is the same scenery. Everyone gets bored. Tony Stark even started to get in touch with the Wayne family's maid. To know, in the first few days, Tony Stark was very gentlemanly in front of him. One can imagine how bored he is now. Fortunately, a few people with normal brain circuits are not so bored. Happy, Chef, and others. Still very happy. Now, they can still access the internet. They play games and watch movies every day and are very happy. Tony and Jason were the only two people on the boat who felt bored. Forget it, I'd better go to the laboratory and stay. He touched his chin and put down the tablet in his hand. Jason walked towards the laboratory. The laboratory is located at the very end of the ship, completely isolated from the front living area. The environment in the universe is very special. The sun is a huge radioactive source. All kinds of radioactive rays are emitted all the time, plus the rays passed by other fixed stars. The interior of the universe is a hodgepodge, without the obstruction of the atmosphere. Various high-energy rays flood this space. For ordinary people, very dangerous. Stay in this illusion, even if you don't die from lack of oxygen or other reasons. They will also eventually die from radioactive rays, genetic mutations caused by radiation, and cancer. Even those astronauts who are in very good physical condition. When conducting space navigation, protection will be taken. Thick spacesuits can isolate most radiation. After returning to the ground, it will take a long time to recuperate and restore the body. Even someone with such good physical fitness is like this. Not to mention ordinary people. For the sake of a few ordinary people on the spaceship, he deliberately modified the compartments of the spacecraft. Metal interior walls in the living area. There is a very thick layer of lead used to isolate various high-energy rays. Even the glass of the picture window has lead in it, used to protect against radiation. Plus food coordination, completely able to isolate the effects of radiation. The lab is different. To achieve a special environment, create various radiation environments for the plants prepared inside. The laboratory is completely unprotected. And they also deliberately used very poorly absorbent metal. That's why Tony Stark, even though he's totally bored, doesn't come here. Even those who have been injected with desperate drugs cannot withstand this dose of radiation. But Jason didn't care. He has rough skin and thick flesh, so he is not afraid at all. Open the sealed, double protective door of the laboratory. Jason stepped directly into the laboratory. As soon as Zhao Nuoz entered the laboratory, Jason felt something strange. His whole body seemed to be surrounded by a warm ocean, feeling extremely comfortable. That feeling, it's like having a full blind massage after taking a sauna. The whole person relaxed. It was as if all the pores in his body were open to breathe. That feels like donkey. It's really exciting and exciting. After a while, Jason finally got out of it. Skynet detects surrounding radiation index. Identify types of radiated energy. The only reason Jason could imagine this happening, it's because of radiation. It's like basking in the sun. Most people will feel very comfortable. His feelings were several times stronger. His body will absorb a large amount of solar radiation to strengthen itself, and that feeling is very fascinating. Soon, the result of Skynet's receipt came out. Sure enough, it was not beyond Jason's expectation. The gamma-ray index inside the laboratory is almost off the charts. In this environment, he is simply at home. It's strange to feel uncomfortable. The main source of gamma rays. Nothing else. It's a nuclear reaction. For 103, either fission or fusion, a large amount of gamma rays are emitted. This is why Jason put the arc reactor on his chest when he had nothing to do. This thing is like a warm baby on his chest, very comfortable. It can also constantly enhance your physical fitness. Of course, he likes this. But the gamma rays on Earth are really far different from those in the universe. The sun is the largest radiation source in the entire solar system. Ongoing nuclear reactions. A lot of gamma rays are being emitted all the time, and it's a generous portion. I'm afraid it would take hundreds of millions of arc reactors to rival the sun. The universe is filled with direct sunlight. High-energy particle flows are everywhere. He's like a duck to water now. Jason made a decision immediately. Skynet, bring my bed over here. I decided to live here. And Jason decided, when you have nothing to do, just go to outer space and live for a while. This speed of body strengthening is really great. The sun's energy is nearly infinite. All the energy currently used by humans comes from the sun, although he only absorbed a very insignificant part. But for humans, it's already a lot. He can now feel that the cells in his body are constantly strengthening, as long as it is in the universe. He can become stronger even while sleeping. Is there such a good thing in the world? CGBH, Jason finally knows why Hulk's skin is green. It's all just for better rigidity and harmony. No wonder Hulk is so powerful. Norse mythology. It took Fenrir, the wolf who had devoured the moon and countless gods, to bite through his skin. But it's really unsightly to look like Hulk. Looking like this, Jason is very satisfied. I got used to this feeling. Jason returned to his serious state again. Skynet, how much unknown energy radiation have been discovered? Master, there are 18,624 chapters that can be directly observed. Other, more subtle forms of energy radiation have not been observed. Skynet's voice sounded in the laboratory. Jason nodded without surprise. Human civilization. It can only be regarded as an elementary-level civilization that has not set foot on the planet, compared to the nearly infinite universe. Human beings are just too small. Light is a solar system. I'm afraid it's enough for a human exploration for 100 years. And there are countless single fixed star galaxies like the solar system in the universe. There are types of energy radiation in the universe that humans have not yet explored. It's so normal. If it is all radiation detected by humans, that's scary. Record the wavelengths and frequencies of these energy indices for future study. I'm going to see those precious plants first. Jason gave an order and walked towards the inside of the laboratory. Jason before leaving Earth. There are several special plants in the area, just to see the effects of various radiations in space on biological genes. Why bring plants? This is because animal genes mutate slowly and inconspicuously. The mutation of plants is much simpler and very clear. He just brought a few plants. This is the original strain of the terminal virus. Extremis exhibits very superior adaptability to animals, able to reorganize the basic genes of animals, achieve the effect of broken limb reborn. But this is actually a plant virus. In the beginning, it was discovered from plants. At the conference in Switzerland that year, Tony Stark just wanted to sleep with the female doctor who discovered the virus. Only then did Killian let go. Something happened next. He finally found the original strain of the virus. Stay on board this time. Just take a look. There are all kinds of strange rays in the universe. Can mutations occur? Soon, Jason walked to the room where the plants were. These original strains of the virus look very ordinary. It is no different from the usual landscape trees in hotels. But if you look carefully, You'll see. The veins of these leaves look a little red. From time to time, red light swims in the veins. It looks very magical. It has actually been many days since they entered the universe. These plants are also exposed to large amounts of radiation. Maybe there were changes in his genome at the moment. Skynet is preparing a genetic probe. I want to check it carefully. Jason picked up a bottle of solution on the experimental table. Carefully drop it on the original strain of the virus. Don't underestimate this plant. It seems that this thing is no threat to ordinary landscape trees, but it's actually very dangerous. With the slightest provocation, huge amounts of explosions can occur. At that time, Happy, the unlucky guy, once underestimated this plant. He touched it without warning and was blown away directly. Although he is not afraid of this explosion, but laboratory equipment is very expensive. If it was damaged, it would be too late for him to cry. These drops he put on were a special solution. Can block energy reactions inside leaves. RT, but it will not have any impact on the plant's genes. The clear solution is dripped onto the leaf veins. The red light above dimmed directly. Jason then carefully cut off the blade, placed in a petri dish. At this time, Kunson breathed a sigh of relief. Placed the petri dish on the laboratory bench. Cut off a small section of the leaf from above. Then put the slide on and start observing. Even in plants, genes are very complex. His rough observation can only make some rough comparisons. Compare whether the plants have undergone genetic changes. But it is. The gene comparison map was printed out by Skynet. Jason looked at the map and raised his eyebrows. Plants do undergo genetic mutations to a certain extent, but it's not obvious, and it has not shown any changes in external traits. Skynet, record the changes in the genome a little bit. It seems that time has not been long enough to produce fundamental changes. We'll keep it in the Mars base for a while. Then some benign mutations should occur. As he spoke, Jason took care of this thing. Thrown into a plasma waste disposal furnace. Jason recorded the experimental data. To start working on other things. Start studying various radioactive rays in the context of the universe. Time passed like this day by day. On this day, Jason was doing experiments in the laboratory. A sudden communication request came from Tony Stark. Jason raised his head and looked at the screen. What's the matter? I'm very busy. Tony Stark on the other side of the screen glanced at Jason. I saw that Jason not only didn't look depressed, but also looked rosy. The spirit is also very good, really a bit dumbfounded. As a physicist, he knows best how terrifying the high-energy rays in the universe are. Inducing genetic mutations is just their recessive effect. Prolonged exposure to high-energy rays. These rays directly kill the cells in your body. Your body will become weaker and weaker. Immediate failure of various organs. But won't die immediately. The end was very miserable. But look at Jason. Where's the meaning of listlessness? Tony Stark even felt that this guy was more energetic. You're such a monster. Still alive after all this. Thank you for the compliment. If you have any questions, just tell me. I'm very busy. Jason said expressionlessly. Hearing Jason say this, the expression on Tony Stark's face became serious. According to calculations, we have reached the first solar gravitational wave focal point. If Skynet's calculations are correct, we should throw away the long-distance communication equipment now. When Jason heard this, he stopped his movements. Have we flown this far? He has been doing experiments in a laboratory these days and has lost track of time. Definitely, we have been marching for more than 10 days. Haven't you noticed? Has the network on the ship become very poor? Tony Stark rolled his eyes and said, Well, I wasn't paying attention. Jason scratched his head again. He was so busy experimenting that he didn't even notice these things. In that case, I'll come out right now. Skynet's calculations are infallible. Jason said this and hung up the communication directly. Then, Jason started packing his things. Put away the equipment on the experimental table. Jason entered the disposal room. Start spraying some special solution on yourself. This is to eliminate some of the fatal radiation effects on the body. Otherwise, if he comes out with radiation on his body, it may affect people outside. So Jason still has to deal with it a little bit. After processing, Jason also took a shower. Wash all the solution off your body. Then I changed into a brand new set of clothes. Just walked out of the closed laboratory. Tony Stark guy. It was rare that he was not having fun. Wait for him at the door. Why is it so troublesome? Tony Stark complained smoothly. If you don't mind getting cancer, I couldn't have gone any faster. 3.8 Jason rolled his eyes at Tony Stark and spoke. Tony Stark sneered. Then he asked, what should we do? The equipment needs to be debugged and installed. In space, it is very troublesome to install modulation machines. Do they have space suits? Times have changed, Tony. We have robots. Jason spoke. Space operations for astronauts. It's very cumbersome. Heavy space suit. It makes them unable to flexibly operate some equipment at all. And it is also restricted by safety ropes, coupled with the existence of a gravity-free environment. If you leave the space capsule, it is very easy to be in danger. Therefore, spacewalking is not as cool as it looks. It's a very dangerous job. Good thing. Technology is constantly evolving. He has a battle armor in his hand. I specifically asked about the model number for construction and renovation. The device on your hand can even reach the sensitivity of your fingers. Ideal for installing a variety of equipment. So Tony Stark's worries are completely unnecessary. To install the device. 26. They were in the cockpit all the time. This is where all the equipment of the spacecraft is controlled. Definitely the armor is also controlled here. Call it manipulation. In fact, the two of them are very relaxed. Still in the mood to brag in the cab. Only because Skynet is a very hard-working artificial intelligence. Tony, what material did you use on the surface? It won't fall apart after being hit by the little planet, right? Jason said while looking at the equipment being installed by the armor outside. The equipment designed by Tony Stark is quite sophisticated, except for a thin protective shell. There are all kinds of machinery and circuits inside. Jason is very doubtful about the battery life of this thing. Although there will be no corrosion, oxidation, water intrusion, etc. in space. But there are still many things that are very fatal to electronic equipment. For example, solar storms. This explosive strong ionization storm can have devastating effects on electronic equipment. Even if there's a weakening of the atmosphere, this thing can affect electronic equipment on the Earth. Countless satellites fall on it every year. Jason had to worry. There are many other issues as well. For example, small planets, space junk, thermal expansion and contraction, etc. Don't underestimate these things. The Earth has been affected by human beings' continuous launch of satellites over the years. A garbage patch has formed. Maybe some space junk is lucky enough to escape from the shackles of Didi's gravity. Float to the outboard. After such a long-distance acceleration, the kinetic energy it brings is very terrifying. Pure metals can be broken down, not to mention this kind of hollow precision equipment. There is also the issue of thermal expansion and contraction. In space, the temperature difference is very large. The area where the sun shines may reach several hundred degrees, and the area where it doesn't shine can reach several hundred degrees. It is only possible to reach minus 200 degrees. In this situation, the equipment is most likely due to thermal differences. Produce various contractions and expansions. Very fatal effect on metals. Greatly increases the probability of equipment damage 430. Jason didn't want to. We all arrived on Mars, and communications were suddenly cut off. That would make others stupid. Tony Stark seemed insulted when he heard Jason ask. Jason, what do you mean? Everything I produce is of high quality. I have undergone special transformation. I have done physical impact and electromagnetic protection. The material is a specially adapted alloy. It can't possibly go wrong. Tony Stark said it categorically. It seems like nothing really will go wrong. Then have you installed the self-retreat device on it? No, what do you want this for? Tony Stark said without any concern. Jason glanced at him. What if this thing gets hit and goes off course? Your equipment should be able to be used only when it is at the focal point of gravitational waves. If I'm not mistaken, the error should be no more than 100 meters. 100 meters seems like a lot on Earth, because there is gravity on the Earth. Everything loses kinetic energy constantly, but it's different in space. As long as the device is slightly impacted by kinetic energy, he can keep moving without any obstruction. Until the end of time, 100 meters is a blink of an eye. This indicates that, as long as something hits them, their communication equipment will be useless. Tony Stark was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't seem to have thought about this kind of thing. What Jason said is indeed possible. The universe looks very empty, but it's not that empty. There are also various small planet fragments, space junk, etc. inside. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a rain of planet fragments. That is, a meteor shower in the usual sense. The probability of their equipment being hit is still very high. Tony Stark was also stunned at this moment. Then what should we do? Jason gave Tony Stark a white look. You are really unreliable. We can only modify it a little bit to allow him to position himself. Fortunately, if we didn't skimp on energy and use the arc reactor, otherwise we won't be able to modify it. I can only be a lost person for a long time. Jason rolled his eyes at Tony Stark again and said, "So many days. Pepper Potts has contacted Tony Stark many times. I'm afraid that this guy won't be able to eat well or sleep well. I don't know if Tony Stark found a girlfriend or a mother. If you really lose contact, he could imagine how furious Pepper must have been. I'm afraid I'll be sprayed to death after I go back." Tony Stark also knows that he is wrong, but he would never admit his mistake. This is just a small problem. We just need to modify it. I just didn't think of it for the moment. Okay, let's modify it. Fortunately, I brought the equipment I should have. Jason interrupted Tony Stark and said, to prevent equipment damage. He actually brought a lot of spare equipment. Among them are the spare thrusters for the armor. With a little modification of the wiring, they can install a freely changeable nozzle on the device. Quickly push the equipment back to its original track, or directly offset the force of propulsion. Skynet gave us a digital model. Let Mr. Stark transform it. Jason coughed and said, Mr. Stark, let's start the transformation. Don't make such a stupid mistake again this time. Otherwise, we would really lose contact. Tony Stark said nothing. Silently start working on the model. Very fast, he redesigned the structure of the device. For vector propulsion nozzles are installed. Ability to freely turn without restriction within the universe. After all, the universe is a three-dimensional space. There is no concept of up and down on Earth. Install a few more nozzles to be prepared. Okay, Skynet, install this thing. We're ready to go again. Jason took a quick look and found that there was no problem. Just let Skynet start the installation. After owning a construction robot, placing the equipment is actually not difficult. After Tony Stark designed it, Skynet quickly manipulated the construction machinery to begin installation. In just a few dozen minutes, the installation is completed. Skynet, try to see if you can control it. See if you can change direction freely. Jason looked at the surveillance screen and said to Skynet, with a rigorous attitude, Jason was still ready to check it out. If only I had to wait until they were far away. The device suddenly stopped working. That's the real tragedy. Good thing. Tony Stark was very reliable these 843 times, and nothing happened to him. The equipment can operate normally. Skynet, leave a signal generator on it. Send a signal if it's completely damaged. We can send equipment for repairs. Yes, Master. Skynet controlled the industrial robot and walked out of the spacecraft again. On top of the signal equipment, another module is added. As long as the damage occurs, or the device is not in its fixed location, an alert will be sent to them. Jason will send a robot to repair it. Soon, all the robots that went out were taken back. Completed equipment transformation. Equipment testing has also been completed. Whether it is signal transmission or steering, the mood is very normal. Tony, the equipment you designed is pretty good. Jason looked at the full signal, nodded with satisfaction, and said to Tony Stark, That's definitely it. Tony Stark felt proud. Jason was really ridiculed just now. Jason saw the look on Tony Stark's face. She refrained from sarcastic remarks. Skynet, start the engine. Let's continue setting off. Get into high gear. Jason opened his mouth and ordered, while flying towards Mars. The speed of the spaceship is very fast. The speed can even exceed Mach 100. At such a fast speed, it is very difficult for the spacecraft to stop. All matter has inertia, This has to do with the quality of the substance. Although Jason's spacecraft is not affected by gravity, it does not mean that it is not affected by inertia. Therefore, when stopping the operating equipment, the spacecraft has to slow down for a long time. Before, Tony Stark started to slow down long in advance. Only then can it stop exactly where it needs to be. Now I want to speed up again. Naturally, it also requires a process. It would take them about half an hour to accelerate to the highest speed the spacecraft could sustain, then rely on inertia to continue flying. Avoid the disintegration of the spacecraft caused by excessive speed. After arranging everything, Jason returned to the lab again. Experiment while enjoying the perfect sunbath. Unknowingly, Jason was silent. Straight. Was awakened by a siren. Wait until Jason reacts. The lab is already buzzing with alarms. Jason asked calmly without panicking. Skynet, what happened? Master, we detected a strong solar storm 50,000 miles in front of us. We may encounter it. Solar storm. Jason was a little depressed when he heard this. He suspected that he had not read the almanac before going out. This space journey was really not smooth. They can encounter solar storms. Solar storms are caused by sudden outbursts of the solar atmosphere. Then it ejects a stream of high-energy charged particles, or plasma, a phenomenon of super-strong ionizing radiation. These substances are very destructive. Especially for electronic equipment, it is really a devastating blow. After reaching the Earth, even if there's obstruction by the atmosphere, it can still cause signal anomalies, power outages, and other damage. For equipment in space, the destructive power is even more astonishing. A large part of the space debris floating outside the Earth is composed of solar storms. But Jason is also really unlucky. Solar storms aren't all that nice, Matt. First, the energy explosion inside the sun will occur at an uncertain time. Like a nuclear explosion, they can't tell when it will explode. It was really unlucky to meet him. Secondly, even if the sun's energy explodes, it is not a full-scale explosion of the entire sun. Rather, it is a temporary outbreak in a certain area. The surface of the sun is so big. There are also many directions in which it can spread. It stands to reason. Navigating in space, the chance of encountering such a thing is very low. He now feels that the solar storm may be targeting him. Skynet, is there any possibility of evasion? Jason asked, scratching his head in annoyance. The scale of solar storms is very large. There is no possibility of escape. It's too late to break now. Unfortunately, we have to face this storm head-on, Skynet said in a very calm voice. Hearing this, Jason scratched his head in pain. He didn't know how much damage his equipment would be damaged this time. I'm afraid the armor will all be damaged to a certain extent. It's really very troublesome. Well, after sighing, Jason spoke. Notify passengers that the escape hatch is difficult to enter. Wait until the storm passes before you come out. The escape capsule on the spacecraft has a very thick lead sandwich inside. It is to cope with the extreme cosmic environment. The resources inside are enough to survive for a long time. It's not impossible for Jason to push them back to Earth with his suit. Now, when encountering such a situation, it is very normal for them to go inside and take refuge. Skynet information has just been released. Tony Stark sent a communication request. As soon as Jason connected, Tony Stark's confused voice came from over there. Jason, what happened? Why did I hear the evacuation message just after I woke up? Please give me flowers. We're about to have a solar storm. Silence is required throughout the ship. You cannot withstand the high-energy particle flow in the solar storm. Let's get into the escape pod. Jason explained patiently to Tony Stark. I'm afraid that he will cause trouble from here. Why are we so unlucky? Tony Stark didn't say anything. He just complained. Who says it isn't? Who could imagine such a thing? Jason was also a little helpless. Hurry up and get into the escape cabin. All equipment on the spacecraft will remain silent for a while. Cut off all sources of energy. When facing solar storms, even with protection, there is no guarantee that the equipment will be 100% available. He could only shut down the spacecraft's energy system. Stop all equipment. Minimize the damage of high-energy particle flow to electronic equipment. Tony Stark hears this. After muttering twice, He went in obediently. Jason walked from the laboratory to the cockpit. Get ready for the impact of the solar storm. Jason does inside the cockpit, looking out the porthole. In a distant place, a golden ocean has appeared. Jason knows. These are high-energy particles emitted by the sun. Because the universe is very dark, this golden light appears very dazzling. Even if I don't know how far away it is. Jason could see that thing, and Jason could feel it. The surrounding area of his body gradually became hot. The hairs on the skin stood up. This is a sign that the concentration of surrounding gamma rays is slowly rising. It's very obvious in him. Skynet, have they entered the escape cabin? Jason frowned and asked. If ordinary people don't enter the escape cabin at this time, it's very dangerous. There is lead insulation on the outside. The gamma ray index inside is still off the charts. This is still not a direct encounter with a solar storm. If you are in storm, ordinary people in this kind of environment would not end up much better than death. But not everyone can be like the Fantastic Four. A person who experienced a solar storm and became super able. Most people will experience various pains of self-failure and then die. Even Tony Stark, who has gone through extremist strengthening, will not have many surprises. Fortunately, these people don't make any mistakes in matters of life and death. They all entered the escape cabin honestly. Master, they have entered the escape cabin. Should the escape hatch be closed? Skynet's calm tone sounded again. Seal the escape hatch. Jason said, this is to protect Tony and the others. In order to prevent the escape hatch from being opened due to some accident, those in the escape pod will be locked. It can only be opened manually. Jason will open the escape capsule and let them out after experiencing the solar storm. The escape capsule is closed and the life support system is online. A wired connection has been established. Do you want to talk to the interior of the escape cabin? Tianwang's voice was still a little calm, sounding unusually calm. No need. Let them stay inside. Don't mess with me. I'm talking about you, Tony Stark. Exit the channel immediately, or I will throw you out. Okay, don't be angry. I just wanted to see if you were still alive. What a monster. Tony Stark was amazed for a long time. Hang up the phone. Tony Stark, who has the 3rd level clearance of the spacecraft, can naturally invade the open communication channel. All this was his tacit approval. Tony Stark guy, it would be really weird if you didn't do something. Okay, Skynet, these people are honest. Shut down the energy system. Shut down any mechanical devices. You should also prepare to log off. Jason said, although artificial intelligence will not be affected by high-energy particle storms, but Skynet's carrier will. Artificial intelligence still relies on 2.7 pieces of hardware equipment. It just so happens that high-energy particles are very good at damaging hardware devices. Master, my data core will not be damaged. I can stay with you. Tianwang's voice sounded very emotional. Need not. This is not a separation of life and death. When the solar storm passes, we will be able to meet soon. Jason smiled and said, all right. Tianwang's voice was full of reluctance. But after Jason finished speaking, Skynet still shut down communications. The cockpit instantly dimmed. After the energy system is shut down, all equipment is shut down. The entire spacecraft seemed to be dead. It just relies on inertia to constantly move in the direction of the solar storm. In this case, it's hard for Jason to know the exact time. You can only roughly estimate the time by relying on the golden light that is constantly approaching. I don't know how much time has passed. The golden light is getting closer and closer. The entire cockpit was illuminated like daylight. Jason had to close his eyes. A large amount of light, even after being weakened by the portholes, is still very dazzling. Jason just stared. I felt my eyes sting and shed tears constantly. He quickly closed his eyes. The intensity of this light is probably no different from the light emitted by a nuclear explosion. Ordinary people may take one look at it, and the entire cornea of their eyes may be directly burned in an instant. Fortunately, Jason's body has strengthened. It's just that my eyes feel a little uncomfortable. Even without using your eyes, Jason could also feel that he was getting closer to the solar storm. Nothing else. His body felt getting hotter and hotter. You may still be taking a warm bath at first. Later, it turned into a hot bath, and then directly into boiling water. His skin tingled a little. Slowly, he even felt that all the muscles in his body were twitching. It brought him extreme pain. It feels like someone is using an old soldering iron to burn your muscles all over. It is 10,000 times more intense than the severe pain that occurs after strenuous exercise. The expression on Jason's face was distorted, but Jason still didn't say anything. He knew that this was an accident. It is also a creation. Opportunities like this to strengthen your body are rare. The concentration of gamma rays in solar storms is probably as substantial as the real thing. There will never be such an environment on Earth. He didn't dare to go near the sun. If you are not careful, you will be directly captured by the sun's gravity. Attract the sun. Not even the ashes will be left. If not for this good opportunity. He had already entered the escape pod directly. Who hasn't run out to face the solar storm? Isn't that crazy? Feel your muscles being torn apart while constantly growing. Jason endured the pain with a sense of excitement. The special alloy countertop in front of him was crushed into a piece of scrap metal. I don't know how long it took. It was so long that Jason felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly felt that the heat that was constantly transforming his body suddenly began to slowly subside. Jason perked up. He knew that this was the phenomenon that the spacecraft was about to escape from the storm. I've been waiting for I don't know how long. The heat, 960, around his body has almost disappeared. Jason then opened his eyes. Then, saw a mess. The console in front of me was completely scrapped. It is full of various handprints and fingerprints. The most dangerous place is the porthole. Jason saw a big fist marked somewhere. If he was using more force at that time, the glass may be broken directly. By then, he may die in space. Although the body is very strong, but he still needs oxygen to survive. Jason was frightened when he thought of this. Then there was a wry smile on his face. This time I want to repair the spaceship, but it's a big project. Jason never imagined that one day his spaceship would be destroyed like this. There are no accidents such as sunstorms, small planet impacts, etc. Instead, he was ruined by himself. Looking at the almost messy cab in front of him, Jason felt like crying. Oh, we can only repair it slowly. The only thing worth celebrating is that the spacecraft has not leaked yet. Jason just finished speaking his self-comfort words. I heard a popping sound, followed by a suction force. Jason hurriedly found the repair gel. Block this thing quickly. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. But he didn't dare to say anything. Completed repairs to the spacecraft. Jason struggled to open the already shape-shifting airtight hatch. Then he walked into the energy cabin and began to check the energy of the spacecraft. Good thing. The spacecraft's energy cabin has undergone various protections. The spacecraft's energy source was not damaged. Jason restarted the reactor as a source of energy. Jason pressed a few buttons manually. The lights inside the energy cabin flickered twice. Then it lit up. Skynet's voice also sounded from the side. Master, long time no see. Skynet, long time no see. Jason said hello. The equipment used for Skynet's main body is also inside the energy warehouse. With the restart of the energy warehouse, Skynet naturally recovered. Skynet, conduct a self-inspection of the spacecraft. Look how much damage is done to the ship. It's the young master. Self-testing in progress. Detection completed. 40% of the spacecraft is damaged. A large number of lines suffered short circuits, and some equipment was completely out of service. Small gas leaks were discovered, and the oxygen concentration inside the spacecraft decreased. Do you want to re-enable the oxygen circulation device? Start it, Jason said somewhat seriously. He had just read the receipt Skynet gave him. In addition to the serious damage to the cockpit, the damage to key equipment elsewhere was not so serious. Almost all important equipment cabins have received electromagnetic protection. The damage to various equipment was not serious. It's just that some lines will produce some slight short circuits. There is no need to worry about gas leakage. Various airtight doors are used inside the spacecraft. At most, it's just a gas leak and loss of pressure in a single room, which is not a big problem. A real loss. In fact, they're animals brought by Jason from Earth. What is already dead cannot die anymore. I dare not eat it either. It can only be thrown away and become space junk. It can be said to be a very heavy loss. Skynet, how many maintenance robots are there online? There are still dozens of pieces, and the others cannot be used temporarily. Skynet's voice was somewhat distorted. This is the reason why the speaker is affected by electromagnetic signals. Jason didn't care either. You start repairing it, giving priority to the rooms with gas leaks. Mo Zhao, there isn't much gas left on the spacecraft. Jason said, air is a non-renewable resource in space. Even an oxygen circulation device doesn't work. A high-oxygen environment can indeed make people very comfortable. But if the amount of oxygen is too high, humans can also suffer from oxygen poisoning. To avoid this situation, in the air of the spaceship, there are also many other gas components. Oxygen is very simple and can be obtained by electrolyzing water. Other gases are very troublesome. There is no reliable source environment at all. Especially nitrogen accounts for 70% of the atmosphere. Very difficult to find in space. If too much gas is consumed in the spacecraft, something is really going to happen. Under Jason's orders, Skynet began to control the armor to repair the spacecraft. Although after various weldings, some parts of the spacecraft are definitely not as strong as before. But there is nothing he can do now. I can only make do with it. Anyway, they're already halfway to Mars. There are no dense, small planet belts on the road, so there shouldn't be any big problems. 8:30 asked Skynet to slowly repair the equipment. Jason started walking towards the escape pod and letting the passengers out. Manually opened several airtight doors along the way. He just walked to the front of the escape cabin. He opened the sealed escape cabin door with his bare hands. This kind of thing that is very difficult for ordinary people can be solved with one hand. Hear him open the door. The people in the escape capsule came out. It's Tony Stark. Wow, it's finally over. I was bored to death in there. Jason glanced over at Tony Stark and saw that he wasn't blushing or out of breath, except for being a little depressed. No problem. Just nodded. It seems that the protection ability of the escape cabin is still very strong. After looking at the health conditions of several other people, there were no major problems. Jason relaxed. Stop complaining, Tony. Take them to the infirmary. Get your body checked. Some things are not visible on the surface. If awakening comes and you find that your little brother has turned into stone, don't blame me for not warning you. Tony Stark's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. He walked quickly towards the medical room. Mr. Tom, after checking your health, prepare some nutritious meals for everyone. It's good for your health. Yes, master, Tom said with a salute. Tom was trained by the Wayne family themselves. The whole family works at Phi, Wayne's house. The level of loyalty is very high. The so-called nutritious meal is actually similar to the green juice Tony Stark drank when he was suffering from calcium poisoning. Very unpleasant to drink, but it can neutralize radioactive substances inside the body. Very good for health. Before leaving the Earth, he took a lot with him. For everyone's health, he could only let them drink it. Even Tony Stark could hold his nose and drink it. I think a few members would have no complaints. Fooled Tony Stark away. He walked directly into the cockpit. At the same time, let Skynet start manipulating robots to repair this place. The cockpit is the core of the spacecraft. A lot of important equipment is in it, such as communications, radar, weapons operating systems, etc. Although Skynet can serve as the center of the spacecraft and maintain the basic operation of the spacecraft. But in some professional stuff, without sufficient hardware support, Skynet cannot function. For example, the radar fire control module. This is a very professional combination of hardware and software equipment. They are basically the eyes of the spaceship. So after fixing the gas leak, the first thing to solve is the cockpit problem. Otherwise, the spaceship is equivalent to a blind man in the universe. Even if there is a huge amount of meteorite ahead, they can't see it. This is a very dangerous thing in the universe. It is easy for the boat to be destroyed and people to be killed. Jason didn't want to die so unclearly. Jason's spacecraft has been stuck in place for 3 or 4 days. After discovering damage to the radar system, Jason immediately braked the spacecraft. After a period of slowing down, the spacecraft successfully stopped in place. Then, Jason started busy repair work. Even Tony Stark has joined in, although Tony is arrogant. But in terms of technology, he is definitely second to none. He is a very powerful engineer, and he is very serious when doing his work. Many modifications on the spacecraft were proposed by him. Now he is maintaining extraordinary lines. For a spaceship, the circuit system is equivalent to human blood vessels. It's something very important. Without this thing, the spacecraft cannot operate normally. But things like solar storms can cause very serious damage to circuits. Various high-energy particles, electric current, crazy influx into the circuit. It is equivalent to passing high-pressure water into human blood vessels, although it is also a liquid. But the work performed is different. Not only did the spacecraft circuits suffer serious damage, it also caused pollution. Very troublesome. Good thing. This situation was taken into consideration when designing the spacecraft. Repair is not a hassle either. God knows why I'm doing this. Tony Stark complained to Jason over and over while holding a piece of equipment to check the electrical system of the spacecraft. If you don't do something like this, you might die here. The great Tony Stark may become an unknown corpse floating in space. So, Mr. Tony Stark, work hard. Jason shrugged and began to work hard to dismantle it, to check the wiring inside the spacecraft. The wiring had to be taken out from inside the spacecraft. Originally, there was special equipment to do this. Unfortunately, the device didn't survive the solar storm. The most important chip directly becomes a black silicon wafer. Jason can only do it himself. Fortunately, it wasn't very difficult for him. Under Jason's amazing power, there was no difference between the fragile metal and the Earth. When Tony Stark saw it for the first time, he exclaimed, "Monster. Please give me flowers." Slowly, he got used to it. After all, he has seen the world. There is nothing so annoying about people with super abilities. Jason pulled the wires out of the ship. Tony Stark inspects repairs in the back. Soon, under the command of Skynet, they completed the overhaul of the spacecraft's wiring. Then they replaced various modules above the cockpit. The cockpit was also renovated. It's just that compared to the previous simple and hardcore science fiction style, the current cockpit can only be described as horrible. It looked like it had been chewed by a dog. Fortunately, it can still be used. When Jason plans to go to Mars, he must overhaul the spacecraft in the spaceport. Otherwise, it will really affect the user experience. I stayed for a few days as planned. They just finished repairing the spacecraft together. Sit in the cockpit. Jason looked at the indicator light that everything was okay. Really relieved. But out of caution, he still spoke. Skynet, check to make sure there are no problems with the spacecraft. Start the self-test program. The energy system is operating normally. The main system of the spacecraft is operating normally. The oxygen production module of the spacecraft is normal. Self-examination completed. Master, except for a few offline units, everything is normal on the spacecraft. It's enough to support our normal operations. Congratulations, young master. Jason nodded. Okay, now that everything is back to normal, let's go. 280. If we stay for a few more days, we may miss the time to land on Mars. Mars doesn't just stay put. Rather, it is to be accompanied by the main fixed star, the Sun, constantly orbiting within the solar system. If they can't land on Mars by the deadline, Mars may be getting further and further away from the Earth. Their journey will increase accordingly. In that case, the situation will be very bad. They might be wasted on this long journey. So as soon as Jason repaired the spacecraft, he set off eagerly. Recorrect course. Recalculated Mars trajectory. Correction of navigational access. The main engine is fully charged. Energy system ignition completed. Master, Mr. Stark, we are leaving. Skynet said something, and the spacecraft began to accelerate. Soon, Jason felt the scenery around him begin to change. There is definitely no other change in these scenery. After all, the scenery in the universe is the same, and it is difficult to see any changes. Jason just noticed some signs because of his keen sense. Oh my God, we're finally going. Hopefully we won't run into any more problems. Tony Stark holds a glass of red wine. The bottle cap opened with a soft bang sound. I don't think you're worried at all. Are you actually in a mood to drink now? Jason was a little helpless. Tony Stark guy. It's really not easy to live to such an old age. It's all stained with wine and S**X. Still doing this every day. Aren't you afraid of kidney deficiency? Would you like a drink? Tony raised a glass of wine in his hand and said, Forget it, I don't need it. Jason raised his hand. He rarely drinks. Alcohol, like cigarettes, also has its own characteristics. Some people may like the drowsy feeling, but Jason wasn't among those people. He prefers the feeling of having everything under control. As for Tony's wine, he declined to know. In the later period, Tony Stark also stopped drinking. And he's not even looking for a woman. Truly transformed from a playboy to a hero. This is why people like Tony Stark. Captain America is great, but there are really not many people in the world who can do what he does. Without the mental induction of the super soldier serum, can you take the initiative to block grenades for your comrades? This is really not something that ordinary people can do. What's more, when he was weak, he was bullied almost every day. Jason naturally hopes that there will be more and more people like Captain America in 2.3. He himself cannot become such a person. It's Tony Stark, a guy with all kinds of evil. He may also want to imitate it. This is also the reason why he is willing to be with Tony Stark. After all, birds of a feather flock together. Jason also smiled when he thought of this. It turns out that there's still a playboy living deep in his heart. In the next few days, Jason's was very calm. The universe is very quiet, and during their journey, they were not unlucky enough to encounter any major disasters like solar storms. The spacecraft has been flying towards Mars according to the predetermined trajectory. If this continues, they will reach Mars after sailing for a period of time. Then Jason can relax a little more. Either in a spaceport on Mars, is still an ecological base on the ground. He can find a place to rest comfortably. But God did not fulfill his wish. Jason's plan for peace finally came to nothing. On this day, Jason was enjoying a sunbath in the laboratory. Next to it is a dead lamb that has been exposed to radiation. Now it has been roasted into lamb chops by Tom. Because it contains a high degree of radiation, no one else can eat it. Jason can only enjoy it by himself. Although the high-energy rays in the solar storm killed these animals, they did not damage their flesh much. Instead, the cell structure is highly damaged. The mutton becomes softer and glutinous. It tastes better. This delicious food has always made Tony Stark very jealous. This is the only source of fresh meat on the ship. He had coveted it for a long time. But now, Jason can only enjoy it by himself. Enjoying sunbathing and eating delicious food. This is simply a fairy-like life. Pity. Jason did not enjoy a peaceful life for long. Skynet's voice rang next to him. Master, there's a sudden high-energy reaction in the plant resting room. I have not detected any anomalies. You'd better go over and take a look. Jason heard this and said lazily, Is the sensor malfunctioning? After the solar storm, some of the equipment was indeed a little less sensitive. It's very normal for abnormal situations to happen. You just recalibrate it. Jason wasn't impressed either. Some precision equipment may cause errors if it is slightly bumped. What's more, after experiencing a devastating energy storm like a solar storms are likely to have fatal effects on equipment. Jason plans to go to Mars. Just overhaul the spacecraft again. Replace all the above equipment. Now, various new equipment on Mars have begun to be built in factories. As long as he reaches Mars, he can quickly renovate the spacecraft. Jason was still thinking about something. Skynet spoke. Master, I'm afraid things are not that simple. I have recalibrated the testing equipment. I'm afraid this is not an accident. And now the energy index is still climbing. If you don't check carefully, an explosion may occur. What explosion? When Jason heard this, he immediately woke up from his laziness. Rubbing his face, Jason asked, What's the specific situation? According to my guess, there seems to be something wrong with the original strain of extremis you brought. How come? The expression on Jason's face was a little surprised. He did remember. These plants are very peaceful. At the beginning, Jason paid a little attention. I want to see if this thing can produce some beneficial genetic changes. But he found out later. Gene mutation is really unreliable. A person like Spider-Man, who can instantly become Spider-Man when bitten, is simply a child of destiny. Another person might have collapsed and died long ago. These plants are like ordinary people without any luck. No genetic mutation occurs at all. Disappointed Jason for a long time. After all, he still hopes that this thing can bring him some surprises. But it didn't happen. Did not expect. Now this thing actually has some movement. There's such a strong high-energy reaction. What kind of trouble is this? To know, according to Skynet standards, its minimum energy index is probably equivalent to the explosion equivalent of several kilograms of TNT. Although it does not enjoy the nuclear weapons with hundreds of millions of equivalents at every turn, but a few kilograms. It's enough to blow up a two-story building. Found this kind of thing in a laboratory. Jason thought he'd better go take a look. Stand up. Jason didn't hesitate at all and walked directly to the restroom. Open the airtight door. A plant of huge amounts of money appeared in front of Jason. This thing looks like the landscape trees that can be seen everywhere on the street. But there aren't that many tree trunks. The leaves look very cat-like, looking like large banana trees in the tropical rainforest, although it seems very ordinary. But as soon as Jason saw this thing, you can feel a sense of danger. In the veins of leaves, he could also see a dim red light flashing. It looks very dangerous. Jason even had a feeling. If this thing is allowed to explode, he may not die or be seriously injured. King of Heaven, this thing is the original strain of extremis. Why has it changed so much? Jason asked in surprise. Master, this plant must have grown suddenly. According to monitoring, the plant died within just a few minutes. It's several times bigger. It's incredible. Skynet said. It's really incredible. Now I need to think about what to do about it. Jason said with a headache. This thing suddenly mutated. He was suddenly confused. And the risk is very high. If it is not handled well, it will be really dangerous. So now he is in great trouble. Skynet, can you analyze its energy model? If there is an explosion, this thing should have a certain structure. Jason asked. Things like explosions don't happen casually. Huge amounts of energy must be erupted in a confined space. Something like gunpowder. If you set it on fire in an open space, it is generally impossible to explode. This is because there are no conditions for an explosion to occur. Although the plant resting room is not big, it is not too small either. Won't explode. The energy that bursts out in an instant must be very high. He was curious. How much energy can this thing emit? The energy index cannot be observed specifically, but we still haven't reached the peak yet. The energy index is still growing slowly. Jason had a headache after hearing this. What about the source of energy? This thing's technological energy growth must have an energy source. It cannot fail to comply with the law of conservation of energy. Jason asked somewhat depressedly. Master, according to my guess, the energy source is likely to come from various high-energy rays. The plant may have the ability to absorb various rays. Skynet's voice spoke slowly. Jason's expression changed. That's really amazing. High-energy rays are a very magical thing. There is an unusually large variety, from the decay rays emitted by radioactive elements to the X-rays used in hospitals. They're all a type of high-energy rays. The types of rays that humans have discovered are only a small part. There are fewer to take advantage of. Being able to absorb high-energy rays is simply a legend. Now, Jason has witnessed a legend. Absorbing high-energy rays is impossible. Jason scratched his head. Photosynthesis of plants is nothing more than the use of light energy as some kind of chemical garden. To carry out energy combination reactions, it's not really absorbing sunlight. Now this plant in front of him. Directly absorb the energy of high-energy rays and use it for your own use. If Jason can research it, he will be able to harvest a very powerful 740 technology. No matter whether it's true or not, let's do some research first before talking. Skynet, move the mobile protection module over. This thing should calm this thing down a little bit. Jason said. since this plant is absorbing high-energy rays. Now, he only needs to cut off the source of high-energy rays here. The activity of this plant is naturally not that high. He can directly use blocking reagents. Cut off the energy circuit in a certain leaf vein. Cut certain plant samples for study. Plants are plants after all. CGFD may be somewhat sensitive to the outside world, but it was just a stress reaction like mimosa. There is no real only way. A moment of Jason's thinking. Skynet has begun to operate the protective modules outside the spacecraft. There is always a protective module outside the spacecraft. It is to provide certain protection capabilities to necessary places at critical times. He put a lot of thought into this slider. Now it is indeed useful. After a slight buzzing sound, Skynet's voice rang. The mobile protection module has been launched. The content of high-energy rays continues to decrease. Jason nodded. Now all you have to do is wait. Test the cell viability of the original virus strain. See if the energy index is going down. Jason ordered. The energy index continues to decline. It looks like our strategy is working. Jason had already seen it without Skynet opening his mouth. The leaves of the original extremist plant have drooped. It looks like a plant that has been exposed to the sun in summer. Seems a little wilted. His requirements should be met soon. Waited for a long time. The light on the veins of this plant has basically disappeared. Only then did Jason get closer. There was no sense of danger this time. The original strain of extremists seems to be a normal plant. Skynet, give me that bottle of 5 times the concentration of blocking solution. Jason said, just in case. He used increasing concentrations of blocking solutions. Block material exchange within plants. Able to safely remove a blade from above. He took a bottle of isolation solution from the armor's hand. Jason carefully poured it on top of the plant. A flash of red light flashed. Fortunately, there was no explosion in the end. Jason felt relieved. Skynet, remember to remind me next time to increase the concentration of the isolation solution again. Something almost happened just now. Jason carefully placed the leaves in the petri dish. Wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. I was so nervous just now, just in case something goes wrong. Maybe it really exploded. Looking at the leaves in the preservation solution, Jason was a little happy. It's worth taking such a big risk. At least we have research materials. He can feel it, even if it's an insignificant leaf. There's still a lot of energy contained in a dash. And, Jason thinks, as long as it is subject to a violent collision, this leaf will definitely explode. This thing seems to be very sensitive, like the mercury fulminate used in ammunition primers. Sparks will be generated upon impact. This thing will explode after impact. Fortunately, the solution in the petri dish can stabilize the plant cell structure inside it. Avoid some accidents. Skynet, the high-energy rays in this room are for guidance. I'll talk about it after I study it. After saying that, Jason carefully walked into the laboratory, holding the petri dish. Use a scalpel to carefully remove a piece of tissue from the blade. Jason created a slide, then put under a microscope and observe it carefully. Observe the plant's tissue. No need for a particularly high magnification microscope. Just be able to observe the cell structure inside the plant. In Jason's opinion, looking through the microscope, Jason saw a surprising sight. The cells of this plant are different from other plants. The biggest difference in morphology between plant cells and animal cells. That is, plant cells have a cell wall composed of chitin, able to protect internal plant cells. But the original strain of extremis, after mutation, the cell wall changes. The walls of its keratinocytes seem to have a touch of gold. It seems to have become unusually strong. Jason finally understood why this thing gave him a dangerous feeling. Each cell is equivalent to a small bomb. Just explode. Exploding together can produce amazing power. No wonder he couldn't feel the danger. Shaked his head. Jason looked carefully again. A cell can be said to be complicated or simple. The nucleus, cytoplasm, cell wall, and organelles make up a plant cell. Originally, the cytoplasm of plants should be transparent. There is some kind of biological solution in this, used to protect organelles inside cells and provide nutrients. Please give me flowers. But the cell fluid of the original strain of extremis is golden, and it reveals some crystal clarity. Some look like yellow honey. It looks very nice. But Jason knew there are huge amounts of energy in this. It's some kind of explosive substance. These cellular fluids, I'm afraid it has higher explosive energy than TNT, the most commonly used high explosive substance by humans. Point zero. Very dangerous. But the amazing thing is, this substance is capable of more than just huge amounts of explosions. It can still provide energy to the organelles inside the cell. Jason can only say that the world is so big and full of wonders. Skynet, take a sample of some cell fluid and test it. There are some substances in there. If it can make a sound explosion, its chemical structure should be very special. Jason spoke. Continue to look at the organelles inside the cell, compared to these explosive substances. He was interested in the organelles that produced these substances. Explosives research is booming. It's just another kind of TNT. The other mysteries of plant cells are truly valuable. Plant cells are sometimes very magical. Like chloroplasts, it took hundreds of years for a human civilization to develop ways to utilize solar energy. But greenery, as early as when it was born, it has already learned to use solar energy. The photons emitted by the sun pass through and shine on the surface of green plants. Chloroplasts produce enough chlorophyll. Through these chlorophylls, under the catalysis of solar energy, a large amount of a 780 TP is generated to provide energy to plants. This process is very magical. Plants evolve by themselves, utilizing the most powerful energy in the fixed star system. Extremis cells are even more magical. Its chloroplasts have mutated to a certain extent. Various forms of chemical elements were produced. Under the stimulation of these chemical elements, various high-energy rays are converted into energy. A large amount of explosive phosphoric acid is then generated. This is the origin of the explosive material in the cytoplasm. All the high-energy explosives humans have now, almost all have nitric acid groups, amino groups, or carbon groups. For example, TNT is 2463 nitrotoluene. The main component of C4 explosive is polyisobutylene. The main component of nitroglycerin, which can be used as a medicine to treat heart disease, is glyceryl trinitrate. There are many compounds similar to these explosives. The explosives studied by humans seem to contain these ingredients, although phosphoric acid has also been considered. But most of the time, because of its lack of explosiveness, it was not taken seriously. Jason didn't expect that. One day, he will encounter a phosphate explosive made by a creature itself. Looking at the test results given by Skynet, Jason was amazed. I didn't expect extremists to undergo such a change. Sure enough, phosphoric acid can also burst out enough energy. Unfortunately, it's of no use. Jason shook his head regretfully. My favorite use of this thing is probably to play with it. No matter how powerful the explosives are, they're not as powerful as nuclear weapons. He is not an agent at this moment or anything. Some conventional explosives are needed to prop up the facade. This new type of explosive, the biggest role is probably that it can be used by terrorists to get past security checks and then cause damage. Jason is not a psychopath. I won't let these things out. What interests him most? In fact, it is a reaction that occurs inside the chloroplast to absorb high-energy rays. If he really researched this kind of thing, very useful. For example, it is used on the armor of spaceships. It can completely replace the status of lead protective armor. Maybe it can also be used to provide energy to the spacecraft. For a ship with an arc reactor, it may not be of much use. But what if it is used in small devices, such as nanorobots? As long as there is light, the equipment can run forever, or combine with vibranium. Captain America's vibranium shield is capable of energy absorbing. The more energy is absorbed, 1.4 the stronger the metal. If you combine the two, couldn't he get a metal that would become stronger when exposed to the sun? This kind of metal can grow over time, more and more solid. The effect is very big. Thinking of this, Jason became even more excited. Skynet, have you analyzed its operating model? There is a difference between the energy used in living things and the energy used in steel. How humans use solar energy. It is through the photovoltaic effect that hole and electron pairs are generated inside the silicon-based material. This produces a fixed electric current. That is, in the usual sense, converting light energy into electrical energy. ADP in living things is different. This thing is essentially a phosphate tree. Phosphoric acid pairs release energy by breaking down chemical bonds. This is also the reason why humans can move. This is essentially a kind of chemical energy. It's about the same energy as gasoline. It is not easy to convert this energy into electrical energy that humans can use, especially if you don't understand the principle at all. For general wide synthesis, the steps are actually not difficult. After chloroplasts absorb light, under the catalysis of light and enzymes, phosphorylation and carbon assimilation of carbon dioxide and water occur inside the plant. Generate phosphate bonds. The reaction in the original strain of extremis is 100 times more complex than that of ordinary plants. This plant can absorb a wide variety of high-energy rays. This is not the same as sunlight. Ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and gamma rays are 3 types of rays with completely different wavelengths and energies, not to mention other high-energy particle rays. How do plant cells transform these different substances? Also, what exactly are the catalytic enzymes inside plants? These are unknown, so this makes Skynet's simulation very difficult to play. Simulation calculations are based on sufficient data, but it's not about predicting the future. Skynet does not have enough data to support it, and it is impossible to calculate it. Master, without enough sample support, we may not be able to calculate the corresponding data model. I can only simulate the conversion model of sunlight. It's simply not possible to do in-depth simulations. Jason waved his hand when he heard this. Okay, I get it, it's not your fault. I will conduct the experiment myself. But this seems a bit troublesome. Jason rubbed his forehead. The types of high-energy rays may exceed ordinary people's imagination. But said gamma is suspected. Just as humans have discovered, there are 3 types of gamma rays with different wavelengths. Not to mention what humans haven't been able to discover, plus other types of rays. If this is an experiment one by one, how long will it last? Thinking of this, Jason got a headache. No, why should I experiment on my own? Isn't there a ready-made coolie? Jason patted his head and said, he is not the only scientist on this spaceship. There is also Tony Stark, who has a lot of free time every day. Isn't this guy just a ready-made coolie? Think of this. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. Tony Stark is so boring. He is a friend. I really see it in my eyes and feel anxious in my heart. If this continues, isn't Tony Stark depraved? What should I do if I have any psychological problems? Isn't this his responsibility as captain? This is not nonsense. On a voyage ship or spaceship, the most important thing is the psychiatrist. Whether it is a submarine or aircraft carrier, there is always a psychologist on board. Jason left in a hurry and did not find a psychiatrist. If Tony Stark has psychological problems, it will really be a loss for humanity. He couldn't let this happen. The best way is to find something for him to do. Once people get busy, I'm not in the mood to think about it anymore. Think of this. A bright smile appeared on Jason's face. Jason has always been a resolute person. Once you decide on something, do it immediately. After deciding to recruit Tony Stark as a coolie, he immediately asked Skynet to place a communication call to Tony Stark. As soon as the communication is connected, Tony Stark's overindulgent face appeared in front of the screen. Although on the spaceship, Tony Stark has no way of multiplayer sports and becomes a master of time management. But he still had other pastimes, whether it's a small movie or a big night of drinking, all of which made his health not so good. The big dark circles under his eyes made Tony Stark look very embarrassed. Jason was even a little skeptical. If this guy hadn't been kidnapped in that accident, he may die suddenly one night when he is several decades old. Really don't understand. How does an alcoholic keep his brain awake? And scientific sensitivity. That was all Jason could say. Maybe this is genius. Hi, Jason, what's up? Tony Stark yawned lazily. Asked Jason, you are very free now. Jason glanced at Tony Stark and said, "No." Tony Stark interrupted Jason's question. "This is not leisure. This is enjoying life." Tony Stark repeated seriously. "Okay, enjoy life." Jason said speechlessly. "So are you interested in doing some research with me now?" "What research? If it's too easy, I'm not interested." Tony Stark yawned again, looking very careless. Jason was very doubtful whether this guy could complete his experiment. "You'll know when you come here. It's best to hurry up." "Don't worry. The laboratory is safe now and the protection mode has been turned on." Jason was afraid that Tony Stark was afraid of death, so he added, "Then I really need to move around. Otherwise, everyone will be ruined." Tony Stark shook his head. Tony Stark is very self-disciplined when it comes to scientific research. "I often study for days on end with coffee when doing research, except for the little peppers." Few women were allowed into his laboratory. This shows how serious he is. Since Tony Stark agreed, the action is also very quick. "I tidied up in the bathroom and washed my face." He walked directly to the laboratory. "Open the airtight door." Tony Stark asked directly, "What is going on? Is it so mysterious? Come here and take a look at this." Jason gave up his position and pointed to the microscope. "I want to see what you're doing when I get there." Tony Stark walked up with a suspicious look on his face. He put his face over the microscope. Tony Stark made a surprised sound. "What is this?" Obviously, they look like plant, good cells, but they have the characteristics of animal cells. "It's amazing." Jason nodded. The cells of the original strain of extremis are indeed very special. But it is not a pregnancy that ordinary people can see. Under the microscope, this cell is no different from a plant cell. Tony Stark could tell right away. It is enough to see that he is very knowledgeable in biology. The extremis in Pepper Potts was also solved by Tony Stark after his own research. As long as he thinks about it, he can probably research it very easily. For Tony Stark, you can see that. He wasn't that surprised. This is the plant cell of the original strain of extremis. "This is impossible," Tony Stark said flatly. After he came to the ship, "I once saw the original strain of extremis that Jason blew for a long time. It is indeed unique, but it definitely doesn't look like this." But soon, he hesitated again. The cell in front of him did indeed look like the original strain of extremis. Jason stopped talking when he saw Tony Stark. "You can see it. This cell is still similar to the cells of the original virus strain. After the solar storm, the plant underwent a mutation 103. Let me show you its cytoplasmic analysis results." Jason handed a tablet to Tony and continued. "Now, this cell is able to absorb a variety of high-energy rays. Then it turns into some kind of phosphate bomb. I wonder if we can take advantage of this." "You mean the ability to absorb various rays?" Tony Stark looked at the tablet. He said without raising his head, "Yes, I think this thing can be combined with metal, generating some sort of biometal. Has energy-absorbing, self-strengthening ability. Maybe it can also unlock the ability to repair itself." Jason said, "Self-healing of metals. It's still a problem until now. The first is the energy issue. Secondly, matter is not born out of thin air. Where the materials used to repair metal come from. Jason feels that these cells are the solution to this problem." "You're talking about using organisms to sequester carbon and then repair metals?" "It's definitely a possibility. Or we could just work on a biosteel. You can mix biological tissue with metal." Jason touched his chin when he heard this. Tony Stark's words gave him an inspiration. If you simply combine vibranium with this kind of cells, not a good idea. Vibranium energy absorbing is limited after all. And if the energy accumulation reaches the limit, an explosion will occur. It's okay if the enemy is hit by the explosion, but it's very bad if it hits one of your own. But according to Tony Stark, they can completely avoid this risk. Self-healing ability will greatly ease the energy pressure inside vibranium, greatly extend the life of the alloy, and self-healing ability and vibranium complement each other. Simply a perfect material. But first they have to solve the problem of principle. "Tony, you have a good idea. But there's a question. How do we implement this process? We haven't figured out the principle of this type of cells absorbing high rays yet." This is just a small problem. We figured it out, and it's very simple. Tony Stark waved his hand and said very confidently. The corners of Jason's mouth twitched. Doubt the confidence of Tony Stark fans. He wasn't sure they could figure out. Then let's get started. We divide the work according to the type of ray. Mainly experiment with various catalytic enzymes. No problem. Tony Stark nodded confidently. The two men began their work. Tony Stark regrets it very much now. He felt that the previous decision was really hasty. He shouldn't hastily agree to Jason's request. They shouldn't be so confident that they can research these things. In fact, the difficulty of this research, it was actually a bit beyond his expectation. Their research encountered very big difficulties. The biggest difficulty is the enzyme that catalyzes the reaction. Catalytic enzymes are very important in biological reactions. When a chemical reaction occurs, it requires energy to catalyze it. The function of catalytic enzymes is actually to reduce the energy required for reactions. Speed up the reaction. The catalytic enzyme will not be consumed during this process. But biological enzymes are essentially proteins. It has its own shelf life and cannot be used forever. Therefore, the enzymes in cells are always being updated. They encounter a problem, unable to synthesize the required catalytic enzyme. In other words, the synthesis of catalytic enzymes is not satisfactory. A catalytic enzyme is essentially a protein. It is composed of genetic material and amino acids. It seems so. It seems that this thing is very easy to synthesize. In the previous world, humans had mastered the method of artificially synthesizing proteins. But actually, things are not that simple. Inside the cells of the original strain of extremis, there are many types of high-energy rays. Each high-energy ray has its own biochemical reaction. Nature also has a specific catalytic enzyme. They had no way of telling the difference between these catalytic enzymes. Probably inside the protein of the catalytic enzyme. Just a few base pairs difference. But the function shown, that's a huge difference. The catalytic enzyme they made. But it's just carved out of mold. It is simply impossible to implement function. Tony Stark threw the petri dish in his hand on the experimental table in frustration. I don't think it's possible for anyone to develop something like this. This stuff is not studied by humans at all. Compared to Tony, who was a little frustrated, Jason was much calmer. He had long known how difficult this matter was to research. If the research results can be released soon, that's something very abnormal. Nothing is impossible. In my opinion, as long as you have perseverance, you can achieve anything. But I think we've fallen into a misunderstanding. We shouldn't cast the net so wide. It's a waste of time. Jason said seriously. You mean looking for a specific catalytic enzyme? Tony Stark reacted immediately. That's right. Point zero. Jason nodded. He just suddenly realized. Their two requirements are so perfect. They wanted to find all the catalytic enzymes that match the high-energy rays. This is simply impossible. There are countless types of high-energy rays. Not to mention, there are some types of rays that they haven't discovered at all. It is simply impossible for them to study these things. Even if it is to be done, it could take them a lifetime. That being the case, why not think differently? There are many types of high-energy rays, but there are so many of them that there are only a few that are easy to observe. For example, common X-rays, gamma rays, etc. Probably 80% of the rays in the universe die in these types of places. The remaining 20%. It is the ray that other humans have not discovered. They look for other catalytic enzymes. The effect is not too big, because even if you have it, because there are too few books on high-energy rays for you, how much effect can it play? It's really not known yet. It is better to search for enzymes that catalyze several major high-energy rays. It is completely enough to use the energy of these high-energy rays. Jason explained his idea to Tony 873 Stark. Tony Stark's face was full of excitement after hearing this. Ah, Jason, you're such a genius. Why didn't I think of that? It's nothing. I'm just lucky, Jason said modestly. To put it bluntly, this is just a very obvious problem. If only Tony Stark stopped and thought about it. Maybe you can think of it soon. He is just too confident. I feel like I can research it all myself. I just don't want to take another path. Jason thought so. Tony Stark didn't think so. He really meant it when he praised Jason just now. Not everyone realizes their mistakes quickly. Quickly discover your mistakes and change your direction. It's a very difficult thing. He lacks this ability. He thinks Jason is really a genius. The two exchanged business blows. Go ahead and start researching. Tony Stark even brought over several cups of coffee. Jason relied on his good health. Just go next door and bask in the sun to regain your energy. There is absolutely no need for these things. Begin to devote all your energy to the liver. Within one cell, the protein he possesses is probably hundreds of millions. I want to accurately find the catalytic enzyme with specific catalytic effect. It's not a simple matter. On the contrary, it depends more on luck. Scientific research on this kind of thing. Luck is sometimes more important than strength. Strength determines your lower limit, but luck and ability determine your upper limit. Like the Nobel Prize back then, being able to develop high explosives is just luck. There's also the famous Marie Curie. The process of discovering radium was actually a gamble on luck or life. Working in a high radiation environment for a long time without any protective measures. Being able to discover the element radium while still alive is really a blessing. Fortunately, neither he nor Tony seemed to be too unlucky. Just 1 week, they have produced a lot of results. A few more days passed. Tony Stark in the laboratory exclaimed, "The last little thing, I found it." Tony Stark holds the petri dish in his hand. His face was full of excitement. Jason also put down his work, taking the petri dish from Tony, put it under a microscope and observe it. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. He looked up at Tony Stark, whose eyes were sunken, severely bloodshot, and his hair was messy. His heart was full of sighs. The most terrifying thing in this world is not genius. The scary thing is that geniuses work harder than you. I worked continuously for nearly 2 weeks and only had 4 hours of rest every day. It's really not an accident that Tony Stark can achieve this kind of achievement. It is also inseparable from his original efforts. After all, not everyone has the same strong physical fitness as him. Okay, put this thing down and let's take a rest. I think it's time for you to get some rest, Tony. Jason looked at Tony Stark and said, "You're right, I should take a good rest. When I come out, we will study it carefully." After saying this, Tony Stark turned and walked out of the laboratory. Study this stuff. It's really a very grueling job. Physical exertion comes second. The key is that the energy consumption is too great. Like a student, if you can study continuously for 4 or 5 hours, you have perseverance. 7 or 8 hours, that's genius. If you can persist for 2 weeks, you will become a god. That's what happened to him and Tony. I have been engaged in high-intensity scientific research for 2 weeks. The key is to stay focused. Because I was distracted. Either the cultured protein 26 died, or it missed the type of enzyme needed to catalyze it. Even his physique. After such a long time, I feel a little exhausted. So he and Tony took a 2-day break. In the past 2 days, apart from bragging and spanking together, they just drank and watched the 2 female attendants he brought dancing. Once you have been away from a woman for a long time, you may even look at a cat with a delicate appearance. Besides, the maid lady is not bad looking. They had a very relaxed life these 2 days. My body and mind finally recovered. When Jason got up from bed the next day, my whole body feels refreshed. Finished breakfast. Jason found Tony Stark. "How's it going? Are you ready? I think it's time for us to start new research." Jason said ready to go. Tony Stark took a bite of the burger in his hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "Can I say no?" "I guess not," Jason said with a shrug. "What are you talking about? Let's go." Tony Stark walked forward while eating. Jason shrugged and followed him. Even if I didn't come to the lab for 2 days, there are no changes to the laboratory on the spacecraft. The petri dish is placed in a constant temperature chamber. The proteins in it are fully capable of maintaining activity. What's more, they recorded its genetic sequence. They can easily continue manufacturing. Take protective measures. Jason began to experiment. "Tony, let's get started. Let's experiment with these little babies' abilities." "No problem." Tony Stark also said with great anticipation. The reactions inside cells are actually not that complicated. As long as you gather enough material, the reaction will happen on its own. Catalytic enzymes are the core of it. With the catalytic enzyme, the reaction can proceed quickly. Otherwise, a conversion process would take several years. This kind of efficiency is no different from nothing. Put the required substances into the culture medium. Wait a moment. Use a dropper to take a drop in it. Drop on the glass slide. They began to observe carefully. If the culture medium is in solution, discovering the final product of the reaction means they succeeded. Quickly, they found small amounts of phosphide in it. 470. Jason's mood perked up when he saw this. This is the product of ADP breakdown. In other words, they have succeeded. Tony, it looks like we've succeeded. Jason looked at the microscope and said with some joy, yes, it seems so. Now we can study its subsequent applications. Tony Stark also said with great joy on his face, finding the catalytic enzyme is just the beginning. Their true purpose. It's about finding a way to exploit it, a way to convert the energy in high-energy rays into the energy they need. Speaking of which, do you have a clue? Jason scratched his head. The ADP generated by the reaction is an adenine nucleoside triphospholipid. It is a very unstable high-energy compound. Just hydrolyze. It will radiate powerful energy. All living things utilize this energy. But there's a problem. Machinery cannot harness this energy. Like a car, utilized internal combustion engine. Essentially, the burning of gasoline produces powerful thrust. Then push the piston to make the car move. But it's not easy to supply energy through chemical bonds. I'm afraid none of humanity's existing engines can be used. Hearing Jason ask this, Tony Stark also frowned deeply. How about using biological engines? The so-called biological engine is a measure that uses biomass to generate energy. In essence, there is no big difference between hydroelectric power generation and thermal power generation. The energy conversion efficiency is too low. Jason shook his head. Biological engines are indeed a very good thing. But there is a problem. That is too inefficient. Converting chemical energy into electrical energy probably requires at least 3 transformations. Most of the energy was probably consumed. Only a very small part of the energy can actually be used. Tony Stark nodded when he heard this. It's really inefficient. We need to find other ways. It seems we need to find a place to rest and think. This is no longer something that can be studied through hard research. Jason didn't speak after hearing Tony Stark's words. Instead, he lowered his head as if thinking about something. Tony Stark quickly realized something was wrong with Jason. Jason, did you think of something? After hearing Tony's words, Jason spoke. Since machines can't do it, how about we use biological cells? Jason lowered his head and frowned. The more I think about it, the more feasible it becomes. I can create a bionic cell. For example, the electric eel, a marine creature, can emit a high-voltage electric current of 800 volts. Electric rays can also release hundreds of volts of electric current. They rely on this electric current to hunt. I'm afraid they're not taking in that much energy. But they can emit powerful high-voltage electric current. This shows that the energy conversion efficiency of their discharge organs is very high. More importantly, it is completely possible to use ADP to directly generate electricity. The efficiency is very high. After Jason finished speaking, he looked up at Tony Stark. He also fell into Chun-Si. After a while, then he raised his head. This idea is indeed feasible. You're such a genius, Jason, Tony Stark said excitedly. He didn't expect that Jason could come up with such a surprising idea. Any orthodox engineer, I am afraid that no one would have thought of using biogenerating organs to achieve energy conversion. This idea is really great. At least he didn't think of it. He thinks Jason is really a genius. He couldn't even imagine the things that happened to him. Whether this thing would work or not was never something he considered. He's there. Nothing is off limits. After thinking for a while, I clarified my thoughts. Tony Stark immediately became confident. Let's get started, Jason. I can give away that precious ingredient of mine. Although it's frozen, but it should be okay to study the cell structure. Jason nodded. In nature, there are many very magical creatures. Some creatures can emit light, and some creatures can produce highly poisonous substances, and some creatures can discharge electricity. The electric eel is one such creature, as the creature that can produce the largest electric current in nature. Humans call it high voltage lines in the water. It can discharge electric current up to 800 volts. This is the result of years of evolution. On both sides of the electric eel's tail, there are many muscle lamellae that have evolved over many years. Each muscle slice can generate very little electric current, but tens of thousands of muscle slices are connected in series. The electric current emitted is quite objective. The reason why these evolved muscles can emit electric current is also very simple. The head of the electric eel is the positive pole, and the tail is the negative pole. There are a lot of special proteins in evolved muscles. These proteins are under the control of nerve signals. It can push ions to penetrate the cell plasma membrane and form flowing charged ions. This also forms electric current. This electric current flows from the head of the electric eel to its tail. It can kill small fish or large fish. And the electric eel, because of the good insulation properties of fat originally, it should have the ability to generate weak electric current if it evolved over many years. Survived. For Jason, these cells are very important. Cade, because this kind of cell is powered by ADP. ADP hydrolysis releases a large amount of energy. Only when the electric eel discharges the proteins in the muscle cells can the back pressure of the ions push the ions into the interior of the plasma membrane. At the same time, the sodium ion pump above the plasma membrane slowly pumps the exchanged sodium ions into the cell. This creates a cycle. No doubt, the energy utilization efficiency of this summary is very high. The energy inside ADP is directly converted into electrical energy. No other conversion steps are required. Improved energy utilization efficiency. What they want to study is actually this transformation mechanism. Replace the cytoplasmic membrane with a thin film of some kind of inorganic substance. Ion pathways are then built to simulate protein action. In this way, a directional electric current can be formed outside the inorganic film, which can fully meet their requirements. They were doing sampling work at the moment. Jason, have you finished sampling? Tony Stark stood a few meters away from Jason with a look on his face as if he was in danger. Jason holds a dead electric eel in one hand. Remove the cells as you go. The eyes of the electric eel, located on both sides of its body, are looking at the sky, some of them unwilling to rest in silence. It's almost done. It only needs a few more pieces to complete. Unfortunately, after these cells were frozen, the cell structure has been destroyed, and many proteins also lose their activity. Our research will be very troublesome, Jason said with a frown. If it were on Earth, there are so many types of electric eels they can use, and they're all alive. But on the spaceship, this is an ingredient that Tony Stark brought here for a taste. It's their only experimental material. It's really very troublesome. The sampling work was completed with care. Jason looked at Tony, who was hiding a few meters away. Why are you traveling so far? Come here to analyze the protein structure. Jason picked up the petri dish and wanted to hand it to Tony Stark. But Tony Stark stepped back. Can I choose not to participate in this event? I see. Your old habits are back again, right? Jason reluctantly placed the petri dish on the table. Tony Stark has a little problem. He doesn't like to take things directly from others. It's all done by Happy and Little Chili. This is actually a sign of high distrust of other people. There are only a few people. It was within his psychological acceptance range. He thought that Tony Stark had cured this problem. I didn't expect it would happen again now. Definitely, Jason thought. Tony Stark may also simply think that this thing is very disgusting. After all, he just took a sample. The action is not good looking. You just put it there and I can take it myself. Tony Stark said again and again while putting on rubber gloves. Jason shook his head speechlessly. There's so much wrong with this bear. Leave Tony Stark alone. Jason took another petri dish and observed it under the microscope. Freezing can be very damaging to cells. A large number of ice crystals will form in the cytoplasm inside the cells, causing devastating damage to the cell structure, especially the plasma membrane, which plays an important role in cells. The devastation is truly astonishing. Under the microscope, the original structure of the plasma membrane of this layer of cells is almost invisible. This gave Jason a headache. Good thing, he only had to find a very small part, searching for a long time in the cells. Only then did he find a relatively well-preserved cell membrane. Jason regarded it as a treasure and used a cell needle to remove it. Put it under a high-power microscope. Scan its structure. Then Skynet will create a simulation structural model of this thing. He can refer to this model. Use inorganic materials to create thin films. Jason prefers to use graphene materials. This film has a stable structure and good penetrability. Totally up to Jason's standards. As long as Skynet makes the model, he can make it quickly. On the contrary, there's trouble on Tony Stark's side. Proteins are very fragile. At most, it exists at room temperature. Once the temperature is too high or the temperature is too low, proteins can undergo allergic reactions, change one's own form, and lose its proper function. When boiling eggs, turning egg white into white albumin is an allergic reaction. At low temperatures, it is basically impossible for various proteins in electric eel cells to remain active. Please give me flowers. Shet. These proteins have been inactivated for a long time, and we simply can't find proteins that can be used, Tony Stark said angrily. Jason was a little sorry to hear this. Shrugging his shoulders, he spoke. Let's try our best to find it. If we can't find it, we will return to Earth and study it again. It's the same thing. Maybe something will slip through the net in these cells. Jason said so, but in fact, I don't have any hope in my heart. It has been frozen for almost a month. There is a probability that there is no lost protein in it. I'm afraid it's even less likely than the chance of being smashed to death with $5 million when you go out. But idleness is also idleness. Might as well do some research. Tony Stark is just talking. 2 complaints. I also started to search carefully. Jason also joined in. The two were once again immersed in scientific research activities. This has begun. Time seems to be passing very quickly. I don't know how long it's been. Skynet's beep sounded in Jason's ears. Jason then stopped experimenting. Space navigation is a very boring process. But if you're immersed in something, I can't notice the change of time. Stay in the laboratory all the time. In addition, the light changes of the spacecraft are very subtle. They are all controlled by Skynet. They couldn't tell the difference between day and night. The biological clock is somewhat disrupted, so Jason couldn't figure out the time at all. When the voice of Tian Wong sounded 247, Jason was very stunned. Master, we will reach Mars in about 10 minutes. Please come to the cockpit and prepare for braking. Arrived on Mars? How long has it been? Jason asked, very surprised. If you're talking about counting from the beginning of the Earth. So we've been traveling through the universe for 40 Earth days. If you mean starting with experiments, you've been working for 13 days. Has it been this long? Jason scratched his head and said. He didn't expect that. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 days have passed. Time flies. By the way, where's Tony? Mr. Stark started staying in his room 3 days ago, now enjoying his lunch and wine. Jason was speechless when he heard this. Really? Dogs can't change eating shit. Tony Stark is also a playboy. Tell him to assemble in the cockpit. Calculate the distance and prepare to start braking. The speed now is astonishing. There is no atmosphere in a vacuum, so there is naturally no air resistance. The speed can be continuously improved. They have been flying within the maximum speed the ship could sustain. Want to stop? They need to brake over a very long distance. Jason dealt with himself. Then it was off to the cockpit. Just sat in the seat. Tony Stark ran in from outside. Tony Stark is full of excitement now. I heard from Skynet that we are almost reaching Mars. Yes, we will see Mars in about 10 minutes. Now we're slowly slowing down and start a brake. The spaceship flies very fast in the universe. Looking at the scenery outside through the porthole, I can't see clearly at all. Drive faster in the area. People look at the scenery outside, and they are all moving crazily. Not to mention in the universe. Their speed is nowhere near as fast as that of a car. Through the porthole, nothing could be seen but darkness. Therefore, they can only wait until the spacecraft breaks and the flight speed drops to a certain level. Only then can you see other scenery. But this didn't dampen Tony Stark's excitement at all. Westerners have one of the biggest characteristics. It is very pure heart. This is what we call childishness. This is particularly evident with Tony Stark. I haven't experienced so much suffering. Naturally, there's not that much growth. 5.4 Tony still seems very childish. I heard it was almost time to reach Mars. Tony Stark's face was filled with excitement. I was checking information on the spaceship. I heard that you built a spaceport in the low Earth orbit of Mars. That's right. Jason was very proud when he said this. This was a decision he made before there was no antimass matter. Because the spacecraft is not limited by gravity, it is not affected by air resistance. They are generally very large in size. A spaceship of this size, without anti-gravity technology, it is simply impossible to build on the planet's land. Let's not talk about whether the spacecraft material can originally support it. A spacecraft that is several kilometers long and weighs tens of millions of tons. It is simply possible to escape the shackles of gravity by relying on the original engine. So, any large-scale universe is an unusual construction site, all in space. Not to mention, 26 construction in space is so much simpler than on the planet itself. On the planet, we also need to consider the issue of planet gravity. It requires extensive fixtures. There is no need for it in space. Only a small propulsion device is required. It can move a large one-piece steel plate hundreds of meters long. There is no need to consider various oxidation corrosion issues. It's so convenient. He wanted to build a space carrier. Naturally, it has to be made in space. In fact, now in the spaceport, a space carrier with the same file size as SHIELD has been built, completely ready for use. A larger space carrier is also being designed and built. His spaceport has begun to take shape. The thought of this, Jason was very proud. He may be the first human in the world to have a space battleship force. Soon you'll be able to see my spaceport from outer space. When the time comes, let you see the difference between us. Jason seriously exudes strong confidence. I don't believe there is any difference between us. It's just a spaceport I also shield. Tony Stark said with a sour tone. You're talking about your Veronica satellite. Can that thing be considered a spaceport? Jason laughed disdainfully. The Tony Stark Veronica satellite was actually a satellite launched by Stark during the launch period. Later, after Tony Stark joined the Avengers, only then began to slowly transform. The anti-Hulk armor he developed was placed on the Veronica satellite. But for this thing, the horoscope has not even been written yet. Tony Stark really has the nerve to say it. Hearing Jason's words, Tony Stark immediately exploded. Then why doesn't it count as a spaceport? I'll carry out renovations when I get back. You better take care of the Bald Eagle Space Agency first, and then talk about this. Jason smiled and said, the Earth is not as free as Mars. This is a place that humans cannot explore at all. Although humans on Earth already have the ability to launch manned exploration rockets here. But there is no profit at all. Naturally, no country can do it. There are only a few probes on Mars right now. This 593 is just a virgin land now. It's completely Jason's territory. But Earth, that's not necessarily the case. The outer space orbit is completely the exclusive domain of a few big countries. There's no way Tony Stark could be allowed to cause trouble. If his Mars base is discovered, there must be trouble too. But now Jason doesn't have to be afraid at all. As the saying goes, power comes from the walls. As long as the strength is enough. Several big countries have nothing to do with him. It really DM off. Put several space carriers directly in the sky over Washington. The Bald Eagle government can only kneel down and sing conquest. Tony Stark guy. What to compare with him? The spacecraft's braking is not considered slow. Under full engine operation, the speed of the spacecraft is rapidly decreasing. Skynet, how far are we from Mars? About 11,847 kilometers. Skynet's voice rang. Looks like it'll be here soon. Jason nodded. Just over 10,000 kilometers. On a cosmic scale, it's just a snap of the fingers. Can we contact the spaceport on Mars now? Jason asked again. For ease of contact, there's a large signal transmitter above the Mars spaceport, able to radiate signals throughout the solar system. It's just that the speed of transmission is a bit unsatisfactory. Fortunately, they're not too far away from Mars now. You should be able to get in touch. Master, we have been able to connect to the Mars spaceport. Whether to activate residential area energy. Start it. Turn on the environment simulation device. Let me see what the environment is like up there. Jason was also looking forward to it, although it is my own, but he has never been here before. Naturally, I was a little excited the first time. Master, I believe you will not be disappointed. The spacecraft braking is almost complete. You'll soon be able to see spaceports in space. Skynet said. Jason and Tony Stark both started staring at the ship's porthole. After a few minutes of braking, the speed of the spacecraft finally stabilized. It is getting closer and closer to Mars. Soon, they saw a red planet just above the porthole of the spacecraft. This is Mars, known as the planet closest to the Earth. In countless science fiction works, Mars is the best planet for immigrants. But actually, this is a planet with a harsh environment. May not be suitable for human survival. It's okay to exist as a mining base, but to immigrate to the planet. The environment is really not that good. Jason definitely wouldn't choose to live here. Among all kinds of random thoughts, the spacecraft is getting closer to Mars. They can finally orbit Mars in outer space. Saw a small black shadow. How big a D***K did you make? Tony Stark held his forehead and groaned. Don't look at them now. The spaceport on Mars seems to be just a small black dot. Don't forget it. They are now more than 3,000 kilometers away from Mars. Such a long distance. Anything can become an ant file size. From such a distance, they could all see the spaceport at a glance. It shows that the scale of the spaceport is amazing. It's exactly what Tony Stark said. The file size of this spaceport is amazing. Skynet, tell Tony the data about the spaceport. Mr. Stark, the Mars spaceport took 1 year and 3 months to build. The longitudinal length is 123 kilometers. The horizontal length is 84 kilometers, and the height is 24 kilometers. In addition, Zhao's, there are 30 other layers of components under construction. Oh my God, what monster you have built. Tony Stark groaned. It is more than 100 kilometers long and 80 kilometers wide. New York City, known as the Pearl of the Earth, it is the most developed city in the world. The area is only 800 square kilometers. In other words, the length is 40 kilometers and the width is 20 kilometers. Jason's spaceport, equivalent to more than 80 New York City. Jason has been staying in a laboratory for the past few days, in addition to the manufacturing of nano battle armor. He also has other technical needs to research. For example, the anti-gravity spacecraft taken from Thor's body. The weird thing is, the Asgard 4, whom he had high hopes for, gave him nothing. The system didn't even give any prompts. It made him extremely depressed. We can only start researching anti-gravity spacecraft. But the difficulty of the research was a bit beyond his expectation. After Jason obtained the system's technology, it is not made directly based on the information. Instead, try to absorb it yourself. Exactly. This technical information comes from Asgard and is completely different from the human system. It was extremely difficult to understand. It made him extremely distressed. This means we have to talk about the differences between the two civilizations. Asgard's civilization system is a typical idealistic civilization. For them, power is just a tool. Like Thor, he was born with the power of thunder. This kind of magical power that can change the celestial phenomena is simply unimaginable on Earth. In Asgard, it's very normal. However, there's a problem. Although Thor can use these divine powers, but he doesn't understand the divine power at all. How is divine power generated? What are its properties? What could divine power do? What is its principle? Don't call these Thor. Even Odin doesn't know. And such a phenomenon. That's a common occurrence in Asgard. Technical data is also full of this phenomenon. This made Jason extremely troubled. It is very difficult to understand the technology. He felt like he had lost a lot of hair in the past few days. If not in good health, they might all die suddenly. But Jason has no intention of giving up. Science is interesting because it explores the unknown. But he doesn't go out. It doesn't mean no one comes to him. One day, Jason was studying something. They were asked to come to us. This person is his cheap man Bruce Wayne. But this time, Bruce Wayne seems a little decadent for no reason. The first words I said to Jason, he spoke. Jason, please help me become the CEO of Wayne Group. Jason was confused. The Wayne family is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. In Wayne Group, most shareholders have a good relationship with the Wayne family. The decision made by the Wayne family group was very supportive. Like the Waynes of the previous generation, Wayne Group spent so much money in vain, run to Gotham City and build infrastructure. This is completely a public welfare investment, and it is very good to recover the capital. Such a plan, in any other company, it would be impossible to implement it. It worked at Wayne Group. One can imagine the ability of the Wayne family to control the Wayne Group, even though Bruce Wayne was little more than 10 years old. Wait until he comes back. He still became the chairman and CEO of Wayne Group. Jason couldn't understand. Why did Bruce Wayne suddenly lose his mind? I actually want to quit this job. Jason didn't bother to guess the mental journey behind Bruce Wayne. Asked directly. Reason? I heard Jason say this. Bruce Wayne started to complain. All in all, it's at today's shareholders meeting. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group has taken some medicine. I have to pull together a bunch of people to oust Bruce Wayne from the CEO position. I wanted to feel at ease as a shareholder and pay dividends. This is the first time since the establishment of Wayne Group. Definitely, this crazy guy didn't succeed, but also caused a lot of trouble for Bruce Wayne. What is the corruption problem within the group? Some people cooperate with gangs and carry out some illegal actions. There is an inexplicable lack of funds within Wayne Group. In general, just a series of troubles. Bruce Wayne may have to deal with these things in the past month. This also gave him the idea of handing over the power to Jason. Hear this. Jason's face darkened. Is it because you don't have time to go out at night? Bruce Wayne smiled sheepishly. Jason was speechless. Bruce Wayne is a very disciplined person. In addition to exercising every night, I also go out to do heroic things. Fight crime and act bravely. Not at all like the playboy Tony Stark. This kind of justice cannot be carried out for a month now. How could he bear it? Aren't these shareholders usually very honest? Why are there so many things lately? It's not like Wayne Group has had problems for a day or two. Why does it seem to have been discussed recently? Jump out together? Heard Jason ask. Bruce Wayne also spoke. Who knows? I didn't find out anything behind the scenes. There is no sign of any connection between this group of shareholders. It seemed like it just burst out. Bruce was very helpless when he said this. The way Jason looked at him, also very helpless. He was very active when it came to using money from Wayne Group. But let him manage such a large group. Hee. Forget it. How did Jubilion die? Managing such a large group is no easier than managing a country. Moreover, where does he have time to manage so many things? Zero. He still has to do research. I'm going to have a try with this guy Thanos. Think about it. Jason spoke. How about forget it and find a professional manager? We just need to be shareholders from the back. I think Fox is very good. His management ability is very strong, and his relationship with us is also good. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said angrily, You think I didn't think of it? Fox said he wanted to study technology, but he didn't have time at all. Who asked you to provide so much technology? Now, Fox has no interest in running the company. Jason was a little helpless when he heard this. Is this still my fault? Fox is a technician after all. Advanced technology is now available. Naturally, I have no interest in doing management work. However, now he has a very headache. He was even a little envious of that B************** D, Tony Stark. Don't worry about anything. Little Pepper took care of everything for him. Before the little peppers grow. There's also the tool man Obadiah. He doesn't have the right talent at his disposal. There are only a few people the Wayne family can trust, but there is no talent that can be trusted. This made him very distressed. Although the Wayne family's businesses are managed by trusts, But Wayne Group is different. As a company on the surface, Wayne Group maintains a high degree of independence. Those shareholders also distrust trust institutions. So things are very troublesome for B. After all, Wayne Group is his own family's industry, and it is now his largest source of cash flow. Jason still couldn't ignore it. Well, let me help you deal with the recent affairs first. I will investigate several shareholders and find out various things. After dealing with these things first, let's talk about professional managers. Jason said helplessly, it's really not possible to recruit directly from the public. Make Bruce Wayne the de facto controller. Find someone to take care of the practical stuff. All Bruce Wayne needs to do is sign. Isn't that what Tony Stark did? In addition to causing trouble for the Stark Group. Other matters are not handled by Obadiah's tool. It's just Pepper taking care of it. Tony Stark only signs. Stark Group has not collapsed. Jason thinks. Bruce 223. Wayne could also learn a lesson. Bruce Wayne heard Jason say this. He also said helplessly, Jason has been staying in a laboratory for the past few days. In addition to the manufacturing of nano battle armor, he also has other technical needs to research. For example, the anti-gravity spacecraft taken from Thor's body. The weird thing is, the Asgard 4, whom he had high hopes for, gave him nothing. The system didn't even give any prompts. It made him extremely depressed. We can only start researching anti-gravity spacecraft. But the difficulty of the research was a bit beyond his expectation. After Jason obtained the system's technology, it is not made directly based on the information. Instead, try to absorb it yourself. Exactly. This technical information comes from Asgard and is completely different from the human system. It was extremely difficult to understand. It made him extremely distressed. This means we have to talk about the differences between the two civilizations. Asgard's civilization system is a typical idealistic civilization. For them, power is just a tool. Like Thor, he was born with the power of thunder. This kind of magical power that can change the celestial phenomena is simply unimaginable on Earth. In Asgard, it's very normal. However, there's a problem. Although Thor can use these divine powers, but he doesn't understand the divine power at all. How is divine power generated? What are its properties? What could divine power do? What is its principle? Don't call these Thor. Even Odin doesn't know. And such a phenomenon. That's a common occurrence in Asgard. Technical data is also full of this phenomenon. This made Jason extremely troubled. It is very difficult to understand the technology. He felt like he had lost a lot of hair in the past few days. If not in good health, they might all die suddenly. But Jason has no intention of giving up. Science is interesting because it explores the unknown. But he doesn't go out. It doesn't mean no one comes to him. One day, Jason was studying something. They were asked to come to us. This person is his cheap man Bruce Wayne. But this time, Bruce Wayne seems a little decadent for no reason. The first words I said to Jason, he spoke. Jason, please help me become the CEO of Wayne Group. Jason was confused. The Wayne family is the largest shareholder of Wayne Group. In Wayne Group, most shareholders have a good relationship with the Wayne family. The decision made by the Wayne family group was very supportive. Like the Waynes of the previous generation, Wayne Group spent so much money in vain. Run to Gotham City and build infrastructure. This is completely a public welfare investment, and it is very good to recover the capital. Such a plan. In any other company, it would be impossible to implement it. It worked at Wayne Group. One can imagine the ability of the Wayne family to control the Wayne Group, even though Bruce Wayne was little more than 10 years old. Wait until he comes back. He still became the chairman and CEO of Wayne Group. Jason couldn't understand. Why did Bruce Wayne suddenly lose his mind? I actually want to quit this job. Jason didn't bother to guess the mental journey behind Bruce Wayne. Asked directly. Reason? I heard Jason say this. Bruce Wayne started to complain. All in all, it's at today's shareholders meeting. The second largest shareholder of Wayne Group has taken some medicine. I have to pull together a bunch of people to oust Bruce Wayne from the CEO position. I wanted to feel at ease as a shareholder and pay dividends. This is the first time since the establishment of Wayne Group. Definitely, this crazy guy didn't succeed, but also caused a lot of trouble for Bruce Wayne. What is the corruption problem within the group? Some people cooperate with gangs and carry out some illegal actions. There is an inexplicable lack of funds within Wayne Group. In general, just a series of troubles. Bruce Wayne may have to deal with these things in the past month. This also gave him the idea of handing over the power to Jason. Hear this. Jason's face darkened. Is it because you don't have time to go out at night? Bruce Wayne smiled sheepishly. Jason was speechless. Bruce Wayne is a very disciplined person. In addition to exercising every night, I also go out to do heroic things. Fight crime and act bravely. Not at all like the playboy Tony Stark. This kind of justice cannot be carried out for a month now. How could he bear it? Aren't these shareholders usually very honest? Why are there so many things lately? It's not like Wayne Group has had problems for a day or two. Why does it seem to have been discussed recently? Jump out together? Heard Jason ask. Bruce Wayne also spoke. Who knows? I didn't find out anything behind the scenes. There is no sign of any connection between this group of shareholders. It seemed like it just burst out. Bruce was very helpless when he said this. The way Jason looked at him, also very helpless. He was very active when it came to using money from Wayne Group. But let him manage such a large group. Hee. Forget it. How did Jubilion die? Managing such a large group is no easier than managing a country. Moreover, where does he have time to manage so many things? Zero. He still has to do research. I'm going to have a try with this guy Thanos. Think about it. Jason spoke. How about forget it and find a professional manager? We just need to be shareholders from the back. I think Fox is very good. His management ability is very strong, and his relationship with us is also good. Bruce Wayne glanced at him, said angrily, You think I didn't think of it? Fox said he wanted to study technology, but he didn't have time at all. Who asked you to provide so much technology? Now, Fox has no interest in running the company. Jason was a little helpless when he heard this. Is this still my fault? Fox is a technician after all. Advanced technology is now available. Naturally, I have no interest in doing management work. However, now he has a very headache. He was even a little envious of that B**************** D, Tony Stark. Don't worry about anything. Little Pepper took care of everything for him. Before the little peppers grow. There's also the tool man Obadiah. He doesn't have the right talent at his disposal. There are only a few people the Wayne family can trust. But there is no talent that can be trusted. This made him very distressed. Although the Wayne family's businesses are managed by trusts. But Wayne Group is different. As a company on the surface, Wayne Group maintains a high degree of independence. Those shareholders also distrust trust institutions. So things are very troublesome for B. After all, Wayne Group is his own family's industry, and it is now his largest source of cash flow. Jason still couldn't ignore it. Well, let me help you deal with the recent affairs first. I will investigate several shareholders and find out various things. After dealing with these things first, let's talk about professional managers. Jason said helplessly, It's really not possible to recruit directly from the public. Make Bruce Wayne the de facto controller. Find someone to take care of the practical stuff. All Bruce Wayne needs to do is sign. Isn't that what Tony Stark did? In addition to causing trouble for the Stark Group. Other matters are not handled by Obadiah's tool. It's just Pepper taking care of it. Tony Stark only signs. Stark Group has not collapsed. Jason thinks. Bruce 223. Wayne could also learn a lesson. Bruce Wayne heard Jason say this. He also said helplessly,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.